Hello, everyone, and welcome to NorCal VGC. I'm Gerardo, aka Kurt, and I'm joined here by Zach, and we are here at the CardArt Cup for January here in lovely Sunnyvale, California.
Yeah, on Martin Luther King Day, no less. So wonderful reason to celebrate and have some great Pokemon action here today. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we are starting off with our two top senior players, one of them hot off a top 8 in Toronto just yesterday, already back into the West Coast and ready to rock and roll with this team. We've got Brooks versus Jacob. I've seen this matchup quite a lot of times between these two players, but not these teams. And I think the teams are going to be the interesting part. Where Brooks has kind of been, maining this Gouging Fire team for as long as I've seen him. As long as Gouging Fire is in the format, I feel like Brooks is using Gouging Fire to great success. And Jacob running a team that looks quite familiar, I think. Yeah,
we've seen. I would say all 12. Yes, these are all unique Pokemon on each side of the field. Seeing success in this format, some from the very beginning, when the first time we had this format, but also some Pokemon that have really picked up recently. We got that Galarian Zapdos on the side of Brooks, Ting-Lu as well. Ting-Lu more popular during some earlier regulations.
Yeah. Ting-Lu's kind of had a resurgence on this specific kind of archetype. People are realizing, wait, if we just give it a clear amulet and then start coaching it next to this Galarian Zapdos, it could be pretty devastating to deal with, because you can just start spamming coaching Earthquake, coaching Earthquake, coaching Earthquake, and it's hard to find a lot of ground immune or resistant Pokemon in this format. The premier ones look like Pokemon like Landorus or Dragonite, or Rillaboom, but Jacob only really has that Landorus to deal with things like the Earthquake and to mention the other important things that can deal with things like Landorus, such as that Chien-Pao. And so Brooks probably immediately pretty happy about this Chien-Pao Zapdos lead. Has two faster Pokemon that can threaten Jacob's Landorus and Urshifu lead with immediate, faster, super effective moves.
Yeah, Brooks, I would definitely agree, has the kind of turn one advantage here. That Chien-Pao looking real nice into that Landorus, but we're actually going to see both players lock into their moves pretty quickly. Jacob going to be swapping out that Urshifu for that Amoonguss, and Landorus going to go for a Protect. Does not want to eat an Icicle Crash from this Chien-Pao. Yeah,
Chien-Pao can threaten a lot with. This one's got Ice Spinner, so not quite as much damage, but that's the problem with Urshifu switching in, the Amoonguss switching in for that Urshifu. They're both still weak to that devastating Brave Bird from the Galarian Zapdos. So at least now Jacob can play around with the fact that he knows Zapdos is locked into that Brave Bird. Not a gigantic surprise, given that there's a number of flying weaknesses on Jacob's side of the field, but the Incineroar will come out, and now doesn't have to worry about a now +1 Defiant boosted close combat, only has to worry about a big Brave Bird, which could be bad, and also has a very nice fake out pressure in this following turn. So Jacob lost the Amoonguss early, but now has has stabilized at least a little bit and can deal with the immediate offense Brooks is positioned here.
Yeah, unlike last turn, this Landorus is now in a position to actually deal a lot of damage. That Zapdos took a lot of recoil. Any attack from this Landorus, not named Sanusaur, should be enough to knock it out. But we're actually going to see Brooks here terrestrialize that Chien-Pao into the Ghost type. Doesn't want to eat a Fake Out. Both keeps that Focus Sash intact and makes sure Chien-Pao will be able to get off a fast Ice type attack. But actually, Jacob going to go here and terrestrialize his own Landorus, it seems, into the Poison type. So I'd say if we do see Icicle Crash and Sludge Bomb coming out here, that could definitely be in the favor of Jacob here. But Incineroar actually goes for a Fake Out into Zapdos.
Zapdos also had the Terra Ghost, so that is very much reminding of which one Terra Ghost in front of the Fake Out. But the Ice Spinner with the Terra and the Intimidate makes sure that Landorus can survive that pretty comfortably, and now that allows Landorus to fire off a critical hit, definitely not necessary, Sludge Bomb into that Zapdos. And so the Defiant Choice Scarf Zapdos has finally been removed, so it's 3-3 now, and Terra has been expended from both sides. But Chien-Pao is still pretty pleased that it doesn't have its Focus Sash broken quite yet, and Brooks decides, well, I lost one fast offensive Pokemon. Here's another one. Gouging Fire hits the field and gets that booster booster speed, allowing it to once again be the two fastest Pokemon on the field for Brooks.
Yeah, if you're Jacob, you're glad that Galarian Zapdos is gone, but I don't know if Gouging Fire is that much better. At least these breaking swipes won't be able to affect Urshifu's damage output here, but going to be lowering the damage output of this Incineroar, and Chen Pao still faster than that Landorus, more than enough health to knock it out. That's going to be Jacob down to his last 2 Pokemon. We know that last one in the back is the Urshifu, but Brooks only lost 1, and this Incineroar is going to go ahead and click knockoff into that Chen Pao. Actually took that a lot better than I would expect.
Yeah, the breaking swipe lowering Incineroar's damage output, and suddenly Chen Pao's not looking as squishy as it normally is. But that damage might still be crucial, might put it into an Aqua Jet range from this Urshifu. And so Brooks is not, out of the woods quite yet. Certainly has a noticeable lead, especially since this Gouging Fire is going to be really hard to deal with. It can just keep spamming breaking swipe. And there's still, of course, one final Pokemon Brooks has in the back that he'll probably have to reveal at this point, as Chen Pao is, a single Aqua Jet away from being KO'd. And so, whenever you're in a position like Brooks is, where you've got like a pretty noticeable lead, you're trying to figure out, all right, is there a way that I can win when I don't have to show the last Pokemon? In this case, I don't know if it's quite the case. The Brooks does decide to get a little bit more value out of Chen Pao, just goes for that last ditch Sucker Punch, doing a little bit of chip to this Urshifu. It doesn't break a Focus Sash, this one is Mystic Water, but any damage is useful as we are chipping away with yet more breaking swipes. Not doing a whole lot, but slowly, gradually putting things into range of whatever Brooks' final Pokemon in the back will be.
I really like this parting shot here from Jacob. Jacob realizing this Incineroar probably not the win condition up against the Gouging Fire and a mysterious 4th Pokemon, which is revealed to be that Dragonite. So Incineroar parting shot here, going to be lowering the damage output from Gouging Fire. But I'm curious if there's any way Jacob can get out of this. Dragonite should be able to survive at least 1 more Surging Strikes from this Urshifu. But we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, Dragonite is a very nice spot. Does decide to go for a Scale Shot into the Urshifu, not into the Incineroars that the Urshifu could have protected, so there could have been a bit of a risk there. But even with... Oh, no, there's all the 5 hits, so that is enough. I think one of those looked like a bit of a higher roll. Got the KO onto that Urshifu, so it is Incineroar all on its own, and this is looking like a really uphill battle for this Incineroar too. It'll probably take a little bit while before Brooks is able to finally get rid of this Incineroar, but the damage kind of has been done where, this knockoff after all these breaking swipes through the multi-scale does very little, and we can see Jacob sees the writing on the wall and knows that, yeah, Incineroar can do many things. Fight back from this 2v1 is not quite one of them. So there's Brooks taking a swift victory in this first game. However, of course, we are playing best of 3, thank goodness, for you all and the players as well. It's more fun that way. So we get to see how Jacob wants to adjust. Crucially, 2 Pokemon we did not see from him in Game 1 were that Golden Go and the Roaring Moon. And those, I think, both could have pretty strong applications here, as Galarian Zapdos can't really do a whole lot to Golden Go with that Ghost and Steel typing. And Roaring Moon will be able to get a nice tailwind up to allow Jacob to have the speed advantage, which is something he kind of struggled with. He was moving second basically every turn, and that definitely took a toll.
Yeah, I'm curious if Jacob will keep the Amoonguss in this matchup. Amoonguss, of course, a very strong Pokemon in general, but against Brooks' team, maybe not the best. He's got Gouging Fire, he's got very fast Pokemon in Galarian Zapdos and the Chen Pao, both of which threaten the Amoonguss. And also the Sinistcha as well, not exactly threatened by Spore, and can kind of mitigate kind of the effects of a slower Amoonguss here. But we see Jacob actually switching up the lead pretty considerably, going out with Roaring Moon and Goldengo.
I think I know what I'm talking about. We got Roaring Moon and Goldengo immediately for Jacob, saying, all right, I'm tired of moving second. Let's move first for once. So the booster energy on that Roaring Moon, no doubt giving it a very important speed boost to get the jump on this Choice Scarf Zapdos and Chen Pao that Brooks has once again decided to lead with. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now there's a very crucial choice. What does this Golden Go decide to lock into? It is carrying those Choice Spectacles, so it will have to pick a move to go for. And, when you ever have a Choice Specs Golden Go, the main option is there a reason to not click Make It Rain? Because Make It Rain is so strong. And so, and of course, what's Terra to go for, if any? Roaring Moon has Terra Flying, so it's always going to be weak to that Chen Pao Icicle Crash. So Jacob deciding, all right, that's not really worth it. But being able to drop the weakness to that Sucker Punch, that's pretty nice. And so though Zapdos is still faster, moves before the Roaring Moon, and then there's no Tailwind there. Close Combat easily picks up that Roaring Moon, so Terra Flying would have been pretty nice there. However, Golden Go does still get a chance to go for a big Make It Rain with those choice specs. That's a whole lot of damage. That's almost, you know, what, 200% of Brooks' total HP down. Chen Pao only barely living with that crucial Focus Sash.
Yeah, I really like the... On the one hand, yes, Jacob did just immediately lose a Roaring Moon.
What Roaring Moon? I didn't see a Roaring Moon. What happened?
But this Make It Rain, really powerful, thanks to that close combat and defense drop, will ensure the KO on the Zapdos, and Chen Pao, of course, brought to that stash. And I'd say that was a pretty safe move, all things considered, because both Chen Pao and Galarian Zapdos, as you noted earlier, are both Terra Ghosts, so something was going to get knocked out, or at least very close to it. But you actually see Jacob bring in the Amoonguss here, despite what I said earlier. So I would be more than happy to be proven wrong here. But I actually think Amoonguss is a much better position here because Amoonguss could just KO the Chen Pao with literally any attack.
It could, if it can survive the onslaught of no doubt Gouging Fire's Heat Crash or an attack, an Ice Spinner from this Chen Pao. However, one of the other things Amoonguss can do is can keep this Golden Go safe. Breaking Swipe, not nearly enough damage to threaten that Golden Go, even without the Steel typing. Golden Go pretty bulky, even with the Sword of Ruin, but this Ice Spinner is surely enough to pick up that KO. So Amoonguss did significantly more in this game than it did in game 1, which allowed Golden Go to get off a second Make It Rain. Definitely not as devastating as the first one. Gouging Fire barely noticed it even took damage, and Chen Pao was on 1 health, so yeah, anything could have gotten there, but that's crucially a Pokemon advantage, or not quite a Pokemon advantage. Now it's a 2v2 one, and Dragonite once again hitting the field, and once again looking like it's in a really fine spot to help deal with this, as Landorus's Achilles heel is that it can struggle sometimes to hit opposing flying types, and Dragonite certainly not one it's going to enjoy seeing, as this Scale Shot is looking like a strong option into both of Jacob's remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, we learned that Jacob did not bring the Urshifu here, and while the score is 2 Pokemon apiece, this Goldengo looking mighty low and drops to an extreme speed from Brooks' Dragonite here, going to be bringing Jacob down to his last Pokemon. And like you said, Landorus known for launching big powerful attacks into both slots, but not able to do that thanks to Dragonite's flying typing.
Yeah, we'll be able to even the score and pick up the KO onto Gouging Fire, so that's great for Jacob, making this certainly a little bit closer. It's now a 1v1. However, Dragonite, full HP, still has multi-scale intact, and so there's going to be at least 2 Sludge Bombs needed. And then Brooks can probably, if he doesn't want to worry about Scale Shot's accuracy, I think 2 Extreme Speeds would probably be enough to pick up the KO onto this Landorus, or a single Scale Shot. But we all know what happens when you click Scale Shot. There's always the chance that things can miss, and so yeah, there's the Extreme Speed. Landorus barely survives, but even if this Sludge Bomb, well, actually, Sludge Bomb can't poison. Landorus has sheer force, so never poisons. But that second Extreme Speed, Brooks finding the safest way through that endgame, gets the KO and claims game 2 in this round 1 here. So Brooks showing just how powerful this team was. It got to top 8 in Vancouver, and so. Or not Vancouver, the other one, Toronto. Sorry, mixing up my Canadian cities. Toronto, excellent job showing just how strong this team can be, and not even using the Ting-Lu Zapdos. We didn't see coaching or anything. Brooks showing how many dimensions this team has. And I think the Dragonite felt like the linchpin in the end games of both of those 2 games, where it just came in and it was like, oh, where are the things that deal with Dragonite? Oh, they're gone. Okay, cool. Dragonite just kind of steamrolls, and you have to, you know, when it's got that multi-skill, you've had to hit it multiple times, and it's a lot harder when Brooks' team is so offensive and Jacob is constantly moving second, where you need a lot more turns to actually hit it those multiple times to do the damage you need to. And so Dragonite just kind of locking the game for Brooks in both times. Very, very well played. This seems very, very strong. Chen Pao also got a great value, and I liked the Zapdos application. He just had the faster Pokemon like the whole time. Roaring Moon, I was like, oh cool, Roaring Moon can set Tailwind. And then it just got pummeled into a Find Mist and then left the field. So we didn't quite get to see the Tailwind matching the speed that Brooks was just naturally bringing to the table.
Yeah, I really like Jacob's lead and turn 1, you know, putting Brooks in a painful choice. You know, either you let me deal a lot of damage right off the bat, or you let me get up this Tailwind. But like you said, Brooks' team is just so fast. Like, that Tailwind is Jacob's only form of speed control, and while Roaring Moon is extremely fast, it is not faster than...
Yeah, well, I thought it would be faster than the Zapdos, but not quite, and so Zapdos getting a jump there was massive, right? Otherwise, Tailwind goes up, and suddenly Jacob's, you know, offering a lot more offense to contend with Brooks's. But yeah, I think Jacob did adjust very nicely with that second game. I thought he did a really great job of, you know, forcing a lot more out of. He certainly had a way better turn one than game one, right? In game one, he just, you know, protected switch, sacked Amoonguss immediately for kind of nothing. Incineroar came out. It's like, okay, cool. You got the Intimidate. You know what Zapdos is locked into, but that doesn't feel like that great of a trade. Whereas Brooks was definitely feeling a lot more pressure in that turn one of game two. The Make It Rains, that first turn was, you know, massive damage. Yeah, really needed, I think, that Tailwind to really maintain that momentum moving forward, but Zapdos is too fast.
Yeah, Brooks' team is just extremely fast, and it's not uncommon for teams, especially in the current meta, for even Trick Room teams to have like extremely fast Pokemon just to deal with things like Chien-Pao with Urshifu.
Yeah, just that cleanup after you're like, oh, I've dealt with the Trick Room. Trick Room's over. Oops, here's Choice Scarf Urshifu or something. You're like, oh no, okay.
Yeah, but Brick's team has so many fast Pokemon. Literally 2/3 of his team, if you include the Scale Shot speed boost from that Dragonite as well. Another option for Brooks to influence his speed and therefore who gets the punch first. And as we saw right there, a masterclass in why if you go first and you can OHKO your opponent's Pokemon, sometimes that's just more than enough to win you the game.
Yeah, going first is pretty good. You get to attack first, and if you get a KO, like Chien-Pao's bulk is I KO you, so I never take a hit, right? It doesn't need to take a hit if you can just KO the Landorus before it moves, or double into something to KO the Amoonguss before it gets put to sleep. Like, those are the power of moving first. But I think Brooks' team is also really nice because you've got that really slow, that duo of slow Pokemon with the Sinistcha and the Tinglu, so if you're facing in Trick Room, you've got really sturdy Pokemon that can help you through weather that as well. Alongside Multiscale and Dragonite and the Focus Sash and Chien-Pao, just making it harder to actually like break through these fast Pokemon that are still not quite as frail as you might expect. So I think, you know, it's just a really solidly built team, and Jacob showing, you know, consistently the value of this archetype and how powerful it can be. Gouging Fire has kind of been a mainstay in Regulation F, and if this is any indication, we're going to keep seeing small little innovations like this with Sinistcha and Galarian Zapdos and Tinglu. You know, we've seen like King Gambit and Wellspring Ogerpon and like Rillaboom in the past with their own Landorus and stuff. We've seen a lot of variations in Gouging Fire, but I think it's always a fruitful archetype when you've got this super fast, bulky guy that can click Breaking Swipe and Howl and just enable so many things. It's like it creates its own archetype, which is really a fun thing in the format when it's so powerful as well. You have to respect these Gouging Fire teams.
Yeah, I think when they first announced that this format, or this regulation, excuse me, would be coming back, everyone had their minds focused on Raging Bolt. But I think the MVP of this format is honestly that Gouging Fire, for the exact reason you said. It's very versatile in terms of building a team. You know, do you need that fast support? Okay, you can go for that. Do you want to just be bulky and click Heat Crash? That is also a very valid option.
You're like, this. Look at the thing. It's massive. Heat Crash does so much damage because it's just a heavy guy, and when there aren't these powerful restricted Pokemon around, right? Gouging Fire is often the heaviest thing, and so the Heat Crash is just doing maximum damage most of the time. You have to have another like equally heavy Pokemon to match Gouging Fire, which Raging Bolt of course does, also with that resistance with the Dragon typing as well. But yeah, to your point, I think like Raging Bolt is really strong because it like fits on a bunch of different teams, but like Gouging Fire fits on like one team, but it owns like it's an entire archetype in and of itself. Just like a hard Trick Room is its own archetype, and like you know, Rain teams or like Sun teams are their own archetype. Gouging Fire kind of feels like its own archetype of team, and so it sort of anchors an entire, you know, section of the format of teams based around it, and it does so really well because it just provides something that no other Pokemon can really do. Like, we've had Fire Dragon types in the past, but the combination of like the speed booster energy with Breaking Swipe and Howl just make it play in such a different way that allows it to, you know, really index on physical attackers. That's why you also have Chien-Pao also saying like, the only special attacker was Sinistcha, which is like, is that the most powerful special attacker? Definitely not.
Maybe not.
It's still nice. Like, it's certainly appreciated, right? Having the Matcha Gotcha to just, you know, dissuade Urshifu from existing is nice. However, really you can see the game plan of, like, there are a lot of physical attackers. It wants to click Howl. It wants to click physical attacks. It wants Sword of Ruin on the field to just pump out a lot of physical attack damage and say, well, where's your Archaladon now, buddy? I haven't seen one in a while, so it's kind of fine to just index all in on that, especially when you have good Intimidate counterplay with Clear Amulet on Tinglu and the Howl to mitigate them, and
the Defiant boost
Defiant
on
Zapdos.
Zapdos, yes.
I think that's enough rambling from us, though. That was a pretty quick game, and so we've got a couple more games running around in the field out there. So we'll be back shortly for round 2 of this tournament. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gerardo, also known as Kurt. I'm here with Zach, and we are back with round 2 of our CardArt Cup here in Sunnyvale, California. We've got a really exciting matchup for y'all here.
Yes, and if you saw round 1, you might be saying, wait, is that an error? Is this any different at all? No, it's the same teams, basically. There are a tiny bit of changes, though. It's the same. Yes. It's a matchup so nice we picked it twice. Luke's team does have one Pokemon change. You might notice there's an Amoonguss instead of a Sinistra, so one supportive grass type for another. Revolutionary. This Chien-Pao is Terra Stellar, so we saw Terra Ghost in round 1. It's going to be a little different. And this Gouging Fire is carrying its signature Burning Bulwark instead of the slightly more common Protect, just to stop something like an Amoonguss Spore, which there is an Amoonguss on both sides. So it's not a... we don't have 12 unique Pokemon, we only have 11 unique Pokemon here.
Oh no, only 11
only
unique
11.
Pokemon.
And Joey also running that same, if you were watching Toronto Finals, this might look a little familiar. That Roaring Moon Golden Go team alongside Landorus, Urshifu, and the Incineroar Amoonguss rounding it out. So a really fast offensive mode between, Urshifu, Landorus, Roaring Moon providing the Tailwind, and this Choice Specs Golden Go alongside the backbone of Incineroar Amoonguss. Hard to go wrong, but we saw how this game went last time in round 1. We saw the Gouging Fire team come out ahead pretty substantially, but we'll see how these two players decide to go for it. As we can see, Roaring Moon leading on the field alongside the Amoonguss and Chien-Pao, that shiny Chien-Pao next to the Galarian Zapdos, just like what our player in round 1 was doing, as the booster speed shown on the Roaring Moon. So Tailwind is an option for this Roaring Moon should it decide to go for it.
Yeah, unlike last round where Roaring Moon was holding the booster attack. Photosynthesis, this one is booster speed, should be able to outspeed both of these Pokemon. Well, actually, I think it'll be able to outspeed both of these Pokemon.
It has the potential to, at the very least. We'll have to see exactly how fast this Roaring Moon is, exactly how fast the Zapdos is, but one would expect naturally Roaring Moon is just a bit pacier, so we'll have to see. And of course, there's no Unseen Fist on the field, so Protect can be an option to see what the Zapdos decides to lock into if Joey decides to go for that. And we're seeing the changes from Luke's side immediately gone on the field, as this is now the Terra Stellar from Chien-Pao and the Protect from the Roaring Moon. We'll see if Amoonguss also follows up with a Protect of its own. There it is. And so now, not only did Joey get to see what this Zapdos is locked into, but sees that, which is, very importantly, the Brave Bird, crucially, gets to see what the Chien-Pao is locked into as well, which is the Sacred Sword. Well, sorry, it doesn't lock into Sacred Sword. It just decides to use Sacred Sword this time. But sees the Terra Stellar, so Terra out the board as well, also very important to note.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this double Protect player. It's kind of hard to find a double Protect play turn 1 in this day and age, but yeah. I like it from Joey. Really no downside to it. Gets to find out what this Galarian Zapdos locked into. Got a Terrestrialization out. I don't think that was intended per se, but yeah, still very useful information. And I kind of like this, otherwise like this positioning from Luke here. Brave Bird is guaranteed damage on anything, as we saw in game 1, or excuse me, on the previous round. Has a very good chance to just KO this Amoonguss, but Joey going to be keeping that in mind and terrestrializing that Amoonguss into the Water Terra type. That's going to allow it to survive a Brave Bird and resist any Ice type moves from this Chien-Pao, as we see it go for Rage Powder here. Going to go ahead and protect that Roaring Moon as it sets up the Tailwind. Yeah, Roaring Moon will set up Tailwind, so Amoonguss will be able to outspeed the... No, it's too slow. The Brave Bird, though, will go into Amoonguss, and with the Sword of Ruin, that does a lot of damage. However, Amoonguss is quite sturdy and has that Citrus Berry in its back pocket to heal up to get it just above half health. So we'll see if Chien-Pao can finish the job, as the Ice Spinner that was certainly going into that Roaring Moon is into the Amoonguss instead, and Amoonguss will survive that. So Joey successfully gotten Tailwind up. However, Amoonguss not quite the Pokemon to take advantage of Tailwind just yet, though. There are some lurking in the back. Yeah, I really like this play here. Yes, this Amoonguss is really low, so it either will go down this turn or risk whatever Joey would want to switch into, taking some serious damage against two very offensive Pokemon. But we also, importantly, got that Ice-type Stellar out of the way, so Luke will, or excuse me, Chien-Pao's next Ice-type attack won't deal that much damage. But Joey's Roaring Moon going to go here for a Breaking Swipe. It is going to lower the attack even further of that Chien-Pao. but is actually going to raise the attack of the Galarian Zapdos here as it goes for Brave Bird into the protected Amoonguss.
Yes, Chien-Pao is next to move with an Ice Spinner, and with the -1 and not getting the Terra Stellar boost anymore, Roaring Moon does survive that super effective attack from the Chien-Pao. However, Joey's Tailwind turns are slowly dwindling away and hasn't quite got a huge amount of value out of them just yet. Really kind of wants one of these Pokemon to go down so that one of the offensive Pokemon in the back can start claiming knockouts while Tailwind is up. The nice part about Luke's lead here is that Roaring Moon doesn't really want to do a whole lot of, like, Tailwind is great, but the knockoff isn't contributing a whole lot to the field as both these Pokemon resist Dark. And then Breaking Swipe we saw is only okay damage, and it gives a Defiant boost over to Zapdos, which is, you know, a hard pill to swallow when you're trying to do the damage you need to. And so here's yet another Breaking Swipe, though. Yeah, but not enough for a KO. Zapdos sturdy enough, even with Sword of Ruin lowering its defense. The attack going down again, but that's just another Defiant boost. So Zapdos is at +2 now. This is a massive Brave Bird, and Amoonguss has no chance.
Yeah, I actually like Joey being a little, dare I say, responsible, going for the Breaking Swipe here. Yes, that Zapdos is at a dangerously high attack stat, but as long as his Tailwind is up, whatever Joey sends in the back should be able to go ahead and outspeed the Galarian Zapdos and KO it, rendering those boosts useful here, as we see the Ice Spinner no longer boosted by the Terra Stellar typing, but still more than enough to pick up the knockout onto the Roaring Moon. As we see Joey here send out the Landorus and the Urshifu.
Yep, so here are the two offensive Pokemon to really capitalize on the speed advantage that Tailwind has given him. You can see that there are just a couple, I think just one more turn left of Tailwind, so, but these Pokemon can't really protect very well against this. Chien-Pao can't protect against Urshifu at all, and Zapdos does not carry that move. It's also locked into not using that thanks to the Choice Scarf. And so this is the time for Joey to swing the advantage in his favor. However, Luke still has plenty of resources in the back. Two other Pokemon, we don't even know what they are, and a potential Dragonite or an Amoonguss in the back could be very devastating indeed. But, you know, Luke already got 2 KOs, just has to find 2 more to claim this game 1. And Chien-Pao realizing, all right, I'm in -2, let me get out of here. And Amoonguss, a beautiful switch in here as it will eat up this Surging Strikes with a Plum and get some nice Rocky Helmet recoil to boot.
Yeah, really, really good play by Luke. This is probably the best case scenario if you're Luke here.
Yeah.
Eating the Surging Strikes, not only comfortably, but also dealing nearly half of Urshifu's back, thanks to that Rocky Helmet. But we're going to have to see what Joey locked in here. It is going to be the Sludge Bomb that cannot miss. That is going to be guaranteed damage.
Cone.
Yeah.
Pine Cone, it looks kind of like a good name. But that was the single turn of Tailwind where Joey could get a KO and, you know, got one on the, you know, very low health Zapdos. And now Chien-Pao back onto the field, does not have its Intimidates anymore. And so it's ready to just KO this Landorus with a swift Ice Spinner and Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon's not here. Urshifu, that's the one. And Urshifu is, you know, not loving the fact that it's not going to be able to punch through this Amoonguss anytime soon. And so Amoonguss is, yeah, very safe to just go for yet another Rage Powder and keep this also important Chien-Pao safe, as the Ice Spinner will go down, and that is the end of Landorus.
Yeah, I really like that. Luke kind of putting Joey in a 50-50 here. He could go for the Ice Spinner or could go for a Terra boosted Sacred Sword into that Urshifu. As we see that, I think Amoonguss might actually be able to just knock out this Urshifu here.
I think it'll live with just 3 health or something from this Rocky Helmet after all 6 hits from, you know, the first Surging Strikes and then the 3 from the next Surging Strikes. But yeah, I think at this point the Sucker Punch will be able to do. Yeah, okay, 4 health. I was off by 1, but yeah, Rocky Helmet does 1/6, and so if it's not quite a perfect number, then yeah, Joey says, all right, well, Sucker Punch is just a clean lock of the game there, and so that is Luke taking game 2, which we didn't even have time to mention. World champ difference. Luke is the junior division world champion, aged up into the seniors and showing all these old folks how it's done.
Yeah, we kind of glossed over the fact, you know, world champion, not that big a deal, you know.
There's a lot of them at this point. No, but you know, literally Ray, like it happened in Anaheim. He could do it again, and certainly showing, you know, superb caliber of play. Like that was just, you know, excellent execution, really taking advantage of the Zapdos and Chien-Pao, and that Amoonguss switch. Oh, chef's kiss. Beautiful.
Yes. That was just... I know I say it a lot, but it was really good positioning, you know?
Yeah.
Recognizing, okay, Chien-Pao can put Joey in a 50-50 where he's got to say, okay, what is getting attacked here? Urshifu or the Landorus? And, you know, at first glance, you might think, oh, well, Joey has Protect. You know, he can go ahead and Protect. But whatever slot protects will just get targeted the next turn.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. And like it's like Amoonguss made that position possible, right? That Rocky Helmet recoil put Urshifu into range, where then that powerful the Sacred Sword would be able to pick up that KO. And the cool thing is that about that position is like there's a very like it injects volatility for Joey. Joey has to worry about like which one does Luke attack. But for Luke, it's very easy where I click Rage Powder and I click Ice Spinner. I don't care how many times Urshifu hits Amoonguss. Like eventually Urshifu will just go down.
Yeah,
so,
we never learned what Luke's 4th Pokemon was.
Yeah, we don't even know that. We might find out. And here we go. We see Joey leading with a Pokemon that would have been really great in Game 1, the Golden Go, alongside this Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon getting that speed booster energy once again. However, Luke, one step ahead, saying, "All right, well, if you don't have anything, if you want to use that special attack damage to bust through with the Choice Specs Golden Go, well, here's a nice Ting Lu to deal with. It doesn't have the Assault Vest, this one, but it still has the Vessel of Ruin, lowering Golden Go's damage output notably. And Zapdos is still here, able to threaten with a big close combat into Roaring Moon, or the all-important coaching, boosting up that Ting Lu to devastating amounts of damage. And because it has the clear amulet, those stat boosts are not going anywhere. Breaking Swipe will be of no use to this Roaring Moon.
Yeah, extremely good. I don't think adjustment is quite the right word, but honestly, just call it out as it is. A nice read from Luke. Luke's Ting Lu is actually carrying Earthquake as its ground type attack. But we're actually going to see him terrestrialize this Ting Lu into the Poison Terra typing. Doesn't want to eat any potentially dazzling gleams from this Goldango here. Joey going to go ahead and protect with the Roaring Moon. Doesn't want to eat any close combats from this Galarian Zapdos. But it actually just goes for coaching onto this Ting Lu as if it was not bulky enough already.
Yep, Ting Lu now even sturdier and even stronger. The Dazzling Gleam is the move of choice here, but with the Vessel of Ruin, Zapdos takes that pretty comfortably. And Ting Lu, with the Terra Poison, barely even notices, and the Earthquake comes out with +1. Zapdos, flying. It's a flying type. Its feet are on the ground, but don't worry about that. The Golden Go is quickly removed from the field. It is a steel type, weak to ground, and with that +1 boost, certainly enough to pick up that KO. So that is Joey's Choice Specs Pokemon did super effective damage to a Zapdos and did about half. Thankfully, there is Landorus. Landorus is another flying type Pokemon that can soar above these powerful earthquakes that Ting Lu is throwing out. However, Ting Lu has other attacks. Ting Lu does have Throat Chop, which would be great. And despite the fact that Roaring Moon is off the ground, it will also get hit by Earthquake should it not go for its own Terra Flying hat.
Yeah, very dangerous position for Joey. You know, you don't have that Tailwind attack play like you did this turn. Sure, Landorus can outspeed both of these Pokemon if such a play goes into effect, but I have a feeling Sandsear Storm is not going to be KOing this Ting Lu here, and honestly would not deal any damage to that Galarian Zapdos. So instead, going for a more responsible play, going to go ahead and knock off the Choice Scarf. That's going to help later on in the match, if not now. As we actually see Joey deciding to go for damage here. Again, not enough to KO it, but does leave it in range of a potential Urshifu, if that is what Joey decided to bring into that.
Yeah, that's still quite a lot of damage with that Sandsear Storm. It looks like an Earth Power might have been enough to get there. It does a little bit more, but another coaching comes out, allowing this Ting Lu to be at +2 and fire a +2 Terra Blast into Roaring Moon. But Roaring Moon, sturdy Pokemon. This one looked to be trained quite defensively. Those speed booster breaking swipe ones often are a little bit bulkier, and so it does survive that attack very crucially. And now Joey's starting to turn this around, where that knockoff was a really nice play, got damage down, and sort of acted as a tailwind, where suddenly now Joey is the one moving first these 2 turns and can threaten a KO with, just another knockoff Earth Power. Joey can sort of greed a little bit with a Sandsear Storm, catch a switch a little bit better. So yeah, this position that started out really, really bad for Joey, I think he's stabilized quite respectably here and is now in a solid position to keep moving forward.
Yeah, both of these players have utilized their terrestrialization, or excuse me, Joey has not used his terrestrialization quite yet. But Luke already has, so Joey knows, okay, there's no more gimmicks, no more last-minute surprises going to come into play here. It's going to be a nice double knockout, provided Joey clicked Earth Power. And yes, he did, not risking any misses here.
Sensor Storm would have been so devastating. You got to you just eat this +2 throat chop on Landorus, and that wouldn't be great. But yeah, Joey goes for I think the safest way to navigate that that turn. Gets a clean double knockout, and is now looking to be in the driver's seat, but not out of the woods quite yet. Chen Pao always complicates things with its tremendous amount of ice type damage, and the 2 Pokemon that are still weak to ice types. And Amoonguss is also the Pokemon of choice in the back here, can help buy turns for this Chen Pao to do what it needs to and attack all of these Pokemon with its powerful ice-type attacks. Not to say nothing of the Sucker Punch and Sacred Sword. So now, if Roaring Moon didn't go for Tailwind before, it might be eyeing that option yet right now. The Breaking Swipe also kind of appealing, though the Rocky Helmet recoil from attacking Amoonguss is not the best. But yeah, Amoonguss is still a little bit of a tricky option where how do you exactly get rid of the Amoonguss expediently? Landorus' Earth Power certainly does nice damage. We'll just have to see. It's kind of an unanswered question here of how does Joey navigate these final 2 Pokemon? All the cards are on the table. He knows what he has to deal with. Just how does he plan for it?
Joey going to be going in here and sending out Incineroar. Going to be dropping the attack of that Amoonguss. JK, it's dropping the attack of the Chen Pao.
It does drop the attack of Amoonguss technically, but no one would notice. Roaring Moon will be protecting on this turn from this crucial Ice Spinner from the Chen Pao.
But we saw that Amoonguss did not, in fact, go for Rage Powder. Instead, went for the Spore, and it targeted what was the Landorus. Instead, going to be putting Incineroar to sleep, putting a big damper on what otherwise would have been a perfect turn for Joey.
Yeah, really nice Spore calling out the Landorus. Not protecting or just trying to catch a switch very nicely is one of the 2 Pokemon that Joey has on his side that can that are immune to Spore. That Golden Go's taken out turn 1, so that's not in the back. And looks like Joey does not have the Amoonguss. That would be the other thing that can absorb a Spore comfortably on this turn. And so yeah, Incineroar is asleep, but it still can be provide something for the battlefield. It can always switch in and out and get more intimidates and stuff. But Roaring Moon deciding Tailwind not as important as lowering this Chen Pao's damage output, as that is the main offensive threat that Luke has remaining on his field. Amoonguss, not quite the big damage dealer, but Roaring Moon is finally removed with this Ice Spinner. So that's the final Breaking Swipe we'll be seeing in this game too.
Yeah, I actually like that play from Joey. Yes, he did lose the Roaring Moon, and it might have seemed to have not gotten that much off this turn, but I'm going to have to eat my words. I was about to say lowering the attack of that Chen Pao, keeping in fact in mind that Luke is down to his last 2 Pokemon, cannot swap out the boost, but Luke goes ahead and clear smogs his own Chen Pao, and suddenly we got a nice Ice Spinner headed towards Landorus.
Yeah,
here.
and suddenly Joey thinking, well, dang, I wish I had that Tailwind now. That might have been really useful. However, Joey does still have Terastallization in his back pocket. Hasn't used it yet, and this Landorus is Terra Steel, which would allow it to take the attacks from this Chen Pao just a little bit better. But yeah, this is crucial. We forgot to even mention this. This Amoonguss does not carry Protect. It is carrying Clear Smog in that last slot. Also has Pollen Puff to heal up things. And that has been massive, I think, for Luke. That side Clear Smog, brilliant play. Chen Pao Sash already broken. It doesn't matter at that point. Both Landorus and Chen Pao will be protecting here, buying a turn for Incineroar to maybe wake up, but it's taking a little bit of a cat nap here. Still snoozing away as Amoonguss does what Amoonguss does best, goes for that Spore into Landorus, and there's no substitute on this Landorus. This is what Landorus often uses to get around these pesky Amoongusses. But doesn't have that option here, only has the Sandsear Storm, which also a pretty appealing option to get around Amoonguss's Rage Powder.
I like this Terastallization here because without it, it'd just be a safe Rage Powder Ice Spinner. But we'll have to see if Luke can predict this. This Chen Pao still has access to Sacred Sword. I might not know my Sacred Sword into Terra Steel Landorus Calyx, but I have a feeling that's going to KO.
We might. Well, we'll find out. We'll have to see if Luke made that prediction and goes for it. But instead, going for the safe Ice Spinner. Still going to do solid damage, and if Sacred Sword didn't KO before, it most likely can now. However, Joey gets the value with that Landorus. Sandsear Storm will double connect. The main target was that Chen Pao, however, getting rid of that crucial damage threat, and now...
Just in time.
And Incineroar also waking up, deciding, I've been here this whole time, guys. I'm helping. Wakes up, gets the final KO. Incineroar claims the victory, but what did it do?
I like it a lot.
Joey declares friendship with his enemy. I quite like this play.
Really
I don't think that comes up on the stream, but Joey has officially declared Luke is a good player. I'm glad we've established he is in fact the world champion.
I think the world champion is pretty good at the game, but turns out. But I'm glad we're getting a game 3. I think that game looked really, really hairy for Joey at certain points in that. Especially that lead looked pretty bad. He navigated his way out of it very, very well. I was really happy to see that, because now we get a game 3 finally. We get a game 3 between this matchup, and we've seen a lot of different ways that these two teams can play out. You know, the Ting Lu being pretty impactful in that game 1. Golden Go not really getting too much value out of it in game 2. Both of these were game 2. But I'm curious if we're going to see like Gouging Fire come again, and you know, everything I feel like has been brought from every player as we've seen all these Pokemon get brought in this round and the prior one. So I think everything is kind of on the table for these players, is how they want to approach this. Yeah, this is just a really interesting matchup because there's a lot of different ways that it can go. But I think if I'm Joey, I'm certainly thinking, all right, Roaring Moon is almost mandatory.
Yeah, we've learned that
important.
between this round and the last round. Yeah, that speed advantage is so important. Yeah. And before we move on, I quickly want to highlight just how amazing it was for Joey to navigate that game. Luke got him turn 1, turn 2. Joey was able to bring it all the way back to a 50-50, and he won. And you know, sometimes that's what you got to do. Yeah, that knockoff play was very smart. I think it's very easy to tunnel vision on like, Roaring Moon is here to click Tailwind. He didn't click Tailwind in that game too. No.
At all. And it was fine, right? He just had that threat of it, so it made Luke hesitant to like rely too much on his fast offensive Pokemon, and still got that speed control by knocking off the Choice Scarf, which is, you know, a weird way of speed control, but it was very effective in this game too. And speaking of game 2, those are the same leads we're going to see. Both players running it back with Roaring Moon and Golden Go, and the Choice Scarf Galarian Zapdos alongside the Ting Lu.
I appreciate Joey putting Roaring Moon on the left side, so we can in fact confirm Goldengo is there. But otherwise, the same leads here. That gave Joey some trouble in the first game, but it's still a toss-up. You know, either player has access to the Terastallization to save their Roaring Moon and Ting Lu respectively, but Joey gonna go for a Protect, perhaps the same play, just going for Dazzling Gleam on the Goldengo. And Luke not going to go ahead and Terastallize this Ting Lu. It does have coaching, as we're going to find out in just a second. Oh, actually, Joey did not go for Dazzling Gleam.
Nope, just a Make It Rain, which still does respectable, about the same damage into Zapdos at this point. And he's thinking, well, if Coaching Earthquake is coming out and I'm only going to get 1 attack, I might as well be Make It Rain stronger for that 1 single hit, which is exactly what happened. So this Earthquake for the target of 1 is into Golden Go, but it actually survives with 10 health. So what we thought was a surefire KO, not so here, as Golden Go actually sturdy enough to survive that Earthquake. Ting Lu, sturdy Pokemon, not quite the big powerhouse, really likes those coaching boosts to get the real damage it needs to, but not quite enough, and that's pretty big. That's another turn of Make It Rains that Joey gets essentially for free.
Yeah, that Tailwind option is still available to him. Interesting to learn that KO was actually a roll on this Goldengo.
I wouldn't have thought so, but you know, this Goldengo might be a little bit bulkier than we were expecting. Yeah, massive swing where now Joey gets this crucially super powerful Pokemon that can stomach and crucially switch into Amoonguss' spores very confidently. That's a really important thing to have on this in this game too. Joey playing a little bit more of a passive turn, goes for Knockoff to get rid of Ting Lu's Clear Amulet, as another coaching comes out from the Galarian Zapdos. But Golden Go's not here anymore. Landorus is instead. But what, importantly, does this Ting Lu decide to go for? Yet another Earthquake, so it would look like it wouldn't hit anything. Roaring Moon, despite being higher above the ground than anything else, still gets hit by Earthquake. Pokemon is a fun game. What happens now?
Yeah, I really like that switch from Joey. You know, of course, it allowed Landorus to get in basically for free, but more importantly, it conserved that Goldengo. We've seen this matchup 4 times now, and in every single one of them, Chen Pao has shown up at the end. And guess what's good against Chen Pao? Goldengo and Tailwind.
Yeah.
Can go for Make It Rain, can go for Dazzling Gleam, and especially with that Choice Scarf, does have the potential to be impactful here. Breaking Swipe is going to raise the attack of the Galarian Zapdos, but another Breaking Swipe should knock it out during the next turn, as we see a third coaching onto this Ting Lu.
Yep, the power of the Choice Scarf is you move first, but as soon as you lock into a move, that is, Joey knows that's exactly what's going to happen. And so saying, all right, well, your Defiant is effectively meaningless right now because you're never going to attack until you switch out or I knock off the Choice Scarf, which, you know, Joey has full control over whether he clicks that move or not. So certainly not going to do that in this case. But yeah, yes, yet another breaking swipe. The health bar barely moved for Tinglu. It's now slightly below half where it wasn't before. And now Landorus gets a chance to fire off a powerful Earth power into this Tinglu. However, Tinglu, yeah, sturdy enough, barely survives that. The Vessel of Ruin pretty big. +2 breaking swipe into Bro Storm the Landorus. It will survive, crucially. However, that is still a massive amount of damage, certainly within range of a Chen Pao Sucker Punch, which is looking more and more appealing every passing turn as these Pokemon get dwindled lower and lower.
Yeah, both of Joey's Pokemon just one hit away from either of Luke's, but that Roaring Moon is still faster, and Joey could instead opt to go for Tailwind to make Landorus the fastest thing on the field, provided there is no Sucker Punch from this Chen Pao. But both these players still have access to Terrestrialization. That can definitely has the opportunity to have some impact on this turn. And I really like how Joey knocked off the Clear Amulet, allowing that breaking swipe to kind of hamper down this Tinglu. Of course, it's not get rid of the defense boost. We actually see Joey swap out the Landorus. Landorus has done nothing except launch a singular Earth Power into this Tinglu, but that Intimidate...
That's enough for now.
Thanks to the Clear Amulet being gone and go ahead and lower the attack stat of both of these Pokemon. Pretty strong positioning for this Incineroar, especially with Tinglu protecting.
Yep, Tinglu will be protected. Didn't want to get KO'd to a breaking swipe as the Ice Spinner from Chen Pao goes into the Landorus, so great play from Joey, kind of capitalizes on the most obvious play for Luke to make, which still a solid option, but now has Fake Out Pressure and Breaking Swipe to potentially stop this Chen Pao from moving. And crucially, remember, this Chen Pao is Terra Stellar. It does not have the Ghost typing, so Fake Out will always work. However, Chen Pao can also just protect in front of this, so which is exactly what Luke decides to go for. World Champ's not just going to let his Chen Pao get KO'd or get chipped down for nothing. Fake Out, not enough to KO Tinglu. So bulky here, but the Tailwind is safely set up by Joey, and Tinglu doesn't get to move as a result. And so Joey still finally found the time to get the Tailwind up, and at a kind of great time here. But this feels like, you know, the crossroads of the game is like, how does Joey navigate it? Now he's got Tailwind up. Tinglu is, you know, a moment away from being KO'd. How do you use these next 3 turns of Tailwind to not only remove Chen Pao, but whatever Luke's 4th and final Pokemon in the back is? He's got a lot of resources, but not a lot of health on a lot of these Pokemon. Incineroar's got full health. Everything else is dangerously low. And so how does he get a chance to attack around this very dangerous sucker-punching Chen Pao? I think there's still all to play for here in this game 3.
Yeah, and Luke still does have the option to Terrestrialize the Chen Pao and go for a Sacred Sword, which, you know, might be here as we see it Terrestrialized.
Chen Pao does go for the Terra Stellar, so Luke realizing, well, I need a lot of damage to get through this to compensate for that Intimidate, and we'll be going for a Terra Stellar here. But that will not be the only Terra, as Incineroar also. Everyone, say happy birthday. It is Incineroar's birthday here today, donning the Terra Flying Crown with those festive balloons as the Breaking Swipe comes out. Tinglu removed, Chen Pao down to -1, but still ready to do quite a lot of damage. What will it be, Chen Pao?
I really, really like this Terrestrialization from Joey. Unfortunately, Ice Spinner going to go ahead and knock out this Roaring Moon. You know, upside, that's Terra boost gone. You know,
that's true. The Ice Spinner Terra Stellar boost is gone, but this allows Incineroar to go for a big Flare Blitz, and Chen Pao KO'd to that Flare Blitz and the Breaking Swipe chip. So that is Joey is up 1 for 1, but takes a trade. All right, I'll KO your Chen Pao, and you KO my Roaring Moon. But if it's as it was 4-3. If you just take a trade, you will win the game. You trade 1 for 1. Well, I had 1 more Pokemon to begin with, so totally fine here. So Luke's final Pokemon is shown to be that Dragonite. So that is, things are a little tricky now because Landorus doesn't love seeing the Dragonite, probably within extreme speed range, and Incineroar, not the best thing into the Dragonite. Golden goes so low here.
Yeah,
and
Golden
probably slower, so it's 3 versus 1, but it's not over.
Yeah, Goldengo usually very good against the Dragonite, but when it's at a sliver of health, not that great. Dragonite Joey does have the Tailwind up, but Dragonite is just one scale shot away from being able to outspeed the rest of Joey's team. I have a feeling it's going to come down to Incineroar versus the Dragonite, but this, or Joey's Incineroar, excuse me, only has knockoff as its as its only non-fire type attack.
Yeah, as its attack that's not Flare Blitz, but you see Brostorm, the Landers, going for the Protect as Incineroar not trying to Parting Shot, just manually switching out here to kind of exactly call out the Protect from this Dragonite. So a great play from Joey. Gets Golden Go in. Tailwind is up. The only priority move this Dragonite has is Extreme Speed, which will do 0 damage to this Ghost type Golden Go. And Terra has been spent. So this Dragonite is always going to stay weak to these Fairy type moves and also not resist the Make It Rain from Golden Go as well. This Dragonite was Terra Steel, which could have been an option, but a bit of a dangerous one when Landorus is also on the field. But his Dragonite against the world, and this specific Dragonite set still might be able to do it, but that play from Joey definitely puts him up ahead a little bit as the Sludge Bomb comes out, breaks that multi-scale, plus Choice Specs Make It Rain is enough, picks up the KO onto Dragonite, and that is Joey besting the reigning world champion in the juniors division, Luke. That was an exciting game. I was kind of like, all right, what's the same matchup we saw in game one or round one? How interesting could it possibly be? That game was excellent. We saw it was so back and forth the entire time. I feel like up until the final turns, it was very hard to say who was going to come out on top.
Yeah, are you sure this is round two? This felt like finals, not gonna lie.
This was great. If this is an omen for what is to come, and then maybe Regulation F's a little bit of a better format than I was thinking it was. That was a great game.
Yeah, I really like Joey's swap. The really risky moves, swapping out the Goldango very early in the game for the Landorus, swapping out the Landorus, swapping out the Incineroar at the end of the game for the Goldango.
Right, Scale Shot. If Scale Shot goes into that Incineroar, that's just so bad. Like, I mean, Incineroar comes in, you get Intimidate. That's not like it. It's still very, like, Golden Go's the most important Pokemon for damage dealing into the Dragonite, where, like, we saw Sludge Bomb. Didn't do a whole lot of damage, but, oh, man, that was such an exciting game. I thought both players were playing really, really well. And I think that this shows this matchup is so much more interesting when the Roaring Moon is actually Speed Booster, when it's probably supposed to be. That makes it so much more interesting, where there is a lot more play, where suddenly it's not just, well, Luke's team is faster and it's just going to pummel away. Like, Joey has that option. It shows how important the Tailwind mode for Roaring Moon is for this whole team, where otherwise it's a little bit slower. It's a little bit slower to be going. And when you can't, lower the damage with Incineroar and Amoonguss and, like, heal up that way, then it can just get bowled over. But Roaring Moon, super pivotal in that game. Joey showing how powerful it can be. And playing expertly with it. This team won Toronto for a reason. I think it's
indeed, yes, very
solid, and I think it's going to be kind of the measuring stick that teams in this format moving forward are going to be measured against. Like, how do you do with this team? How are you better than this team? It's just so stern. We see, to its credit, this Gouging Fire team can go toe to toe with it, absolutely, but. Yeah,
and not to discredit you, we keep saying world champion, but he also got top 4 at Toronto.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Against this team, actually, I don't know if he faced this specific team during top 4 specifically, but Luke certainly has faced this team.
Yeah, certainly. So excellent play. This is round 2. This is a great. Yeah, that was a round 2. Looks like most of our games for this was a pretty long set relatively for these players. So we'll be back with round 3 in just a moment. But it's just relishing that game. That was great. But we're moving forward. Swiss round 3 coming up very shortly. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jardo, also known as Kurt. I'm back here with Zach for round 3 of our CardArt Cup here in Silicon Valley. We are in Silicon Valley. Sunnyvale, California.
For Sunnyvale specifically, yes. In Sunnyvale, California. And we had an absolute doozy of a round 2, so I am also excited to see if this round 3 can live up to the hype from that prior game. And we've got 2 players that are here to deliver that hype, I think. We've got Mitchell versus Ryu. Ryu on the bottom of your screen, running a team with a Tornadus and Farigiraf, so a Tail Room option with Trick Room on Farigiraf and Tailwind with the Tornadus. We've got a Choice Scarf Rapid Strike Urshifu, a Choice Specs Golden Go, Salt Vest Incineroar, and that classic Citrus Berry Sludge Bomb. Amoonguss coming the classic one for this format. Sludge Bomb, very prominent. Mitchell has some similar Pokemon, but they're all slightly different. Different item on the Urshifu. This one's got Mystic Water, and the Golden Go is the Metal Coat with Nasty Plot. So even this Pokemon that look similar are just a little bit different. Both Incineroar are in Salt Vest, but Mitchell's has got that Terra Flying, while Ryu has Terra Grass. And the speed control Pokemon, I think, most importantly, where Ryu's got Tail Room with Tailwind and Trick Room, and the Fluttermane is the booster, most likely speed with that Icy Wind, Taunt, Thunder Wave, just the super bulky, obnoxious one that we've come to love/hate in this format now in the second go-around.
Yeah, just before this, we were talking about just how annoying a Thunder Wave used to be. Thankfully, we don't have old Thunder Wave with Fluttermane, but still very powerful for putting a damper on the speed control. I'm really interested to see how this match is going to go. Mitchell, of course, no stranger to stream, tends to do pretty well in our events. And Ryu, we haven't seen them in quite some time, but one of the many folks who was in seniors last year has aged up to masters and has a pretty good run so far to show for it.
Yeah, still a very fearsome threat that you don't love seeing across your name in the pairings board. And yeah, also worth mentioning about Mitchell here, he's won 4 cups already. He is just gatekeeping for the love of the game here. Nothing else that he's doing. And we have Mitchell leading off with that Fluttermane and Raging Bolt, ready to spread some lovely paralysis and taunt onto these Pokemon. And immediately, this lead is a little volatile, where the Fluttermane is great to threaten Urshifu with big damage and taunt the Amoonguss, and Raging Bolt is good to pressure the Choice Scarf Urshifu with a powerful Thunderclap. However, Amoonguss's Rage Powder can mean that Ryu doesn't have to worry about that too much, at least on this turn.
Yeah, I'm curious what Fluttermane on the side of Mitchell is going to go for. It has access to Taunt, but could also just go for an Icy Wind. Lowering the speed of Urshifu is not bad at all, or just go for a Moonblast, kind of Rage Powder check Ryu here. As we see, Mitchell is actually going to go ahead and Terrastalize Fluttermane into the Grass Terra type. Going to go ahead and avoid any potential Rage Powder from Ryu's Amoonguss here, but Ryu going to go ahead and Terrastalize, I think that's the Urshifu, yes.
Urshifu
into
also
the
water typing, looking to get more damage output of these Surging Strikes, and which makes sense, right? Mitchell terrastalizing the Fluttermane to Grass to lower the damage from those Surging Strikes, and Ryu saying, well, I need a little bit more damage out of these Surging Strikes, let's get some more damage. We do see the respectful taunt into the Amoonguss, certainly going into that slot even before the Rage Powder. Well, yeah, because Terra Grass didn't redirect it. But here is the Surging Strikes, but with the Terra Grass from that Fluttermane, looks like it will be able to stomach that hit a whole lot better. Looks like we'll see if a third one. Yeah, third one does bring it just below half, so one more should get a KO onto this Urshifu. And Raging Bolt now gets to go for whatever move it likes, which will be just a Thunderbolt into the Amoonguss, most certainly going into that Urshifu originally. And Mitchell decided, well, I don't need to go for Thunder Wave. Raging Bolt can do that sometimes anyway, and takes a little bit of Life Orb chip as well. But now Amoonguss cannot redirect any longer, and so Thunderclap back on the table for a way to snipe down this Urshifu. However, Mitchell does have to worry about there is a Farigiraf with Armor Tail potentially in the back that he needs to think about.
Yeah, very strong Terrastalization from Mitchell. Of course, Fluttermane had very low health, not exactly a bulky Pokemon to begin with, but does force this Amoonguss to either go for an attack or swap out. In either case, Urshifu is in danger. Ryu recognizing that and going for the Farigiraf, but Mitchell just going to go for a Thunder Wave. That's a little dangerous, if Urshifu kind of stayed in here, that could have been bad. But Draco Meteor coming out is going to go ahead and knock out the Amoonguss. will lower the Raging Bolt's special attack by 2 stages and take more Life Orb chips, so that Raging Bolt probably won't stay in for too much longer, but pretty strong turn for Mitchell, not gonna lie.
Yeah, doesn't fall victim to the Thunderclap move being completely blocked by the Armor Tail from Frigraph switching in. Gets the nice Thunder Wave as well. I was expecting maybe a Thunder Wave Thunderbolt double up into the Urshifu. You just lower the speed of Urshifu with Thunder Wave and then follow up with Thunderbolt so you can get around the Armor Tail that way. Ryu switches it up, decides to bring the Frigraph in on that side instead. And Mitchell doesn't fall for the bait, saying, well, I know Amoonguss cannot protect, and you don't have great things to switch into a Draco Meteor, so let me just chuck a Draco Meteor in that way. So gets a nice clean KO on that Amoonguss, but now on this turn doesn't have quite as much offensive pressure, thanks to the Raging Bolt only being at -2. Fluttermane going for yet more Thunder Waves, but the Golden Go is completely immune thanks to that good as gold. We'll have to take a little bit of Thunderbolt damage on the switch in, and another paralysis thanks to Raging Bolt. So yeah, Fluttermane trying to pair everything. Raging Bolt also helping out quite a bit. The Throat Spray will be activated from this Hyper Voice from the Frigraph, so it does nice chip damage, but not quite enough to pick off this extremely obnoxious Fluttermane quite yet. As we got 3 Pokemon paralyzed this game, and Urshifu's the only one that's been so lucky so far, but might just get Thunderclapped before it gets the chance to be paralyzed. But yeah, 3 Pokemon have been paralyzed so far. So
yeah, almost makes me wonder if Ryu might consider going for Trick Room here just to take advantage of the fact that his whole team is down to half its normal speed. But Mitchell gonna finally be swapping out Raging Bolt here into his own Urshifu, and we actually see the Farigiraf swap back into the Urshifu. Urshifu has showed up 3 times in this match, but only attacked once. Urshifu gonna go ahead and lose its option to go for...
well, nothing. It doesn't have any moves that wouldn't be taunted. But Golden Go does get to go for a massive Choice Specs Make It Rain. KOs that Fluttermane finally. That's one fewer thing that can paralyze Ryu's team gone, as Mitchell's Urshifu takes quite a chunk of damage on the switch in here. But this might just be opening the door for Raging Bolt to join the field once again, as it can threaten both Pokemon and resist those Make It Rains very nicely. However, we see Mitchell actually electing to choose the 4th and final Pokemon, that Cornerstone Ogerpon, to bring out here, which is a little bit of an awkward choice, as it is going to take quite a lot of damage from the Surging Strikes, potentially KOing it through the Sturdy ability that it normally has. And it can't really hit Golden Go super hard with its Grass and Rock type attacks. So we're going to see the Surging Strike come into Ogerpon, but looks like it's going to be bulky enough to take all 3.
Yeah, that Ogerpon has just enough defense to survive this Terra Water Surging Strike. As we see Power Up going to go ahead and miss. Ryu is going to need that, but maybe not as needed is a Surging Strike here into the Goldengo. Going to go ahead and knock it out. Unfortunately, that Goldengo was paralyzed, not able to do too much here in this game.
Yeah, so Mitchell picks up another KO. Would have been a double knockout should this Power-Up have connected. However, that's the risk with Power-Up. It's not completely accurate. Yeah, it's only 85% accurate, and so it does catch that 15% chance and misses there. And now Farigiraf out onto the field, and this is the awkward spot where you have Choice Scarf Urshifu and paralyzed Farigiraf, who's already used the Throat Spray. So you want to set up Trick Room for the Frigraph, but then Urshifu's really high and dry, or do you want to not set Trick Room, and then when Urshifu goes down, then Frigraph's kind of slower than everything and is going to get bullied. So an awkward position for Ryu. But yeah, Frigraph's the only choice they have to make. Urshifu, we know what Urshifu's going to do. It's going to be clean Surging Strikes.
Yeah, Mitchell's Urshifu is not carrying the Choice Scarf item and is instead holding the Mystic Water. So we know Ryu Surging Strikes is going to come out first, presumably into the Ogerpon, be it a direct attack or because of Follow Me. As we see here, that is going to be a singular Surging Strike into the Ogerpon to knock it out. But Mitchell's Urshifu will get a chance here to attack either slot here effectively for free, provided Farigiraf does not KO. Farigiraf no longer has access to its Throat Spray boost, so whatever attack it does go for here, well, it likely will KO if it went for a Psychic, but still not the greatest position to be in if you're Ryu.
Yeah, that's still a lot of damage, but the full paralysis will mean that Farigiraf doesn't even get to play the game here. The taunt wearing off from Urshifu, completely irrelevant here, and the Raging Bolt showing up at the final moments, and we'll be able to most likely close out this game. I think if the Farigiraf had not been fully paralyzed, the Psychic likely enough to KO that Urshifu. And then it's a little bit of a question of, whether there's enough damage that Ryu can put together to KO this Raging Bolt. But without that attack, Urshifu's still here, looking a little bit more questionable. But Surging Strikes into the resisted Raging Bolt. It looks like this third one will be just enough to pick up the KO. So despite all that bulk and despite the Dragon typing, Surging Strike still enough KOs that Raging Bolt. So Raging Bolt didn't get to do anything, couldn't go for Thunderclap thanks to the Armor Tail. However, Mitchell can go for yet another. We love this animation, right? We love watching Surging Strike. One more Surging Strike.
Just for good measure.
If a 4-hit move would have KO'd that Furgraph outright. And now we're going to see yet more Surging Strikes from these two Urshifu.
Yeah, Urshifu versus Urshifu here. But again, Ryu's Urshifu is faster. I don't think that Mitchell's Urshifu close combat will be able to KO Ryu, so provided there are no critical hits in play, well, apart from Surging Strikes, of course, Ryu might have this game wrapped up here, but we're going to have to see. It's going to come down to the wire. Will close combat be enough for the knockout?
Yep, not quite enough.
Not.
No critical hit from close combat. Urshifu gets critical hits from all the other moves, but not quite close combat. There's a chance. I mean, Aqua Jet's the best move to go for, but yeah, I think even if a critical hit would have not quite been enough. Urshifu's sturdy enough. And so this Terra Water Surging Strikes, Ryu locked it in turn 1 and just kept clicking it, and it was the way to close out this game. Urshifu with that Choice Scarf is so strong because what are you going to do? Protect? What are you going to do? Resist water? That didn't help. So yeah, Ryu, despite all of the Thunderbolt paralyses and full paralyses, is able to claw it back. I think crucially, the luck came in their favor just a little bit with that Power Whip miss. That was huge.
Yeah, without that definitely would have been game over for Ryu.
Then Urshifu's not there to do to click Surging Strikes 4 more times or whatever it was. So yeah, Mitchell probably, not super pleased about, missing that one crucial attack where, missing any one Thunder Wave might not have been that bad.
And, that is the risk you run when you decide to use Power Whip. There's a reason the grass move choice is usually Horn Leech, if not Woodhammer. Power Whip is not something we see very often, especially on the Cornerstone Ogerpon. I understand not wanting Woodhammer. Don't want to break your own Sturdy or worse, proc Sturdy and then KO yourself due to the recoil. But, that's the risk you run when you choose to use Power Whip.
Yeah, absolutely. Where it's kind of, it's an awkward choice of what the grass move on Cornerstone Ogerpon is, where, you really want the Woodhammer, but as you said, it doesn't really synergize with Sturdy well at all unless you want to KO yourself, which is often not what it wants to do. And Power Whip is the strongest option, but misses. And then Horn Leech, the damage isn't that great. You can get up, you can regain Sturdy if you take a little chip damage, which is cool, but significantly weaker. And so, Power Whip kind of the most clear-cut option for Cornerstone specifically, but not the best option just because of that inaccuracy. It's hard to plan around it where suddenly you can just do no damage, and then Mitchell's out up a creek without a paddle. We'll see if Mitchell can. One of the ways to navigate uncertainty in the game is to elect for it earlier in the game. So then you have time to react to it. In case you do miss, you can plan around that instead of just saying, well, I need to hit this or I win or lose the game, and that's the end of it. And so Ogerpon will be leading this time. However, Ryu's not going to let this Fluttermane get off too easily. We'll be leading with the Incineroar as well to offer that fake out pressure that helps Urshifu make progress so well, where you can just stop the thing that would stop the Urshifu for a turn and then be able to click a very nice Surging Strikes. And of course, Fluttermane also used that Terra Grass to get away from that neutrality to Surging Strikes. If it does that, then fake out from this Incineroar will be able to stop it in its tracks.
Interesting switch from Ryu. Ryu had a very safe play, could just fake out the Cornerstone Ogerpon, go for a nice Surging Strikes into the Fluttermane and outright KO it, save for a Terrassalization. But Ryu recognizing, okay, I don't want to potentially risk getting Terra Grass Thunderwaved again. And so swaps out in the Mungus and instead goes for a U-turn onto this Fluttermane. I'm curious if a U-turn from a Terra or into a Terra Grass Fluttermane plus the Surging Strikes would have been enough for a knockout, but instead we're not going to check that out. We're going to have for Farigiraf swap in here. And maybe a Trick Room Angle?
Yeah, Trick Room could be on the board here, as there's no way to stop it on this exact turn. Since
Provided no paralysis.
Provided, yes. Okay, I said no way. There is a way, which is full paralysis, stopping a Rage Powder from occurring, and then the taunt can correctly go into that paragraph and set up a Trick Room that way. But yeah, I think the U-turn is a nice play from Ryu. Gets Incineroar out off the field where it's not really threatened. You can reposition, but also can kind of punish a Terra Grass block from Mitchell's Flutter Mane, where, you know, currently in the Ghost Fairy typing doesn't do a lot of damage at all. But if it's Terra Grass, that's, you know, 8 times more damage than it would have done. So should have been enough to like at least bring it into easy range to be picked off from something else. However, Mitchell has decided a different candidate on his team will be taking the Terra Orb this game. It will be the Terra Steel on this Urshifu as a way to stomach the hits from this Paragraph significantly better, because it only has Psychic and Normal type attack. As the taunt goes into the Amoonguss, so no spores happening, and just a big Mystic Water boosted Surging Strikes. We saw this damage before. It doesn't KO Paragraph, but that's still a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, we saw that Ryu did, in fact, go for an attack move on this Amoonguss. You got to wonder if it's Pollen Puff into the side or a genuine attack here. Or, excuse me, it went for a Spore, actually.
Yeah, there's only Sludge Bomb, and this one does not have the Pollen Puff. We've seen more and more Amoonguss drop Pollen Puff for Sludge Bomb, as Sludge Bomb is just so nice to hit the Fairy types, and as well as punish all these Ogre pawns around, where it's saying, hey, if you don't Terra, I'm going to Sludge Bomb you for big damage. If you do Terra, well, hey, you're not a Grass type anymore, I can Spore you. And it's just that nice pin that Amoonguss can contribute to the battle here. And so, yeah, now taunted and against this Terra Steel Urshifu, Amoonguss can't really contribute much at all. And so Ryu deciding to pivot that off the field and instead sending in everyone's favorite Pokemon to switch in, that Incineroar.
Yeah, also burning a turn of Trick Room here. We know Ryu's fourth and not so final Pokemon is the Urshifu, which is not that great in Trick Room when it's Choice Scarf.
No, yeah, so thankfully there was no Trick Room set up from Ryu. Didn't elect to go for that, tried to go for damage, keeping in mind that there was a Scarf Urshifu in the back. However, Surging Strikes will be able to land into this Incineroar, do a massive amount of damage, and this Incineroar does not have a Citrus Berry, and so it will be KO'd swiftly to all 3 hits of the Surging Strike. So that is a nice double KO from Mitchell's side, and so now Ryu has to bring out the final 2 Pokemon. That Choice Scarf Urshifu has to lock into a move for the rest of the game, as well as that paralyzed Amoonguss. And so we're in a similar spot where it's just how many Surging Strikes can you get off? Is that enough? And looks like Ryu's not too convinced that that is a winning strategy in this game too. As yeah, Mitchell just has so many resources left. Still has the Cornerstone Ogre Pawn, just really hasn't taken a whole lot of damage. Can taunt Amoonguss once again, and then Mitchell's own Urshifu can just go on the offensive with Surging Strikes and Close Combats into Urshifu. There's such an uphill battle, and when Amoonguss won't be able to contribute much damage, no real surprise to see Ryu lock in the forfeit. And so we are, for the second time today, going to a Game 3 between these 2 players, and that was a very, very different game, I think, from Game 1.
Yeah, and not to discredit Ryu there, you know, I see the vision. You know, if you can get Incineroar safely, you're up against a Flutter Mane, which does not appreciate taking Flare Blitz, and a now Steel-type Urshifu, which definitely does not appreciate a powerful Flare Blitz, and Incineroar against 2 very strong Fire-type targets in Trick Room definitely was a sound strategy. I think just a little unfortunate that wasn't able to quite get there in the end.
Yeah, I think that trick, the Terra Steel on Urshifu was a really big deal, where Mitchell conserved that, didn't spend Terra on Flutter Mane earlier. That allowed Urshifu to just sit on the field a lot more comfortably in the face of Farigiraf, where otherwise it might have been KO'd to a single Psychic, which was big. And then that sort of, trying to go for that KO with Psychic, Ryu was, and so didn't go for a Trick Room, where that Trick Room would have been really nice if Trick Room had been set up. Incineroar can come in and then finally outspeed both the Urshifu and the Flutter Mane, and suddenly is in a much better offensive position. But as it was, Ryu just kind of took a lot of damage, and then the one turn they had to set up Trick Room didn't quite elect to do that, and kind of paid the price pretty quickly afterwards, where a double knockout quickly KO'd not only the Incineroar but that Paragraph, and so it's just Amoonguss and Urshifu all on their own, and they can certainly do a lot of work, but when Mitchell had just so many resources left, it was just hard to see a way through that. And Mitchell, once again, going to be leading with the Fluttermane alongside the Urshifu this time, but Ryu switching it up dramatically. Tornadus, we have not seen Tornadus, but Golden Go will be on the field this time. This is the Choice Specs one alongside this Tornadus. And the crucial thing is, how fast is this Fluttermane? How fast is this Golden Go? Who's going to go first? This Tornadus is very simply going to go for Tailwind. There's very little reason not to go for that. But what does Fluttermane do in response? This one does not have Protect.
Yeah, also important to know, unlike the last couple of rounds, this Goldengo has Power Gem as its third move. It is the Choice Specs variant, of course, with Trick, and with the typical Make It Rain and Shadow Ball, but it chose Power Gem, whereas in the previous rounds we saw it had Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam would have been an okay option here, but Power Gem going to be important if Mitchell decides, or did decide, to bring Incineroar as in the back.
Yeah, Power Gem is a nice move to like hit those fire types if you can kind of snipe off an Ogre Pawn Hearthflame if you need to. But Mitchell deciding to Terra Steel this Urshifu, thinking, all right, I can resist Make It Rain already, but I'd also really like to resist Bleak Wind Storm as well. Mitchell really valuing the health on this Urshifu, and Ryu really valuing the damage output from this Golden Go. Not surprising, this is Choice Specs Terra Steel. These Make It Rains hurt even if you do resist. Tornadus moving first with that Prankster boosted Tailwind. No surprise here, but who moves next?
The answer is actually the Fluttermane being able to outspeed despite the
Tailwind.
Oh my goodness. Critical hit and special attack drop. Thank you, Game Freak, for Moonblast, but Make It Rain here gonna be a knockout.
Gosh.
And perhaps more importantly, I think a second Make It Rain will KO Urshifu.
Yeah, it looks like that'll be enough damage. This Choice Specs that was a resisted hit. It was a resisted spread move. Still looked pretty impactful. However, Tornadus is removed from the field, and so if these players weren't, sure of the speed interaction, they certainly know it now. Where even in Tailwind, this Golden Go's not fast enough to outspeed the booster energy Fluttermane. But Mitchell paid a massive cost for that information, where, okay, the Fluttermane is faster than Golden Go and Tailwind, but where is Fluttermane now? I don't see it anymore. And so now it looks like this Golden Go is still faster than everything else and ready to threaten with massive amounts of damage. However, Raging Bolt does pose a bit of a problem for that, as it is naturally resistant to the steel moves and quite a bulky Pokemon naturally. And Incineroar also complicates things with the Fake Out pressure and strong moves into the Urshifu. So still plenty of options. Mitchell could just go for a safe double Protect, stall out Terra and Tailwind, and then stall out that Fake Out, as I think both these Pokemon do have Protect.
Yeah, Ryu could go for Fake Out and Attack, and Mitchell could go for a double Protect, but that would enable next turn for Ryu to go ahead and go for a U-turn on this Incineroar and swap out Goldengo in the same turn, allowing Goldengo to just come back in.
Yeah, if you really want it, if they really want to.
Neutral and Tailwind for a second or potentially third round of Make It Rain here. Mitchell going to be protecting the Urshifu, and the Raging Bolt going to protect as well. Detecting, my bad.
Very different. As the double Protect does come out, and there's just the Fake Out. So no aggressive prediction from Ryu on this particular turn. Really hard to go for. I don't blame them for not doing that. It's very, very risky where, you get it wrong, you just suddenly eat a massive Surging Strikes Thunderbolt into something, and that doesn't feel great. But as it is, that's one more turn of Tailwind stalled out, and the Fake Out also stalled out. And so now it's a matter of how does Mitchell actually convert this board position into offense. He needs to remove Golden Go eventually, as it's still it's -1, so not as much damage, but Choice Specs Terra Steel Make It Rain is always doing some amount of damage, and even to these bulky resists, it's chunking them pretty heavily. And Incineroar also something where you need to, how do you remove that when the Urshifu is probably slower than it, and so a Flare Blitz could just quickly remove that Urshifu as well.
Yeah, and we saw in both games Raging Bolt giving Ryu's Urshifu a hard time. So if Ryu brought Urshifu as the last Pokemon, getting rid of Raging Bolt here could be huge. Make It Rain going to come out. We already know it's almost certainly a KO onto the opposing Urshifu, but actually doesn't deal as much damage to the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Raging Bolt is able to stomach that hit pretty well, but yeah, Urshifu terastallized kind of for no reason. Is actually worse that it terastallized. Didn't get to spend it on something more useful. But Incineroar is next to move with a knockoff, doing a nice chunk of damage to that Raging Bolt and crucially removing that Life Orb. So this Thunderbolt is not going to be stinging nearly as much. So it does just about half, and no paralysis this time. I think he was probably happy that Golden Go gets to maintain the speed advantage for this final turn of Tailwind as Mitchell sends out his final Pokemon, that Cornerstone Ogerpon. So it's looking really hard, but this Tailwind has been a massive help to Ryu, and Mitchell could just be going for yet another double protect here, and yeah, still very awkward where Mitchell is kind of up against it. These are his final 2 Pokemon, has to make it work with these ones, and where's the damage coming from? How do you get rid of the rest of Ryu's Pokemon?
Yeah, on the one hand, yes, this Goldango is at -2, but on the other hand, you don't need to actually KO this Raging Bolt. You just got to get it low enough where an Aqua Jet or a knockoff from Urshifu and Incineroar, respectively, will KO the Raging Bolt. So Ogerpon really the only thing standing between Ryu and a victory. But Incineroar actually going to swap out here into the Urshifu. A bit of a risky play, but it might just be what Ryu needs to close out this game. Make It Rain going to come out here. Should not KO either of these Pokemon. But, ooh, that definitely looks like knockoff range to me.
Still a lot of damage, but I think Ryu might have been expecting a double protect once again from Mitchell, but there's no double protect. Mitchell is going on the offensive, and what these moves are is going to be important. It's the Ivy Cudgel into the Urshifu. A Power Whip there would have been disastrous. However, the Thunderbolt still will be able to pick up the KO onto this Golden Go, but that switch out from Incineroar was crucial because now Urshifu gets its best friend. It gets Fake Out Surging Strikes, the best move that it wants to go for. Tailwind's petered out, but that's okay. Choice Scarf on Urshifu means that we'll be able to move next. And exactly as you said, Golden Go did not KO either Pokemon, but it put both of them in certainly going to be enough. Or there's no Aqua Jet actually, so makes this a little bit more complicated, but Fake Out will suffice, I think, to close out this game and give Urshifu the consistency it needs to just pick up these final bits of health on these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, sure, Ogerpon can take this opportunity to knock out the Urshifu, but even if that is the case, either of these Pokemon just need to deal 1 damage, presumably 1 damage to Raging Bolt. And I think both of these Pokemon are capable of it, especially with this sports state. I think that's curtains, and Ryu will be your winner for this 3rd round of the Cup.
Yep, Mitchell locking in the forfeit there, knowing Raging Bolt cannot hit both Pokemon quickly enough. It could Thunderclap the Urshifu, but not KO the Incineroar. So, yeah, I really liked how how Ryu played that, where the Tailwind plus Terra Steel Make It Rain forces the issue so well, where Mitchell was like, oh shoot, how am I ready to deal with that? I don't know if I'm ready to deal with that. And he even got, the best things where Flutter Mane was faster. He got the special attack drop, got a crit with Moonblood, like all that stuff. But he just took so much damage. Lost Flutter Mane, lost most of Urshifu's health. Ryu a free switch in Tailwind, like.
Yeah, that's the power of Choice Mix Terra Steel Make It Rain.
Do you resist it? No, you don't. Not really. Like, Urshifu still took a million damage from it, where it got KO'd to 2 of them. Like, what?
Even though it was able to survive the first Make It Rain, it just did so much damage you couldn't survive the second.
Yeah, it's like,
it's
all
just
right,
insane.
Cool. And especially that targeting, I think, was really, definitely didn't help Mitchell on that turn 1, where he doubled into Tornadus, which is like the worst thing to do when Tornadus sets up Tailwind. Is like, you don't want to KO Tornadus that turn sets up Tailwind, because then something more dangerous than Tornadus will come onto the field. And so, yeah, then there was just no damage into the Goldango, and if there was more damage into Goldango, then it would have been able to, the Raging Bolt wouldn't have been able to finish that off, or ease quicker and then get off that off the field, and then suddenly Cornerstone Ogerpon is actually threatening more things, and like it just kind of a domino effect where placing the damage into Torn in that game 3 was just put Mitchell so far behind. He was clawing it back and tried, but I think Ryu did a really nice job of sort of holding the line and making sure that no matter what Mitchell did, there wasn't much he could do to claw back.
Yeah, I like Ryu's team, no fancy, well, sure, there's an Urshifu and a Tornadus, but we don't have Raging Bolt, we don't have Gouging Fire.
Yeah, no
a lot of these, just really back to basics, good positioning and play.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like, I I think Wolf's like Orlando team where it's like the Choice Scarf, Urshifu, Incineroar, Mungus, Tornadus with Focus Sash Tornadus. But instead of Landorus and Fluttermane, it's Choice Specs, Golden Go, and Farigiraf, which I think is a really interesting adaptation where you can play both ways. And I like that. I think it's proved. I mean, it's proven pretty well. They're 3-0 currently, so we'll see if that luck can be maintained. And I mean, I say luck. Working through the full paralyses, right? How many Pokemon did Mitchell paralyze in game 1, and still Ryu was able to fight through that valiantly. So I think this is a really interesting sort of, you know, we've seen these 6 Pokemon before, but this exact combination, I don't know if I've seen this specifically, and I
lot of
like
good synergies here. You know, we got the Tailwind Choice Specs. Obviously, that put in the work, but we also saw, you know, Farigiraf protecting the Urshifu from all these Raging Bolt running around. That's usually the check to Urshifu.
Yeah, which
probably good for the metagame, but for Farigiraf being able to stop it in its tracks, allowing Urshifu to put in the work, and yeah, that's what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, all right, well, how do you deal with Raging Bolt when you have Choice Scarf, Urshifu, and Goldango? It's like, I just click more attacks, like just hit them more. Like that is the kind of silly and fun thing about Pokemon is that, you know, Rock beats Scissors. But Rock does not beat a million Scissors. Like, enough Scissors will eventually beat Rock. And that's the cool thing where you can play around things that way. It's like, all right, well, Raging Bolt should beat Urshifu. But if you're able to position it right, if Ryu is able to, you know, protect it with Amoonguss or protect it with Farigiraf, then suddenly that straightforward, you know, logical matchup on paper is not as straightforward. And it makes, I don't know, it makes this game so much more interesting where the context decides the strategy so much.
But yeah, speaking of more context, we are going to go ahead and cut to a short break here. We will be back with the 4th round of Swiss. I don't think we mentioned it on stream quite yet, but there are 5 rounds of Swiss in total.
Okay, good. I didn't know how many rounds of Swiss there were. There will be 5. So for the 4th, not quite final, will be coming up in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
I should make my instant faster, though, because I want my instant to also be slow with my frame.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our CardArt Cup here in Sunnyvale, California. I'm Jordo, also known as Kurt. I'm joined by Zach, and we are back for round 4 of our Swiss portion of this tournament. We've got Rija and Ethan, 2 players I don't think we've seen on stream quite yet, but both of which have been on stream in the past recently.
Yes, there was a cup yesterday in Oak Ridge, and Ethan actually won that one. So hot off that victory, and has changed the team significantly. There was a Smeargle last time, so Ethan switching things up, and Rija running a team we have become very familiar with. Is it any different than the ones we've been seeing? No, this is the same 6 Pokemon. I think the almost exact same sets that we saw that just won Toronto yesterday. So
I will note out one quick change. This Urshifu is carrying Splash Plate, and the team had Mystic Water. Very important change. Speaking of very important changes, we're gonna hop right into this match here. Ethan going to be sending out Tornadus and Flutter Mane, and Rija gonna go ahead and send out Urshifu and Incineroar. That Urshifu holding the Splash Plate. We're gonna have to see here. Ethan is playing on Switch 1, so you'll have to bear with us as we wait for his end to load in here.
It's doing its best, but that gives us time to talk about this Flutter Mane. This is the Choice Specs Flutter Mane alongside a Focus Sash Tornadus, and this Tornadus does have Terra Ghost, so there is an option that Ethan has to completely stifle the Intimidate that Rija has brought to the field with that Incineroar, and so that's something he certainly has to worry about. And of course, when there's a Choice Specs Flutter Mane in Tailwind, it can obviously click massive Dazzling Gleams or Moonblast to just completely destroy this Rapid Strike Urshifu. However, this Rapid Strike Urshifu does have Terra Fire as an option that it can use as well to start stomaching these fairy type attacks just a little bit better. And that's exactly what we're going to see. Terra Ghost on this Tornadus to not only preserve that Focus Sash in the face of Fake Out, but ensure Tailwind can be set up.
Urshifu here going for a Protect, not a Detect
Very
here, as we see Flutter Mane going for a Moonblast into this Urshifu that did Protect. So Ethan is going to get a free Bleakwind Storm. Well, I don't know, free is quite the word I would use.
Yep, Bleakwind Storm, but it looks like it missed into that Incineroar, and so that allows Incineroar to, free of charge, go for a nice parting shot and lower the damage output of this Choice Specs Flutter Mane. So yeah, Ethan terra'd and got kind of nothing done this turn, but this does allow Rija to switch out and adjust to bring in a different Pokemon, and seeing what this Flutter Mane locked into, being that Moonblast, this Golden Go is looking mighty safe to hit the field, as there's only resisted attacks that it could potentially take from this Bleakwood Storm Tornadus, and this now locked into Moonblast Choice Specs Flutter Mane. So yeah, Make It Rain's on the menu, and it's looking mighty tasty for this Golden Go. And Urshifu also could be in a position to contribute damage with an Aqua Jet to break that Tornadus Focus Sash.
Yeah, I'm curious what Ethan is going to go here for the Tornadus. This Tornadus does have access to Sunny Day, which could proc the Photosynthesis from this Flutter Mane. Yes, it is locked into Moonblast due to the Choice Specs, but that Photosynthesis boost would actually increase its special attack even further.
Yeah, if you want Flutter Mane to do more damage, if the damage output wasn't doing enough, but I think, yeah, Ethan deciding letting it keep Flutter Mane around for later, and in this position, Incineroar is a pretty nice switch into the Golden Go, but not into that Urshifu, as surging strikes into that slot would be disastrous. However, Rija also going to be conservative with that Urshifu, keeping that one safe and switching in. Is it going to be Incineroar? No, it's the Roaring Moon, another bulky dark type to take the field now, and it will be activating its booster energy, activating the Photosynthesis. Booster energy activating Photosynthesis, giving a speed boost before Tornadus can do it itself with a Sunny Day here. The Make It Rain bringing Tornadus almost down to Focus Sash, and Incineroar shrugging that off pretty comfortably thanks to that Assault Vest.
Yeah, very good switch in for Incineroar, but the Tornadus looking a little worse for wear. Did get Sunny Day up, of course. That will help any potential Flare Blitzes from Ethan's Incineroar, but I don't know if either of Rija's Pokemon really want to swap out for Incineroar here. It's a pretty strong position, all things considered. And even without that, Flutter Mane, I don't think, wants to really swap into a Goldengo and a Roaring Moon when Roaring Moon has its speed Photosynthesis active.
No, not quite. At this turn is probably the turn where Ethan will be looking to set Tailwind, and Rija has the option to match it as well. Goldengo will be switching out, and Incineroar is also a very safe switch in. The Intimidate going to be very helpful to lower the damage output of Ethan's Incineroar. And Tornadus, as kind of requisite, it's going to go down this turn most likely, since thanks to its being at very low health. And the Tailwind will be matched by both Tornadus and Roaring Moon. So now nobody has Tailwind for the next turn. There's a little bit of chip into that Roaring Moon. Intimidate helping out substantially to keep it a little bit healthier. And now Incineroar switching out on the field. And you said Flutter Mane wouldn't want to switch in, but at this point, it won't have to take a Make It Rain. It won't have to take any damage. Ethan has a absolutely free of charge switch to whatever Pokemon he decides to bring in the back. And it will be, once again, that Flutter Mane, which will be getting a special attack booster energy thanks to its higher special attack stat. Crucially, I think Ethan didn't want to set Sunny Day and keep Flutter Mane in that last turn, because after the parting shot, it would get a speed boost instead of a special attack boost, which would not be quite as helpful in dealing the damage here. But now Flutter Mane positioned quite well to just start ripping holes through the team. But Ethan, once again, maybe playing with his food a little bit here, as this Incineroar does have choice, does have the Assault Vest, so would be able to take those attacks pretty well. I'm sorry, this one's got Rocky Helmet, never mind, I'm mixing up the Incineroar. But yeah, I think smart from Ethan switching out Flutter Mane, sort of prompting Rija to spend that all-important Terra on the Roaring Moon, the Terra Poison, in order to stomach those fairy hits just a little bit better.
Yeah, I really like this switch into Incineroar. Yes, it does burn valuable Sunny Day turns, but I imagine there are 2 attacks coming into this Incineroar slot, and Tornadus gets a free attack, or it would be were it not for the miss onto the Roaring Moon. That is a very critical one, but the speed drop...
Yep, speed drop onto the Incineroar, as Incineroar will be going for the Flare Blitz into what was that Flutter Mane is now the Incineroar of its own. So even in the sun, thanks to that -1 from the Intimidate, not doing all that much. And so Ethan has successfully not only brought out the Terra from Rija, but stalled out one more turn of Tailwind. And Tornadus is still here, so Tornadus could be conserved for a little bit later to set up Tailwind again, but not to be. The Raking Swipe will make quick work of the Genie, put back into the bottle as Incineroar takes another attack drop here. So probably not going to be contributing too much damage, but the Sun could make that a little bit more. But Ethan not looking to deal the damage with Incineroar, instead going for a U-turn. Takes a little bit of Rocky Helmet chip, and this is where the Bleakwind Storm drop is actually kind of nice for Rija. He has the slower Incineroar, and so you can go for a slower U-turn, or parting shot rather, in order to reposition, which is exactly what we will be seeing. So Ogerpon, Hearthflame in the sun, loves to be here, but gets parting shot immediately, which is not quite what it's looking for.
1 turn of Harsh Sunlight left here, and that could be 1 turn where Ogerpon clicks Terra Fire, Ivy Cudgel in the sun. And despite the attack drop, that does have a high critical hit chance, so it could just obliterate anything here.
Yeah,
we know
Ogerpon does so much damage in the sun.
Yeah, Roaring Moon did Terrestrialize out of the fire resistance, so that could certainly be a target. And very conveniently, this Flutter Mane is here to check the Urshifu. So Ethan definitely has that play available to him, and I think Rija has to respect that here. But if it can survive, you know, I believe this is the last turn of Tailwind, and then Rija can just set up another Tailwind. Ethan's Tornadus is gone, and with it, the possibility for this Flutter Mane to secure itself as the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, this is the last turn of everything. The last turn of both Tailwinds and the last turn of Sun. And so, yeah, Rija has very little reason not to go for what I suspect to be just a quick, double protect here in order to stall out all of these field conditions. And so this will allow him to set up Tailwind next turn, and Sun will be gone. So now Urshifu is in a position to do a lot of damage. And also conveniently gets to see what move this Flutter Mane locked into, which... well, Rija will know what that is. I don't know what it is from looking at it. But I mean, there's a reason for it to be, you know, any of the moves, except for probably Power Gem. I wouldn't suspect Flutter Mane would lock into Power Gem here.
Yeah, I believe it locked itself into Shadow Ball, but we're going to check if I did my Chinese homework in just a second. Ogerpon first going for a Follow Me here. Going to be redirecting any knockoffs, but Tailwind from the Roaring Moon coming out. Rija does decide that the speed difference is important. Surging Strike's out. Going to come out here. Not going to be close to a knockout, but certainly a 2-hit KO.
Yep, doing quite a lot into this Ogre Pawn, but it is sturdy enough to survive even with the splash plate boosting the damage. But you didn't do your homework. That's Moonblast. That's a different move option. So that's Urshifu's only surging strikes for the game. Not quite the Shadow Ball this time. Moonblast doing pretty nice, which is great for that turn, and that turn only, because now Moonblast is looking like a much less appealing option in front of these Terra Poison Roaring Moon and the naturally Steel type Gholdengo here. And so Ethan is a little bit back against the wall. There's no speed control, and facing down a whole lot of damage from a potential knockoff and a devastating Make It Rain.
Yeah, Fluttermane no longer having access to that photosynthesis, meaning that Gholdengo is more than free to launch off a Make It Rain. And in fact, I think that might just KO both of these Pokemon outright.
Yeah, I think Make It Rain just kind of clears the board, so Roaring Moon not really necessary here. Ethan will be fighting back and keeping at least the Ogre Pawn around, since it can protect with a Spiky Shield. Knockoff into Fluttermane. Nice for Arisia to go for, just to see how bulky this Choice Specs Fluttermane is. And we are going to see the Make It Rain coming out, hitting into that Protect. Yeah, no doubt that was the move choice here. And Fluttermane will get felled by all of these spare coins, as I think that is, yeah, Ethan forced to bring out fourth and final, that Incineroar that's been lurking in the back, I believe, still here. So 2 fire types left, but I think Make It Rain will make quick work of both of them, given how low they are.
Yeah, even without the Terra Steel boost, this is still Choice Specs Gholdengo, and I have a feeling this is going to be it for our first game here. Ogre Pawn going to go for a Follow Me just in case, you know.
Just to say it did something here, but actually Breaking Swipe will be almost more than enough. Picks up the KO on Incineroar with a pesky little critical hit, and doesn't quite get Ogre Pawn, but Gholdengo was certainly there in the back, ready to fire off with this Make It Rain and close up the game here. So that is Arisia winning game 1 here, piloting the Toronto winning team quite well in this matchup, showing how powerful this Roaring Moon and Gholdengo combination can be, and really using the Terra Poison very nicely. I think there was a position where Ethan was sort of forcing the Terra from Roaring Moon and could have attacked with a big Sun photosynthesis boosted Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast or something. Elected not to go for that, sort of baiting out the Terra in order to capitalize on it later, but never found that opportunity to actually, it's like, haha, I got you to Terra, great. But he couldn't actually do anything about it. It's like, all right, now Roaring Moon's just a poison type, and that's fine. Roaring Moon never, got KO'd afterwards, and so...
Yeah, I think Ethan had the right idea, got the Tailwind up, got the Sun up, just didn't have the turns to capitalize on it. And when both fizzled out, Tornadus wasn't there to bring him back, and that ultimately lost him the game.
Yeah, losing Tornadus in these situations when, Ethan's team is very aggressive, right? There's a lot of offense on the board. It's Tail Room with a bunch of highly offensive Pokemon. Even something as, normally not as strong offensively as Incineroar can be when you suddenly set up the Sun with that Sunny Day Tornadus. And so Ethan's looking to hit fast and hard and sort of maybe played with his food a little bit more on that turn. Had that one opportunity to do a lot of damage, even with the Terra Poison, still would have been able to do quite a lot of damage, but, didn't quite, wasn't able to capitalize it on that specific turn, and sort of fell a little bit behind the 8-ball moving forward, where Arisia was able to say, all right, well, you can KO maybe my Urshifu, but then that means you locked into a Fairy move, and then suddenly Gholdengo is in a fine position to click Make It Rain a whole lot, and the chip damage added up where, Ethan had 2 bulky fire-type Pokemon, or relatively bulky fire-type Pokemon, but once he was able to chip them down with like Subsurging Strikes and Breaking Swipes and things, put them into range where suddenly, if your fire-type, if your Make It Rain resist is not healthy enough, it's not a Make It Rain resist really anymore.
Yeah, I'm curious what adjustments are going to be made, and especially keeping an eye out for that Blood Moon Ursaluna. This is the exact same set I had a displeasure of facing against. That is Life Orb and
the
Terra
Life Orb Terra
Normal.
Normal, the classic. We'll have to see. I think Ethan had the right idea. I would be shocked if he changed up the broad strokes game plan, but I think the micro decisions turn by turn is where he can probably improve things a little bit. And I think both players are deciding, yeah, I kind of liked what I did game 1, and they're leading with the same thing. Fluttermane, Tornadus, and the Urshifu and Incineroar from Arisia, where, yeah, Urshifu also, we mentioned, has that Terra Fire option that it could use to keep itself more sturdy. Either Urshifu or the Roaring Moon has really good reason to Terra in the face of this Fluttermane.
Yeah, this Incineroar are looking pretty good. These are both pretty decent Flare Blitz targets. Also both good knockoff and parting shot targets. So curious what's going to go on here. Ethan is going to Terrasilize into the Terra Fairy typing. Again, this is choice spec, so this is going to deal a lot of damage regardless if it locked into Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam. But first, Rija is going to Terrasilize his own Urshifu into the Fire Terra typing, going to allow it to survive any Fairy type attacks. I think that's a good call right there. But we're going to have to see what this Tornadus goes for.
Yeah, Ethan deciding to Terrasilize away from both Ghost types, so both Pokemon are now vulnerable to Fake Out. Tornadus doesn't get Tailwind up and loses its Focus Sash immediately. However, this giant Moonblast will just immediately destroy Incineroar, removing it from the field. And Urshifu is probably looking a little scared, knowing that another Moonblast might be coming forward. If not, there is powerful Surging Strikes that will be able to KO this Flutter Mane. And so that is Flutter Mane down for the count. It traded 1 for 1, so not too bad, but Rija gets to keep their Terrasilize Pokemon for the turns to come. And Tornadus also lost its Focus Sash, crucially, which is a big deal, where now any move can potentially KO it in one hit from a potential Goldango in the back. Doesn't need just Surging Strikes to KO a Tornadus now.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, yes, you got rid of Incineroar, and right, that was a really big threat. But also, you lost your Flutter Mane. Yeah, now this Urshifu is a pretty good position.
Yeah, Urshifu didn't take any damage. Also, Roaring Moon is looking its chops, thinking, great, that was the one thing that I had to worry about most. And yeah, Rija probably really happy to have Terrasilized Urshifu now, because Roaring Moon doesn't need to Terrasilize anymore. It's the only reason it really needed that poison typing was for the Flutter Mane, which is no longer here. And so Roaring Moon's now really happy to stay a Dragon and Dark type here. It can match Tailwinds with this Tornadus if that's chooses to be the option. And Tornadus can't set Sunny Day and Tailwind at the same time, so Rija can kind of force the issue and say, all right, you can either stop the Surging Strikes from doing a ton of damage, or set Tailwind, or set Sunny Day. But looks like Ethan will be using Fake Out to stop this Urshifu, and Sunny Day to deal to further mitigate the damage from Surging Strikes. But Breaking Swipes will be adding up slowly but surely on these two Pokemon. I
like this play. You can almost bait out the Tailwind. If Rija, of course, did not go for Tailwind with the Roaring Moon, but if he had, that would allow Ethan to immediately set up his Tailwind, match it, and then have an extra turn of Tailwind later on in the match. But instead, Breaking Swipe is going to come out, deal some decent chip damage to Tornadus, but perhaps more importantly, lowering the damage output of Ethan's Incineroar.
Yeah, Incineroar's quickly become kind of a liability on the field, not really contributing a whole lot, because presumably another Breaking Swipe could come out here, and then -2 Incineroar knock or U-turn is really not going to be doing a whole lot to Roaring Moon, and knockoff's not going to do much to this fire type Urshifu. Even with the Sun, the super effective Surging Strikes will be doing significant damage to this Incineroar. Not enough for a knockout, but certainly within range for another one to do so if the Breaking Swipes don't get there first. I think Roaring Moon did set up Tailwind, if I'm not mistaken, and Tornadus going for Bleak Wind Storm, not having its accuracy cut in the Sun, and gets a speed drop crucially onto that.
Onto that hit. Okay. I was a little worried there.
Yeah, I was like, U-turn shouldn't be doing. I was just saying how U-turn shouldn't do that much, but of course, critical hits will certainly put a spanner in the works. And so, Roaring Moon now down way lower in health than it would have been otherwise. Crucially, within range of a spiky shield to pick up a KO.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting position. On the one hand, yes, you could just go for Surging Strikes, Breaking Swipe, and that might KO Orgrimmon, but Ethan could just as easily switch the Incineroar back in, deal some Rocky Helmet, or excuse me, not Rocky Helmet, that was the other Incineroar, my bad.
Yeah, that's Rija's.
But reduce the damage output from the Roaring Moon and allow Tornadus to survive. But on the other hand, this Urshifu on the side of Rija is low enough where Ivy Cudgel might just pick up the knockout.
Yeah, where how resisting of Ivy Cudgel can you possibly be when it's in the Sun? It's going to be doing a whole lot of damage, and so yeah, I think that turn just Rija was probably took a lot more damage than he was expecting to, and so now is trying to a little bit behind the damage race here, as it looks like the Breaking Swipe will be going into that Spiky Shield. Was it, or was that a knockout? No,
that was Spiky Shield.
Yeah,
yes.
There's the spike. The Breaking Swipe goes into Spiky Shield, does nice damage to Tornadus, but does KO Roaring Moon as a result, which maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing. Loses Roaring Moon, but does get another Pokemon to come out of the field while Tailwind is up. And Surging Strikes, even in the sun, will KO this Tornadus. And so it is once again Ethan with the two fire types on the field. However, Sun is still up this time. And Rija, once again, with Goldango here, but yeah, the Sun is still up, and these fire types are a little bit healthier than they were last time, especially that Ogerpon.
Yeah, having two fire types in the sun against two Pokemon that currently would not appreciate tanking Ivy Cudgel or Flare Blitz respectively is pretty good, but Rija still has the speed advantage, and that Incineroar is low enough where another attack from Make It Rain might be able to KO?
Might be, yeah. This is going to be pretty close here. It's like Ogerpon did protect on that last turn, so it cannot reliably protect itself from another Make It Rain here, but we could see Incineroar just faking out Urshifu and then a Ivy Cudgel going into Goldango to finish that off, and this is a matter of, all right, can Urshifu KO this Ogerpon in the end game? It will be keeping itself safe from this fake out, blocking that, keeping its health high as possible. It looks like Goldango will be next to move. In this case, a Shadow Ball with the Choice Specs. Doesn't go for the Make It Rain. Is that enough to KO Ogerpon? Not quite. The follow-up Ivy Cudgel will certainly finish the job onto this Goldango, though. And so now Urshifu is all on its own against these two Pokemon. But there's still... now, -2 Aqua Jet in the sun certainly isn't going to be doing enough. It has to be Surging Strikes to fight through these Intimidates. But I think Tailwind is up for at least one more turn. One more turn of Sun as well, so... These field conditions have proven very important in this game. And yeah, I think that the turn where Rija just lost so much health on that Roaring Moon and the Urshifu has been really bad.
Yeah. Tailwind is actually has dissipated, but Sunny Day is still here to stay, and that's barely enough to KO this Ogerpon. It is going to come down to if Flare Blitz in the sun will be enough to KO this Urshifu. It's all going to come down to this attack here. Can Ethan secure it? Actually goes for knockoff and barely misses the knockout.
Knockoff not enough here. I think Flare Blitz in the sun might have done a little bit more thanks to that sun boost. But yeah, now the Urshifu should be able to clean up this KO with with the Surging Strikes. Doesn't have the Splash Plate anymore, but Surging Strikes should close it up here. One more to KO the Incineroar. So I was thinking it would be really close finish there. Absolutely was. Urshifu, bulky enough, survives that knockoff crucially and cleans up the game for Rija, taking it 2-0 over Ethan.
Wow.
Yeah, I did quickly eavesdrop into our players. Apparently, Ethan's Incineroar is very, very fast, and both players kind of expected that Urshifu to underspeed. But I guess Urshifu is just that much faster.
Yeah, it looks like Urshifu was relatively fast, so faster than this Incineroar. It's not hard for Incineroar to be faster than all, it's not hard for Urshifu to be faster than all Incineroar, because Incineroar is not the fastest Pokemon. It's kind of its one Achilles heel is it's pretty slow, and so Urshifu can outspeed, does in that game, and closes out the victory for Rija. And once again, I think we're seeing. This team is really good. There's a lot of options, and I think Roaring Moon feels like the linchpin of this team, especially against other fast teams like Ethan's, where, Focus Sash Tornadus was really... It got Tailwind, it got Sunny Day, it did some damage, but I feel like Roaring Moon is just more impactful overall.
Yeah, we've had this team on 3 of the 4 rounds on stream thus far, and in every single one of them, that Roaring Moon has made the difference. Just being able to set up Tailwind, thanks to that booster speed, allowing its partner, but also allowing Roaring Moon itself to just come in and throw down some breaking swipes. We saw a turn there where Incineroar barely missed the knockout onto the Roaring Moon. And granted, that was a crit, but if any of its previous attacks were not, did not have its damage mitigated by the breaking swipe, that definitely would have made a difference there.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, the Roaring Moon just being able to, be the speed control and damage control Pokemon, and remove items with knockoff, pretty valuable. And when you can have a lot of Pokemon that can dissuade the things that normally prey on Roaring Moon, fighting types like Urshifu, you've got a Mungus, you've got your own Urshifu. Fairy types like Fluttermane, well, you've got Goldango and a Mungus to help deal with that. Ice types like Chien-Pao, well, okay, I've got Incineroar and my own Urshifu, I can deal with that. It just really complements and patches up some of the weaknesses that Roaring Moon has and makes it, just sing really well, where this team is very strong. I think Rija piloted it very nicely and shows that, this team can work even against very aggressive, fast-paced teams. Dealing with that firepower, literal firepower, even with enough surging strikes to bust through. Where surging strikes does a lot of damage. Even if the sun's up, it's still gonna hit pretty hard.
Yeah, pretty good match. Don't let the scoreboard fool you. This match was a lot closer than it might have seemed.
Very close.
Otherwise might have seemed.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, we are going to wrap it up here for the fourth, not final round. We still have one more round of Swiss after this, so don't leave just yet. But we will be back with our final round of Swiss after a pretty decent break. So go ahead, grab some water, take care of yourself as needed, and we will be back right after this break. Hello, everyone. I'm Gerardo, also known as Kurt, and I'm back with Zach for the 5th and final round of Swiss here at the CardArt Cup in Sunnyvale, California.
That's the one. See, I don't feel as bad. I get tripped up over saying it sometimes too. Yeah, the CardArt Cup. Yeah, 5th and final round. We've got 2 players who are on the brink. They have a chance of getting into our top 8. Right? It's top 8 today.
Top 8. Yes,
yeah, into our top 8 if they win this game, but they've got to do it to have a chance. They're both 2-2. We've got Justin versus Patrick, and Justin running a hard Trick Room team. He's been running this kind of for most of Regulation F at this point, and Patrick running a very kind of eclectic collection of Pokemon. Farigiraf, Iron Hands, Azumarill is like a Trick Room mode, and then you got some fast options with Hearthflame, Ogerpon, Choice Specs, Fluttermane, and Tornadus. So a lot of speed options for Patrick to change how he wants to play. And looks like we're going to be seeing a clash immediately. Tailwind versus Trick Room. Justin wants Trick Room very much with this Farigiraf Smeargle lead. I've seen him lead this so many times. And Patrick looking to get a lot of damage out with the Fluttermane and Tornadus.
Yeah, Fluttermane Tornadus is really good for a fast and offensive opening, but against Farigiraf Smeargle, you know, you could just get faked out Trick Roomed here. But we'll have to see how this plays out here. Some interesting notes. This Smeargle is actually not Moody, is actually Technician, there to boost the power of Fake Out. No, it's probably there to make sure that Moody doesn't get any unfortunate drops. That is the trade-off with Moody. You know, you can get those sudden speed increase, but you could just as easily get speed or defense drops. But we're actually going to see Terrestrialization here on the side of Patrick, going to turn that Fluttermane into the Fairy Terra type. This is a Choice Specs Fluttermane, so again, that Moonblast or the Dazzling Gleam, to be honest, will be dealing massive damage. But first, Fake Out into this Tornadus. It is going to be hurt by the Rocky Helmet breaking. Well, actually, the Smeargle is not holding Focus Sash, it's holding Mental Herb.
Oh, wait, yeah, it is. Wait.
But despite that, Dazzling Gleam actually not picking up the KO onto Smeargle. That's quite a surprise on my end. Yeah,
I would have thought Dazzling Gleam would have been enough to pick up that Smeargle, but actually sturdy enough to survive that. It's usually not what we see from a Smeargle. And yeah, I was just kind of glossing over the fact that, yeah, Smeargle doesn't actually have the Focus Sash on this team. I feel like Focus Sash has been stapled to Smeargle forever, basically. But this one has the Mental Herb instead. And I was going to say, oh, it's great because you can stop a... the Fake Out will break the Sash if you do it for it in Tornadus, but not so. Now Smeargle, slower than things, can spore this Fluttermane, and Farigiraf gets to start chipping away with these Hyper Voices. Tornadus' Bleak Wind Storm will miss one of the Pokemon, and it will miss that Smeargle. So only a little bit of damage into Farigiraf, but not enough for a KO, which actually might be to Patrick's benefit. As soon as you KO Smeargle, something like that Choice Specs Torkoal can come in the back and threaten huge eruptions here. And so Patrick probably happy, didn't quite get that KO yet, but another Bleak Wind Storm to get a double knockout is looking in the future if a Spore does not come out as well. Fluttermane can also wake up.
Yeah, the very dangerous position if you're Patrick. The Smeargle could go for Spore on Tornadus, but it goes to just go for Decorate Hyper Voice, which looks like that is what's going to come out here. I don't think this will KO the Fluttermane, but it certainly will bring it very, very close.
Yeah, we'll have to see as the Hyper Voice thuds into that Protect. Is it enough on Fluttermane? Not quite, you were correct. Barely survives, but Fluttermane does not get the one-turn wake up. And so there's nothing really stopping another Decorate plus Hyper Voice turn on turn this time, as that certainly will be enough at +4 to KO this Tornadus. And so this is kind of the bind that this team puts players in, is you want to KO the Smeargle so that you can, you know, not have to deal with these Decorate boosted Hyper Voices, but as soon as you do, or something like the Torkoal comes in and threatens massive damage. No Decorate again, just another Spore this time, as Tornadus does go to sleep, maybe trying to catch a switch a little bit, as the +2 Hyper Voice, certainly enough to pick up the double KO here. And that is, I think, 2 more turns of Trick Room for Justin, but already got 2 KOs, has a boosted up Farigiraf, has low health on both Pokemon, but, you know, low health is not no health.
Yeah, Justin really showcasing the power of Smeargle. You know, of course, has that awesome support move pool with Spore and Fake Out and Follow Me, but the Decorate really showcasing what makes Smeargle so powerful this generation in particular. This Farigiraf, usually a very bulky Pokemon. Again, this is not a Throat Spade variant. This is holding the Safety Goggles item. But thanks to that Safety Goggle, or excuse me, thanks to the Decorate, is able to act as if it were the more offensive Earth Spray version. And neither of these Pokemon really appreciate taking a +2 Hyper Voice. The Farigiraf should be able to tank it. Patrick's Farigiraf is that more traditional Throat Spray offensive variant. And the Azumarill can't go for Aqua Jet thanks to the Armor Tail on Justin's side. And we actually see Smeargle swap out for the Urshifu, perhaps prepping for either a Sucker Punch or a Wicked Blow for the turns after Trick Room. But instead of Hyper Voice here, gonna put Azumarill down to low health. I think even after Citrus Berry, that will be enough for knockout, maybe?
I think it'll barely survive another one, but we won't get the chance to see as the Liquidation will be enough to pick up that KO. So Farigiraf finally removed from the field, and yeah, the Azumarill is a great Pokemon to have here. Also, crucial speed interaction, knowing that Justin's Farigiraf is slower than Azumarill. Azumarill is naturally a little bit slower of a Pokemon, so could be underspeeding it. But this also means that Justin can probably just go for another Spore and put more things to sleep, and Urshifu can start slamming away with these massive Wicked Blows. Crucially, it doesn't have to worry about Farigiraf terastallizing into a Fairy type, as Fluttermane had already spent that resource. And Azumarill's normal natural Fairy typing will be quite helpful here, but you know, between Spores and Wicked Blows, there's only so many of them that Azumarill can take before being pounded into a fine mist. But terrestrialization has not been spent by Justin yet, so going for it in Terra Grass in order to not be weak to a Play Rough from this Azumarill, and Choice Band Wicked Blow, more than enough to pick up that Giraffe.
Yeah, this Azumarill isn't a fair position, but it's Azumarill against the world here. Again, it looks like maybe without terrestrialization, Play Rough might have not been enough for a knockout. But Spore going to come in here and really seal the deal. Justin taking a pretty commanding game one. I don't think we saw what Justin's fourth Pokemon was. Yeah,
I mean, we saw, because we saw it, but yeah, Patrick has no idea what that fourth and final Pokemon is. As the Azumarill will take a turn of sleep and survive the Choice Banded Wicked Blow just barely, thanks to that Fairy typing and pretty good natural bulk. But Smeargle is happy to just keep decorating this Urshifu. So Urshifu has a plant on its head, it's covered in frosting, it's wearing a headband, and is ready to absolutely deck this little rabbit. And yeah, at such low health, this Azumarill has no way of keeping up, as the Smeargle will also just keep this Urshifu safe with another Follow Me. So even if this Azumarill does wake up, which it doesn't quite, it's a little sleepy here, the Aqua Jet would not have been enough. And the Wicked Blow will clean up the game here. And so that is Justin taking a quick game one with this very hyper-offensive Trick Room team to claim game one. Yeah. What does Patrick do now, though?
Yeah, the NorCal special, as some of us call it. You know, Justin's team is very threatening, but I do think Patrick has the tools.
Yeah, he's got a lot of options.
Go through this. You know, I just don't think Fluttermane Tornadus might have been the right call there, but I think pure offense is the right way to approach this game. I think Patrick had the right idea in mind. You know, he has that Ogerpon that could be, you know, Terrifier, Ivy Cudgel. None of the Pokemon on Justin's side of the field that aren't named Torkoal would appreciate something like that. Same thing with Iron Hands. You know, Iron Hands, not something we've seen a lot this regulation, but certainly in previous regulations, we've seen it as a sort of check to these hard Trick Room teams, because Iron Hands is so slow and so bulky and hits hard. Yeah, it's almost a Trick Room Pokemon in and of itself.
Yeah, Iron Hands is a great Trick Room. So that's something for sure that Patrick has a great sort of Trick Room core of his own between Iron Hands, Farigiraf, and the Azumarill. We saw two of those come to the field, so Iron Hands certainly an option. I'm also kind of looking at the Hearthflame Ogerpon as a very potent potential answer to Smeargle in particular. It is a grass type. You cannot spore it. You can redirect away Smeargle's pesky spores with that Follow Me, and perhaps even more importantly, Decorate is also kind of off the table, because if you decorate and Ogerpon redirects that away, suddenly you just gave a free Swords Dance boost to Hearthflame Ogerpon, and that is terrifying to say the least, especially if Torkoal also shows up and gives Ogerpon another boost to its IV Cudgels with Sunlight. And so I think that's another option that Justin has to be concerned about and Patrick has to be considering, I think. But there's a lot of options, and this was exactly the lead that I was kind of hoping Patrick would go for with the Hearthflame Ogerpon and the Farigiraf. But Justin smartly adjusts, leading with the Indeedee and Hatterene this time, so expanding force on the menu in full force.
Yeah, this Hatterene does have Terra Fire, or excuse me, Fire as its Terra type, and likewise, Indeedee has Dragon as its Terra type. So both of these Pokemon can terrestrialize away their weakness to Ivy Cudgel, or excuse me, not weakness, but give themselves a resistance.
Yeah, resistance. Basically weakness. Ivy Cudgel's so far. Yeah, I think this is a really great adjustment from Justin, where if he had gone with the same lead of Smeargle Farigiraf, it certainly would have been very disastrous of a on lead. Where Patrick has no worry of a fake out, can just follow me and click Hyper Voice forever, seemingly. But this lead definitely complicates things for Patrick, as the follow me will redirect away this Ivy Cudgel, and Indeedee will survive the hit just narrowly. And Farigiraf goes for Trick Room first, which means that Justin's Hatterene will also be going for a Trick Room. And so 2 Trick Rooms equals no Trick Room.
Nicely done by Patrick. Really, really positive turn. This Indeedee cannot afford to go for another. Well, I suppose it could go for a follow me, but then Justin will be down in Indeedee, and Indeedee is very important in this matchup. I think, you know, it can just redirect moves like we saw, but it can also set Trick Room in and of itself. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this match goes.
Yeah, now that sort of Patrick just got free damage on Indeedee, where now it's in KO range of almost anything that Patrick wants to go for. Certainly another Ivy Cudgel will do the trick. Justin now has to figure out, all right, how do I actually, you know, reliably get Trick Room up at this situation when Farigiraf can also reverse it at any moment? So it's these awkward Trick Room mind games. And Patrick electing to Terra Fire the Ogerpon this turn in order to potentially burst through this Hatterene. But Indeedee will be making sure that Hatterene stays nice and safe. Indeedee will shield it from that attack, as the Ivy Cudgel will do more than enough to pick up this Indeedee. The 44, yeah, critical hit. Good job, Ogerpon. You definitely did enough. Patrick maybe wanting that crit to come a turn earlier. But now a single target Hyper Voice should be doing pretty meaningful damage to Hatterene. But okay, maybe this Farigiraf's not as offensive. Just some nice damage, but the next one will be hitting harder.
Yeah, again, Patrick's Farigiraf is carrying the Throat Spray item, but we actually see Justin did not go for Trick Room, just went for Expanding Force. And while that did deal a lot of damage, we are not in the Trick Room. No, Trick Room. The dimensions have not been twisted. They are the normal, the regular state, and so now it's also an awkward position where, you know, you kind of you need to stop Hatterene to stop that Trick Room, because Trick Room at this stage of the game would be pretty disastrous for Patrick. But Patrick's stuff is probably still faster than Justin, so he can just go for, just start firing away with, you know, Hyper Voices that have now been boosted by the Throat Spray, you know, all the damage in the world from this Terrafire Ogerpon. So Justin needs to find some way of either, you know, dealing huge damage or more realistically setting up Trick Room, and it looks like Terrafire on the Hatterene is the way that he's looking to do that, but I think this Ogerpon is just too strong. I don't know if the Chandelier will do enough. We'll have to see. Here is the Ivy Cudgel. Yeah, I think this will barely knock it. Oh, but it actually goes into Urshifu. It goes into Urshifu instead. So this is yet another single target Hyper Voice potentially from this Farigiraf with the Throat Spray boost this time. And is this enough? This will KO, as we saw. It's it's actually not. Hatterene actually did survive the attack, but didn't actually need to Terra that time. But finally, turn 3 of the game, we finally have Trick Room set up for Justin. So has a couple more turns of Psychic Terrain, has a couple turns of, 4 turns of 5 turns in Sun, 4 turns of Trick Room to take advantage of it. And you know, that early game was pretty great from Patrick, but now you got to deal with Eruption. Yeah. Despite that, though, I think Patrick's actually in a really good position, because if he brought either the Azumarill or the Iron Hands, that's a guaranteed KO into this Hatterene. This Hatterene is not carrying Protect. As you've been seeing on screen, it is just Expanding Force, Dazzling Gleam, Trick Room, and Psyshock as its last move. So any priority move, or excuse me, not priority move, I forgot, Psychic Terrain. Well, Psychic Terrain is slowly dwindling away now that this double Protect from Patrick comes out. I think there's only one more turn, so by the time a Iron Hands or an Azumarill come onto the field, Psychic Terrain will be no more, and so suddenly this 11 health Hatterene is just one priority move away from being KO'd. As well as potentially stopping this Torkoal that also cannot protect. Justin is, foot on the gas. There's nothing to do but attack now. Yeah, I'm curious if Patrick brought, because we still don't know what his last 2 Pokemon are. We don't know anything. If they'll be able to handle this Torkoal, because at the end of the day, this is still a Torkoal in Sun with a full power eruption for at least 3 more turns.
Yeah, you got 3 more turns, and there's no reason for Justin not to just keep clicking the eruption button. It's Choice Specs Torkoal. It's doing all the damage it can. Farigiraf will be switching out. Patrick is wanting to preserve that. Azumarill will be coming on to the field here, and Ogerpon will click the Follow Me to redirect any single target attacks. We'll have to see if Justin decided to go for that with the Hatterene. Eruption will not care about any of that Follow Me. Azumarill takes a huge chunk of damage, but just enough to activate that Citrus Berry and heal it up, but not before Ogerpon is felled.
Yeah, Azumarill, this is a little risky, but this might still work out.
Yeah, we'll
see
have to see.
Tank a single target expanding force here.
I don't know. Azumarill's bulky, but yeah, single target with the Psychic Terrain. That means Azumarill's gone, and that was one of the best answers to this Torkoal and this Hatterene. And yeah, the weirdness disappeared perfectly, but Azumarill wanted to be on the field for when the weirdness was gone, and so looking pretty rough here. And Fluttermane shown to be the final Pokemon, which also would not appreciate an eruption in the sun. The one fire resistance that Patrick naturally had on the team, other than that Ogerpon, swiftly removed by that double up on this last turn, and so yeah, it's looking hard to see a way that Patrick can deal with this eruption plus another, well, not expanding force, but any attack. I think Dazzling Gleam from Hatterene should clean up at this point. This Torkoal is just so strong, where Patrick was so good about stopping Trick Room for the first few turns. Gave him one opportunity to set it up, and that will be his end as Torkoal cleans up the game once again with another double KO with Eruption. And so that is Justin claiming our game 2 here in round 5 to get a chance to get into our top 8 today. This Trick Room team has been such a menace to deal with, so strong. This Torkoal does so much damage, and I really liked the adjustment. I think Justin played really nicely with that Indeedee Hatterene adjustment, where it would be very easy for him to say, well, look at how well Farigiraf and Smeargle went. Why would I change that? But Justin has been playing this for a while, knows that the potential problems that an opposing Farigiraf plus a Hearthstone Ogerpon could pose, adjusts beautifully to it, creates that volatility. Patrick gets a lot of value out of that Farigiraf, stopping the Trick Room. No Trick Room being clicked at all in turn 2, but gives Justin that one window of opportunity. Sets Trick Room. Torkoal comes in. At that point, Torkoal's just ready to, take over the game.
Yeah, and I do want to give credit where credit is due on the side of Patrick. You know,
yeah.
The Azumarill switch in, maybe a little bit of a miscalculation, but especially those early turns of the game, really
Beautiful.
well done.
Fantastic.
Recognizing Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel, Terrifier can obliterate anything not named Urshifu, and apparently things named Urshifu, as we discovered later in the game.
So strong.
And also calling those Trick Room turns. That's definitely one of the more precarious situations you can be in. When
Absolutely.
3 of the 4 Pokemon on the field can click Trick Room, you got to make sure,
Yeah, do I click Trick Room? Do I
click Trick Room expecting them to click Trick Room once? Because if they click it 0 times, or maybe even Trick Room with both Pokemon, we've seen that every once in a while. That can end pretty poorly as well.
Like the moment you're like, I'm gonna reverse their Trick Room. You click Trick Room, they don't. You gave them free Trick Room and damage. It's just like, all right, lights out. I'm done. I'm sorry. I whoops. But yeah, Patrick, got that right. Did what he had to do. Yeah, I think that if I'm like looking back at Patrick, I'm probably thinking that Azumarill switching, like Azumarill is kind of the win condition, and keeping that safe. Whereas like, was Farigiraf as important at once Trick Room had gotten set up? There was like, and Torkoal was on the field. There's realistically no way that Farigiraf's ever going to survive the eruption to reset Trick Room. So could have potentially sort of sacked those 2 Pokemon, and then Fluttermane and Azumarill come out, and suddenly it's a little bit of a different game. Or maybe sacrifice Fluttermane because that can't protect, whereas like something like Ogerpon or Farigiraf can. I think stalling out those Trick Rooms, and then crucially getting rid of the Hatterene. He could have stalled out the last turn of Psychic Terrain, then got the Aqua Jet in. So I think there's definitely still ways, but certainly not an obvious path through, thanks to how Justin adjusted there. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and cut to a bit of a break here. Well played to both players. Justin, of course, won, but still pretty close games nonetheless, and I especially appreciate the adjustments that were made on both sides. But
And we got to see a Azumarill. I like Azumarill.
yes, we got to see Azumarill.
We didn't have to. We didn't see.
We did see the
Goldengo,
Zarata
Roaring Moon,
team.
Gouging Fire, Zapdos. We saw a different team. Thank goodness. That was not the
yes.
goal, but I certainly wouldn't complain about that.
But yeah, that was the final round of Swiss. So we are going to take a bit of an extended break, but we will be back with top 8. We will let you know who did and did not make top 8 after the break. But don't touch that dial. Stay tuned. Grab some food if you haven't already, and we'll catch you after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Card Art Cup here in Sunnyvale, California. We are beginning our top 8 match. Someone we've seen on stream and someone we have not. But first, I'm Gerardo. I'm joined by Kurt, and Zach is right here next to me.
I am, yes.
Here to help me analyze what in the world is going on here.
And that might come into play because we've seen one team a lot, Joey. We've seen him on stream before, and he's running the Toronto 6 Pokemon, that Speed Booster, Roaring Moon, Goldengo, Landorus, Incineroar, Amoonguss, and the Mystic Water Urshifu. Yes, this one is Mystic Water, not Splash Plate. Very big difference. And Sean running something very interesting. He's got the Gothitelle and the Screamtail for a Perish mode of this team alongside it. Incineroar, Amoonguss, Urshifu, and Choice Scarf Urshifu, and the Landorus. So you might think, wow, these teams are very similar. They have 4 of the same Pokemon. But I feel like they're going to operate very differently. The Choice Scarf on Urshifu changes things a lot. The fact that Gothitelle and Screamtail are the choices of the final 2 for Sean versus Joey's more offensive-leaning Goldengo, and Roaring Moon is going to be played very differently. So, you know, four Pokemon are the same, you know, species, but I would not expect similar game plans from these teams at all. And I think Goldengo, as we see on the lead, is going to be a big player as it is immune to Paris Song and Shadow Tag. So it's going to be big, important Pokemon for Joey, as we see Incineroar is leading for both sides, and the Goldengo on Joey's and Sean's Scarf Urshifu.
Yeah, and we do confirm that Joey's Incineroar is faster, if not speed tying, with Sean's Incineroar right out of the gate. That's very good information to know. I really like Urshifu's position here. Of course, you can launch a Surging Strike into that Incineroar. It would not appreciate that. But also deal some good damage to this Goldengo. This Goldengo has Fairy as its Terra type. So a Surging Strike into that slot is guaranteed damage. And of course, so is a Flare Blitz as well. And Goldengo, I think, can cause a lot of problems for Sean's team. But Joey, perhaps knowing that, could play for a more defensive option.
Yeah, if I'm Joey, I might be thinking, well, I don't really need Goldengo to be here right away. And Sean also thinking, I don't really need Urshifu to be here. I just sort of threaten things. And a better switch in might be this Amoonguss, which can take, well, not really take these hits very well, but keeps this Urshifu at least safe. Amoonguss may be a little bit more expendable. And actually, I think it will be able to take a Dazzling Gleam from this Choice Specs Terra Fairy Goldengo. Heck of a lot better than the Urshifu would have. And the manual switch stops a potential Fake Out from stopping your U-turn. However, the Fake Out also activates this Amoonguss is carrying the Eject button, kind of a cursed item. It's very hard to use, but when used well, it can pay dividends. But it will be forcing Landorus out. So immediately, Joey already, before even 2 attacks go off, he knows all 4 Pokemon that Sean had brought, and Landorus takes over half of its health from that Dazzling Gleam on the switch in, and knockoff barely even noticed by this Goldengo.
Yeah, that knockoff is going to be knocking off the Choice Specs. That is important because that now means Goldengo is not forced to go for a Dazzling Gleam, can go for a Shadow Ball into that Landorus if it so chooses. But I really like Landorus' spot here. Landorus almost certainly faster than this Goldengo, can go for a powerful Sludge Bomb or an Earth Power into this Incineroar, or it can go for a more middle ground option. Just click Sandsear Miss and potentially get some damage on the board.
Or get nothing. That's the fun part.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, but I think Landorus is actually really well positioned here. It took a lot of damage out, but now it is threatening a one-hit KO on both Pokemon, presumably. Sludge Bomb most likely enough to pick up this Goldengo, as we see exactly that happen. So Captain the Goldengo will be quickly removed from the field alongside the Terra board that it was using. Incineroar will be able to do something about this, though, and decides to just go for a parting shot into Sean's Incineroar, once again showing Joey's cat to be just a tad bit faster than Sean's, looks like.
Yeah, very nicely done by Sean. Interesting that Joey did not go for a more defensive play, but we're going to see here Roaring Moon perhaps going to be stepping on the gas here, as we saw earlier in the tournament. This Roaring Moon is the booster speed variant, and unfortunately, it's going to be Sean's parting shot. Going to be not only negating the previous parting shot boost, but also putting a damper on Joey's Roaring Moon here. We already saw all 4 of Sean's Pokemon, so it's not going to be a surprise as to what Pokemon shows up here. It's going to be the Urshifu trying to put itself in a position to not only launch a potential close combat into this Roaring Moon, But also pin down whatever Joey sends out, and it's going to be that Incineroar.
Yep, Incineroar back onto the field to offer more fake-out pressure, but still caught in an awkward spot where it is threatened by both the Landorus with that Earth Power and the Urshifu with that Surging Strikes. This one does have the Rocky Helmet held item, this Incineroar, so might not be as concerned about taking a bunch of Surging Strikes damage, but still, it at least does something when it gets, beaten down by Surging Strikes. And Roaring Moon, yeah, not offering a whole lot of offensive pressure, and the Tailwind is not super useful with Incineroar being this sort of thing to capitalize on that, especially now that it has been intimidated by Sean's Incineroar coming onto the field once again. It will have to eat a knockoff, but at -2, knockoff not doing a whole lot, and removes the safety goggle, so if there is an Amoonguss in the back for Joey, might be a tad bit useful, but we'll have to see as Incineroar did fake out the Urshifu, so no Surging Strikes yet, so Sean now gets to choose another move that he would like to select for Urshifu's option.
I really like this Incineroar switching from Sean. Yes, this Roaring Moon is at -2 now, so it's not going to be doing a whole lot of damage to either of these Pokemon, although a Breaking Swipe onto both of Sean's Pokemon does look pretty tempting. Perhaps more importantly, it allows Sean's Incineroar to go for another Parting Shot mirror play. So Joey can't exactly, what's the word? Has to be very careful with what move he chooses with the Incineroar. Doesn't want a Parting Shot and then get Parting Shot back away, but instead going to be launching his own Urshifu, as it's actually Sean's Urshifu that's going to quickly leave the field here.
Yep, that U-turn would have done nice chip damage to that Roaring Moon as well, but now Joey's Urshifu hits the field, but perfectly timed because now Amoonguss is here, and the Amoonguss loves preying on these Urshifu. Amoonguss will also have to take a Parting Shot. I think we're probably going to see another Parting Shot as well, and then I will say the line at that point once we had so many Pokemon switching out, but Parting Shot into the Amoonguss, not doing a whole lot, but that means Joey gets to reposition and bring Roaring Moon back onto the field, this time without the Speed Booster energy. And there it is, the final Parting Shot. Everyone leaving the field. It's a revolving door of Pokemon.
Revolving door of Pokemon, indeed. Yes.
I think we earned it. I think we earned it. We got literally all 4 Pokemon switched out. I think we got there. But this crucially allows Urshifu and Roaring Moon both basically did ally switch. They switched to the other side of the field. But now Amoonguss is actually in a really nice position where Roaring Moon doesn't do a huge amount of damage to it. Neither does this Urshifu. And this gives Sean the position to just start firing away Surging Strikes or Close Combats into Joey's side. And there's nothing really that loves taking those at this point. On the field, as the 2 fighting resist. Well, Landorus wasn't brought, and Goldengo is no longer here. So Urshifu will be protecting in order to keep itself safe from a Spore, but a Close Combat would not have helped. The Close Combat, though, will be enough to pick up the Landorus, and so, or not Landorus, that's a Roaring Moon. Wrong Pokemon. The Roaring Moon, and so that is Joey losing his second Pokemon and is down 2-4 now.
Yeah, so that means Joey's Incineroar is going to be forced to come out here. That means Sean's Incineroar will not only not be intimidated, but can continue to play the switch-out game here. Of course, this Incineroar perfectly happy to launch a Flare Blitz into this Amoonguss, but Sean's Amoonguss is carrying, or was carrying the eject button item, so knockoff actually is not going to deal that much damage. So
nope,
Joey
quite.
pretty much forced to launch a Flare Blitz, which usually isn't a bad thing into this Amoonguss, but not only does Sean still have access to Terrestrialization, could just swap out into either his own Incineroar or do some shenanigans with Urshifu to take a resisted Flare Blitz.
Yeah, so Joey does, Joey has fake out pressure for this one turn at least, and so John is going to be very respectful of that. But as long as Sean can preserve this Amoonguss plus Urshifu combination, it should be pretty easy for him to close out this particular game. The fake out just to ensure that the Amoonguss doesn't go down to a single Flare Blitz from this Incineroar on Joey's side. And just to make sure that Amoonguss is preserved as much as possible. Terra Water, also is kind of the perfect Terra type here. You resist Flare Blitz and the Surging Strike. Not the fake out. That is a little big critical hit.
Big crit.
All the damage. Joey needs all the damage he can get, and Incineroar will actually go down to the Close Combat from Joey's Urshifu, which is great for Joey, sort of evening up the Pokemon score, cutting closer. But I still think it's going to be a tall ask to get rid of this Urshifu and Amoonguss, and to say nothing of the Landorus. Landorus is also here, and Earth Power, I think, just get a KO onto either of these. Doesn't even need to risk a Sandsear Storm double miss and shenanigans from that angle.
Yeah, thanks to the close combat defense drops from Joey's Urshifu, as long as Sean's Pokemon can outspeed Joey's, I think it will be Curtains here, but who knows? Maybe these Pokemon are trained in a certain way where it will survive Earth Power and survive Sean's own close combat. Who knows?
We'll have to see. Incineroar is Terra Flying, which usually you only do if it can't survive Earth Power normally, and it doesn't have an Assault Vest, so it's most likely not going to do that. Here's the close combat into Amoonguss, but after that Intimidate, Amoonguss shrugs that off pretty effectively. Another special defense drop means this is Earth Power. Will certainly pick up that Urshifu if it didn't before. That is Incineroar down for the count thanks to that massive Earth Power from the Landorus Incarnate. And now it is Tsunami the Urshifu all on its own against 3 of Sean's remaining Pokemon. And despite not bringing the Perish mode at all, Sean showing just how effective the rest of this team works together, not needing the Screamtail Gothitelle mode to really put in a lot of work. Just the Scarf Urshifu, Landorus, Amoonguss, and Incineroar is just so strong. There's so many options to keep your big damage-dealing Pokemon like Urshifu and Landorus safe, and was able to use that really effectively.
Yeah, as much as I like Gothitelle and Screamtail, I do agree with Sean that it was probably not the right call against this matchup. And really, I think it just came down to Sean being really good on that positioning. It felt like every turn, Joey had some sort of switch to try and get himself in a better position. But Sean just had a better switch.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we saw the parting shot into parting shot. We saw that twice, and then the turn we saw everything switching out. And I think something that kind of spelled the early end for Joey was the fact that Goldengo kind of quickly was removed from the field. That not only is super useful for the Perish mode, which we saw Sean did not bring, but it's also just a really big damage dealer that helps you deal with Amoonguss, that helps you just output damage into Landorus should you get the speed advantage with the likes of Make It Rain. It's just a really important Pokemon to keep around to chip down Pokemon, and Joey couldn't really keep it safe, as safe as he might have needed to in order to really do the damage it needed to. It got one Dazzling Gleam off, which was great. That was great damage. But then Landorus never got hit again, and so then does the damage really matter at that point? Not really.
Yeah, gonna have to see if Joey can make better use of Goldengo in this matchup, as we actually see it's Sean who adjusts, this time sending out the Amoonguss. Landorus still on the field.
Yeah, so the Goldengo and Incineroar immediately feel, immediately threatened by this Landorus. And the fake out pressure can only do so much because, Amoonguss does also have Protect, so both of these Pokemon could just have a double Protect to see what, Joey locks into. He has to lock into something, and he has fake out, so multiple reasons to double Protect from Sean. Also, Amoonguss on the lead is, normally it's not the craziest thing in the world, but on this particular team feels like a very deliberate and interesting choice because it has a eject button, and so that is kind of a dangerous item to lead Amoonguss with because any fake out will just immediately force the Amoonguss off the field. And so Sean kind of recognizing that and saying, all right, well, I think you can, go for a simple attack. Let me just switch an Incineroar. It'll be able to switch in pretty comfortably into whatever, this Goldengo and Incineroar decide to do. And the Intimidate, also pretty important. But Goldengo does have one way of doing pretty meaningful damage to Incineroar, and that will be the Terra Fairy, no doubt going for another Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, Joey choosing to reprise game 1 once again. Except, unlike last time, it's going to be Landorus who protects and the partner who takes some damage. But I think this Dazzling Gleam is going to be... Oh, Shadow Ball.
Never mind. That's a Shadow Ball. I was very wrong. So Shadow Ball is the choice here now, but still in this similar sort of situation we were in game 1, where Landorus is on the field and is threatening a knockout onto either Pokemon. And so Joey has to decide what Pokemon he wants to try to preserve and how to do that. Amoonguss will be the switch in to take a potential Sludge Bomb, and Incineroar also, Joey decides, I want to save both my Pokemon. Whatever the cost, I'll pay it. And in this case, Landorus, switching in on a potential Earth Power was a great switch, and so also burns this Fake Out turn, so a great defensive option from Joey, as Brostorm, takes 0 damage from that Earth Power. So now these Landorus are both looking at each other, saying, I can't hit you, you can't hit me, what are we doing here? Let's just attack the partners. Probably what's going to happen here. And as the Incineroar on Sean's side definitely caught unawares, doesn't have Fake Out anymore, and is very much vulnerable to a big Earth Power should it not go for its own Terastallization.
Yeah, the double switch out, not usually a move we see because
that's
it's
awful.
really risky, but I dare say Joey got maximal value out of that. Amoonguss took negligible damage. Landorus on the side of Joey took no damage and put Joey in a more favorable position here. A Spore could go into the Landorus or into the slot that Amoonguss spot.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Here we go. Landorus and Shiny Amoonguss on both sides as the protect. Both Landorus deciding. Both Landorus deciding. I don't want to deal with a Spore. Let's not deal with that. As the Amoonguss also protect. Everyone is trying to protect, and so if the final Pokemon goes for protect, it will fail. So Amoonguss on Joey's side can actually protect again. And now we're in a very awkward spot where, all right, who goes for Spore? Who goes for Terra? Who goes for damage? Who's faster? Who can say?
Yeah. On the one hand, I want to say, this is a mirror match. We're in for a lovely next 5 turns where we have Seer going to Landorus and Sludge Bomb into Amoonguss. But remember, Amoonguss still has the eject button intact, so that can definitely feel the difference maker. But Joey instead switches out the Landorus for the Amoonguss. I'm not sure how to feel about this, considering both Pokemon have access to Sludge Bomb and would not want to use their other attacks onto the opposing Landorus. But that Earth Power from Sean's Landorus doing a good deal of damage to Joey's Amoonguss here as the Spore goes into Goldez Gold. Goldango might be a fairy type, but is still immune, and Sean's Landorus in return is not immune to Spore.
Ooh, and now I really like this from Joey, where he was able to neutralize Sean's Landorus, which is great, which gives now the turn for Joey's Goldango to now fire off big damage. This Amoonguss on Sean's side does have Sludge Bomb, however, very crucial note, still has the eject button, and so if Make It Rain comes out, Amoonguss is not going to get to attack on this turn. And so this is like, I think, Joey's opportunity to get a lot of damage out with a big Make It Rain, at least chunk the resistances that I think we know from Sean's side are in the back, that Incineroar and the Urshifu Rapid Strike. And of course, you can always Spore a random slot with Amoonguss to try to catch a switch in. But Joey deciding he's going to value the recovery on Amoonguss, switching it out to get Regenerator and to position for a Fake Out in the following turns.
Incineroar coming out here in the spot of Amoonguss.
Oh, there's no switches.
Landorus takes its first turn of sweep. I wonder if we're going to see an attack onto this Amoonguss. And it seems so, but it's not the Make It Rain. It's the Shadow Ball.
Yep, just a Shadow Ball doing quite a lot to Amoonguss. A little bit over half, but nothing that little eject button switch out. Yeah, see, Amoonguss has already healed up a decent amount from that as Sean now gets to decide what Pokemon to switch in, and he will be selecting his own Incineroar in order to intimidate Joey's on this turn. So I think we saw Joey's was the faster of the Incineroar, and so we'll get the Fake Out priority here, but now Landorus can wake up. There's a chance it does, and so we're once again in a spot where, if Landorus wakes up, it can get a knockout, and that is scary.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if Landorus if it stays asleep, it could just eat a Shadow Ball here. It would certainly not appreciate choice specs. Landorus does remain asleep, but we actually don't see any. Sean's Landorus went for protect. That's probably why.
Just Fake Out. Landorus also eating a knockoff, but with the Intimidate, not doing a whole lot of damage. But this might give Joey the defense to actually survive any of these attacks without the Life Orb. Landorus hitting noticeably less hard. So maybe Incineroar after that can survive an Earth Power. Goldango can maybe survive a Sludge Bomb. We'll have to see just how bulky these Pokemon are, how offensive is Landorus. If it gets to wake up, which it does not, it's still snoozing on that cloud up there. And so this is a Choice Specs Shadow Ball into that Landorus. How much damage? That is enough, and that is, if I'm Joey, that's a huge sigh of relief. That Landorus was so threatening. He was threatened by so much damage from it. And then I think now we're going to be seeing the Parting Shot.
Parting Shot mirror is going to come out.
The Parting Shot two-step of these Incineroar. One, the hokey pokey, let's call it. One, you put your Incineroar in, you put your Incineroar out. And yeah, Amoonguss will be the one coming out of the field, knowing that it doesn't have to worry about a Flare Blitz from this Incineroar, as this one has to protect over what is normally the Flare Blitz on that slot. So Amoonguss actually quite safe in front of this Incineroar, especially because the Citrus Berries already been consumed. Knockoff is even doing less damage to it.
Yeah, I dare say Sean is in a much better position. Effectively gets 2 free switch in here, but that Goldango is still mighty scary. Urshifu on the side of Sean is the only thing that can outspeed it. And while Incineroar does resist Shadow Ball, Sean's Incineroar is carrying the safety goggles, I just realized. So
Yeah.
actually feeling pretty good against both of Joey's Pokemon. Can go for a knockoff, or excuse me,
Yeah, it can go for...
it has to go for knockoff.
Yeah, it can go for... It can also go for Fake Out into Joey's Goldengo. And this is the spot where, like, nothing can get spored on the field. So Mungus is kind of, like, here to stop the other player from using their more, impactful Pokemon on this turn. But I think the Amoonguss is very, very important where, Joey can just keep throwing out these Shadow Balls and keep his Goldengo safe with the likes of Amoonguss. And also wants to keep Amoonguss safe because there's probably a Choice Scarf Urshifu lurking in the back, and that Amoonguss will be the linchpin to keep that around. Incineroar can also come back onto the field and get yet more Intimidates to keep this Goldengo around for more turns. But there's no Fake Out this time, so Amoonguss just has to take this raw Choice Specs Shadow Ball as the parting shot goes into Joey's Incineroar. These cats just keep yelling at each other. They're really not happy. But the parting shot will force out the final Pokemon from Sean, which we'll see is the Choice Scarf Urshifu.
Urshifu now finally in position. Gold as Gold is still active, but it does mean next turn Sean can go for a Surging Strikes and a Rage Powder into either slot, really. Can, of course, go for Surging Strikes into the Incineroar. That finally put an end to the Incineroar dance. We could also just go for Surging Strikes onto the Goldengo and potentially knock it out.
Yeah, Incineroar does have Fake Out from Joey, so it can Fake Out that Urshifu to stop the Surging Strikes for at least one turn, which does potentially allow Sean to go for a Spore under the Incineroar slot with the Amoonguss, but that's not what Sean is electing to go for, and instead deciding to switch the Incineroar in to get his own Fake Out pressure in the following turns, as Sean's Urshifu goes for the Terra Water to get as much damage as it can. So it's going to be, what did Joey go for? Did he go for Fake Out on this turn, or did he try to switch out? Here's the Fake Out. The Urshifu doesn't get to go for anything on this turn, but what does Goldengo do? It goes for Shadow Ball, but which slot it goes into the Incineroar. So Sean has also been very concerned with keeping his Amoonguss around, knows how important it is, and now Joey's definitely on the back foot. There's a Surging Strikes coming somewhere, and there's a Fake Out stopping something from moving, but Joey has to figure out what exactly that's going to be.
Yeah, now it's Sean's turn to be in the position of click big damage move and Fake Out, except this time Joey's got to predict where is the Surging Strikes going into. Joey chooses Goldengo as the Pokemon to swap out into the Amoonguss, hoping to catch a Surging Strike. Sean goes for it, but is into Incineroar. Oh, it is.
Yep, that's the Surging Strikes. The one of them does just under half. Let's see if the next one can KO. Not enough. So that means at least Incineroar, will be getting all 3 hits of the Rocky Helmet onto that Urshifu, so that Urshifu KOs Incineroar but loses half of his health as a result. So it's maybe a worthwhile trade from Joey, thinking, all right, that's probably the best way I could have gotten out of this sticky situation, where Joey wants to get Amoonguss onto the field. And yeah, this knockoff doing pretty minimal damage thanks to Amoonguss no longer having an item. And this is where the Protect on Incineroar is kind of coming back to bite Sean, where a Flare Blitz would have been great to get big damage into Amoonguss, but without that option, Amoonguss is much safer, kind of for the rest of this matchup. The only real thing that could do massive damage into Amoonguss was the Landorus, and that was KO'd quite a while ago. And so now Joey's in a position where, cool, I've got Amoonguss to keep Landorus safe, and Landorus is ready to just start tearing holes through Sean's team.
Yeah, on the one hand, Surging Strikes into Landorus looks very, very nice. On the other hand, Joey still has his Amoonguss, so Landorus should stick around at least one more turn, but it's starting to look pretty dicey for Joey, and he's going to have to play this perfectly. Surging Strikes actually does come out into this Amoonguss. We already know it's not going to be anywhere near close to a KO. So this Landorus is going to get one free turn, but it's going to depend how Joey is going to be able to use this free turn.
Yeah, what is the move from this Landorus? We see Amoonguss taking the Surging Strikes pretty well. Looks like it'll be able to take at least one more before being KO'd. And this Earth Power will mean the end of Incineroar. So now Joey is up 3-2, it looks like, as Sean is going to be forced to bring out his own Amoonguss. And we know what Urshifu is doing for the rest of the game. It's flicking Terra Water Surging Strike. But it's a matter of how much can this Landorus do to Sean's Amoonguss. One single Earth Power should KO. That should be pretty nice. But also, I think I think the safest thing for Joey is just click Earth Power into the thing that can't protect. One of the best strategies you can learn in this game is just attack the thing that can't protect. You'll always get damage that way instead of like attacking the thing that could maybe protect. And yeah, the Rage Powder from Joey's Amoonguss is the safest thing to keep this Landorus safe. That's all Amoonguss needs to do, is just redirect these powerful surging strikes and stomach them as much as possible. And yeah, we see it looks like one more hit. Yeah, not quite enough. So Amoonguss sturdy enough to handle this, and now Landorus is just given all the time and space it needs to close out this game with massive Earth Power, and that is the end of Urshifu.
Yeah, if Sean elected to go for Sludge Bomb, that should KO Joey's Amoonguss, but then it's Amoonguss versus Landorus. And while both Pokemon were at full health, I think maybe Sean had a chance, but Sean's Amoonguss has already taken a good bit of chip damage, and I have a feeling Earth Power will be enough to secure the knockout.
Yeah, even if it is not, Joey also had that Goldengo left preserved this entire time to fire off a massive Choice Specs Make It Rain, which will surely do enough alongside the Earth Power. And you see Sean locking in Protect, just trying to see, buy himself a little bit more time to adjust, think about how to adjust moving into what is almost certainly a decisive Game 3.
Yeah, Make It Rain gonna come out here. I was wondering if maybe Joe would be a little cute and click Trick. His Goldengo does have Trick.
It does have Trick. Yeah, it got a few trick. It got one trick, exactly one trick up its sleeve, or 15 depending on if you're counting the power points. But crucial information, also knowing kind of just how bulky this Amoonguss is, especially does not take that Earth Power from about 60%. They're like super specially bulky. They can maybe take it. But yeah, nice information for Joey to know as we now go into Game 3. And I feel very vindicated. I said keeping around Goldengo is really important for Joey. Lo and behold, the game he kept around Goldengo for the entire time. It was super important. I think the other very important thing that Joey showed us in that matchup is that Landorus from Sean is extremely important. As soon as Landorus gets removed, Joey's Amoonguss has so much free reign to go in and out whenever it pleases because it's just not taking a lot of damage. Like Sean struggles to do damage to Amoonguss that offsets Regenerator in any meaningful way outside of Landorus. And so I think Landorus is super important. And so I think both these players will know that going into Game 3. And I think the decisions around when Landorus comes on the field, what does it do when it's on the field, and how players protect it, I think is going to be the pivotal thing for this Game 3.
Yeah, I will have to double check my homework in this Game 3, but I think we also learned that Joey's Amoonguss is slower than Sean's Amoonguss, and that might come into play later on this game, who knows? But especially since both of these Pokemon do have Sludge Bomb as their attacking move of choice, that could potentially make the difference. Although, of course, Sean's Amoonguss is carrying the Eject button, while Joey's is carrying the Citrus Berry. But that's another way they could potentially break this stalemate, is by launching Sludge Bombs into each other. Yeah,
I think the speed interaction is kind of important because that means that if Joey's Amoonguss was faster, I mean, it could also be a speed tie that Amoonguss is kind of usually pretty slow. And if it's not faster, then Joey doesn't have a reliable way of, sludge bombing the Amoonguss to stop a potential spore. But we are seeing, I think, is this the same move we saw from Sean? I know Joey was gone with this every single time. But no, Sean led with the Amoonguss last time, so both sides leading with the Incineroar. I think this was the Game 1 lead from both of our players. Sean realizing how important that Landorus was to preserve, doesn't want to lead it quite yet, instead using the threat of the Choice Scarf Urshifu to threaten quite a lot of damage. It's certainly doing that because Surging Strikes hurt into both of these Pokemon, and I think that's part of where Sean didn't quite get the value he wanted to out of it last time. He didn't get a Surging Strikes into Goldengo, only got one of them into that Incineroar, and that was just not enough mileage out of that Pokemon.
Yeah, Sean going to be swapping out said Incineroar into the Landorus this time. Going to catch a Fake Out. And we're going to have to see as a Fake Out goes into the Goldengo, but it did not terrestrialize.
Trying to catch the Terra Fairy, though, but that's a nice amount of damage into this Landorus. Almost gets the KO, not quite enough. Special defense drop, pretty irrelevant at this point, given how low HP this Landorus is. But yeah, Sean trying, saying, all right, you've been Terra Fairying your Goldengo every time. I'm going to fake you out this time. I'm going to catch you. I'm going to call you on it. And Joey doesn't do it. He says, I don't need to Terra Fairy this time. Holds onto the Terra, I think, a little bit longer, which I really like. And now there's some awkwardness where, Joey we're still in, the same, we've been in the same situation in turn 2 of every game where Landorus is here, Goldango and Incineroar are on the field, they're very threatened, but this time Joey has a lot more leg room because he doesn't have the Terra spent, so Earth Power versus Sludge Bomb is an obvious move into Goldango, and Incineroar also has a Terra option this time, and in saving it up its sleeve, it's that Terra flying, and it looks like that's what we're seeing right now. Everyone say happy birthday to Incineroar.
Happy birthday to Incineroar, indeed. Another interesting note is that I believe a fake out from Joey's Incineroar will actually be enough to knock out Sean's Landorus in future turns. So Sean definitely not feeling too great about how that play turned out. Knockoff instead going to come out into the protected Landorus slot. So we might see a parting shot come out here. Sean drawing first dance on this Incineroar here. Going to be luring its attack. Not that it matters into Sean's Landorus. But it also means that Joey's Amoonguss, I wouldn't say can come in for free, but certainly feels a lot better about this map.
Yes, and so now Amoonguss from Sean's side will be hitting the field. Once again, eject button still in place. So that's something that both players have to be very cognizant of because that changes how the turn plays out substantially. But yeah, the job's not done for Joey. Like, Landorus is very weakened, but weakened is not KO'd. It can still output as much damage as it wants as long as it's protected by the likes of this Amoonguss. So Joey's going to be looking to how do I KO this Landorus. There's no Rage Powder or anything, so there's just a parting shot after the Sludge Bomb into that Incineroar does a substantial amount of damage. So now, Landorus is weakened. It's really low health. But it still might be free to keep attacking, going on with more attacks here as the parting shot brings in Goldango, so no spores will be happening for Amoonguss as the Sludge Bomb also doesn't do anything into the Steel-type Goldango. Here's the Sludge Bomb. Is it enough? There is the KO, and Landorus, the absolute demon that Joey's been facing this whole set, finally removed in Game 3. Breathing probably a sigh of relief, but job's not done.
Yeah, also confirmed I did in fact do my homework. Sean's Amoonguss is faster than Joey's. But once again, Sean's Incineroar does not have Flare Blitz. It instead opted for Protect. And so if you had Flare Blitz, I think you would be in a great position. But unfortunately with Knockoff, Joey can still Terrastallize or just swap out this Goldango. And of course, Knockoff not going to be doing that much to Joey's Amoonguss here. Incineroar comes out. It's still his birthday. Still going to lower the attack of Sean's Incineroar. But suddenly feeling a whole lot better as Sean's Amoonguss goes for Protect.
Yeah, the Amoonguss will be protected. Let's see what Joey's decides to do. Oh, well, it's also going for a Protect. So the only Pokemon left to move is Sean's Incineroar, which will be knocking off the Rocky Helmet from Joey's Incineroar, which is nice, a bit of damage to get. It also means that if Urshifu goes for Surging Strikes into Incineroar in the future, it won't be taking a buttload of recoil, which is great. But now we're in the Incineroar Amoonguss kind of stalemate where, like, where do the spores go? Because both sides are going to be looking to spore, and the Amoonguss haven't protected. Sean does go for the double protect on his Amoonguss, trying to keep that safe, though the fake out will be going into that slot. The Amoonguss doesn't get to do anything. However, I like this. The eject button, you've got to be playing with it in mind the entire time. Because if this was a fake out spore into the Amoonguss, which maybe it was, we'll see, then that's Urshifu going to sleep on the switch in. There's nothing Sean could have done about that other than a hard switch out, but there's the Incineroar parting shotting into Joey's Incineroar. Once again, we've seen that happen, the 15th time this set, as the Amoonguss hits the field once again, regenerating off all of that recoil damage. But what did this Amoonguss do? Joey, what did this Amoonguss do? There's the spore.
I think both players realize this is probably what's going to happen, and that's probably why went for the Protect on what would have been the Amoonguss, but did not get that double Protect, and that is the risk you run, If you dare to Protect, you're vulnerable the next turn, and Joey very much punishing Sean for it. Now down a Pokemon, and one of the remaining Pokemon fast asleep. If it's any consolation, Sean's Incineroar is carrying safety goggles, so no more spores will come out this turn, but still not a great position.
It could be a knockoff plus a spore into that slot. We're seeing the knockoff into Urshifu, removing that Choice Scarf, so Joey doesn't have to contend with that speed advantage, so his Landorus potentially in the back will most likely be outspeeding this Urshifu. That's great awareness from him, and he's just slowly dismantling Sean's team. We remove that key piece in the Landorus and just chipping away, put something to sleep, do a little chip damage here in order to position the big damage dealers that I can only imagine are in the back of that Goldango and the Landorus from Joey. as Incineroar does flinch, and Amoonguss goes for a Spore, trying to catch the Incineroar, maybe switching out or not going for probably a knockoff and Spore into that slot. Urshifu still sleeping here.
Yeah, not looking great for Sean. We still don't know what Joey's fourth Pokemon is. It is likely that Landorus, but if that is, it's not a great position without that Choice Scarf. Urshifu is not a guarantee. Urshifu cannot guaranteed outspeed and KO Joey's Landorus, although there's a very good chance Sean's Urshifu still outspeeds the Landorus nonetheless. But we're going to see Sean swap out the Incineroar into the Amoonguss, and we're going to have to see. I still can't believe it just regenerators off all the damage it took.
Yes, I think Amoonguss is so important because like Landorus is gone. There's just no way to get the damage onto it, and that's another turn of sleep from this Urshifu as Incineroar goes for yet another parting shot. Again, positioning the board, getting it just right so that when the damage is ready to be dealt, it is unstoppable from Joey's side. So 3 parting shot, knows no damage is coming out, so we can choose either of the Pokemon in the back. We've seen Goldengo. I don't think we've seen the 4th and final. So we won't see if it's Bro Storm the Landers quite yet, but it's going to be Goldengo once again. And I like this as well because Rage Powder plus a Make It Rain is really hard to contest. It's just going to be doing so much damage. And again, Joey has preserved Goldengo, which means he has 2 Spore immune Pokemon, which is so important in these Amoonguss versus Amoonguss situations. So yeah, we're still, Joey has the upper hand, certainly trying to, close the gap and close out this game, but it's not done quite yet. Sean is putting up as much of a fight as he can, and Incineroar will be coming back onto the field in order to take what is most likely a Make It Rain significantly better. As Urshifu also goes for just a U-turn this time, switching out and bringing Amoonguss yet back onto the field. More Regenerator recovery, your favorite. Amoonguss has been taking so much damage this whole time, but that is a thing that does not resist a Make It Rain, which will be coming out with Choice Specs, and so that is huge damage into the Amoonguss on this turn. Yeah, that's a critical hit. That's so much damage, enough where it'll take a couple more Regenerators there, but there's the Sludge Bomb as well, following up with Joey. Great play, saying, all right, I know that thing can't protect. I don't have to worry about Amoonguss. Let me just do all the damage, and now pivoting is over. That was the last Intimidate. We've got one more turn of Fake Out from Sean, and that's all he's got, and so it's up to Urshifu to be surging away with these strikes to get anywhere near a KO. As Joey still has all 4 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, nothing really stopping Joey from just clicking Rage Powder. Will direct both moves. And again, Sean's Incineroar does not have Flare Blitz, so that's just a measly knockoff going to come out here. Joey perhaps recognizing that says, okay, if I could keep Goldengo attacking, but against these 2 Pokemon, probably not going to get a whole lot of value out of that. But this Incineroar, though, going to be lowering the attack of both Urshifu and the Incineroar. Mostly that Incineroar, as we're going to see here. Sean try his best to terastallize. Looks like that Urshifu into the Water Terra type, trying to get as much damage as possible, but against this Amoonguss, I just don't think it will be enough.
No, we saw how well this Amoonguss can take these Surging Strikes, and so it's also going to be protecting to make sure it doesn't have to take an extra knockoff as well, as I think Amoonguss does still carry its Citrus Berry, but Surging Strikes will be coming hard and fast through this Protect, but yeah, Amoonguss is so sturdy from these attacks. I think the 3rd one will just barely activate the Citrus Berry. There you go. And so that will be enough to bring it below half, activate Amoonguss' Citrus Berry, and then it's a matter of, all right, well, what did Surging Strikes even happen?
Yeah.
Who can say? Incineroar is next to move, though, and we'll go for the knockoff, trying to get into that Amoonguss, but the Protect, keeping it safe from that. And now we've got Fake Out pressure, and we've got a potential Spore. And so I think at this point, yeah, Joey's got everything within his grip, ready to, claim this victory. Just has to be very careful to not make any unnecessary mistakes at this stage. Fake Out into the Incineroar to stop a potential knockoff critical hit KOing the Amoonguss or something. You're okay if Incineroar goes down here, as the Surging Strikes will pick up that KO, even without the Fire typing adding double damage to that Surging Strikes. But Amoonguss is next to move, and I think a Spore into Urshifu will all but seal up the game here.
Yeah, a little surprised to not see Fake Out and Spore into that Urshifu, but I think this works just as fine. Spore going to come out here. Even though Sean's Urshifu no longer has the Choice Scarf, it still does not have any protecting moves So,
oh, right. Doesn't even have the scarf. I forgot about that. It can still go for close combat and stuff. But now Landorus has been waiting in the wings very, very patiently for the perfect moment to strike, and is licking its chops at this board, as there are two turns. There are two things that can get KO'd: Earth Power, and just no reason not to go for that. So Earth Power goes into the Protect from this Incineroar. Incineroar finally used Protect. It's had it this whole time, just hasn't had a reason to do it. And Urshifu takes its first turn of sleep as Sludge Bomb chips away at it just a little bit. That's pretty respectable damage, honestly.
I think a second Sludge Bomb will do it.
Yeah, I think a second Sludge Bomb does it here. And so, but Amoonguss can also just redirect away Surging Strikes from this Urshifu. Incineroar, Sean is trying valiantly. Incineroar goes for the double Protect, but does fail. And Amoonguss's Rage Powder comes out once again.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see a way for Sean to dance out of this. Actually, Sandsear Storm might be one of them.
There's one. Well, Urshifu gets hit by that. So I think Sandsear was a little bit. Maybe it didn't be that great. I think just Earth Power would have been fine. You know, you just never hit Sandsteer for the rest of the game. That's a little disastrous. But at the same time, you connect it, and then the game's kind of just over now. So Incineroar has no hope against all four of Joey's remaining Pokemon, or no, not all four. Incineroar got KO'd. So Incineroar will get to Protect for one final time. Maybe two more. We'll see if it gets the double. But at this point, it is Curtains. Landorus has checkmated this game with a simple Earth Power, and so.
Yeah, even if both of Joey's Landorus and Amoonguss somehow fell down here, there's still a Goldango that is more than willing to click single target, make it rain in the back.
Yeah, or Dazzling Gleam. There's still that as well. And so that is John finally locking in the forfeit, seeing the writing on the wall. And it's Joey claiming the game in top 8, bringing himself to top 4. And I was really happy with that. I thought that was an incredibly interesting set to see how, you know, Joey kind of got destroyed in game 1, right? Let's not forget that. Sean was playing immaculately in game 1 and just kind of, you know, demolished Joey. And so game 2 was a lot more back and forth. And then it felt like in game 3, Joey had learned everything, got the download, and had a very comprehensive, I think, victory in game 3. And that's why we really like best of 3 sets. If you saw only that game 1, that doesn't tell the full story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think Joey did a really good job of really hunting down the Landorus. I'd say that was really the inflection point, honestly, of this set. In game 2, when Sean immediately lost the Landorus, okay, that's less Amoonguss answers out of the way.
Perfect, yeah.
And especially so in game 3, and in both games as well, or both game 2 and game 3, I should say, Joey did a really good job of preserving the Goldango. I would argue in both games it didn't really matter, because Goldango kind of just came out when the game was already won. But still, nonetheless, very well played by Joey.
Yeah, I think it was important to keep Goldango around just as like the damage potential, right? It didn't end up needing, but I think most importantly was the extra Spore immunity was so important. So it meant that Sean's Amoonguss had a lot harder of a time, you know, gaining ground. Where I don't know, did Joey get Pokemon put to sleep in game 2 or 3 at all? I don't know if that even happened.
Well, I mean, we saw the Urshifu, but again, that was when it already.
Oh no! Like, did Joey have any of his Pokemon fall asleep?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. And so
2 of the 4 Pokemon are immune to it.
Yeah, immune to Spore. So I think Joey was able to capitalize on that really, really nicely and put Sean on the back foot. Yeah, that was a stellar game. I'm looking forward to top 4 and the finals here. But yeah, that game took quite a bit. So I think we'll be back with top 4 pretty shortly here. See who else will be joining Joey in our Elite Four here to see who's eventually crowned our champion.
Yep, don't touch that dial. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our CardArt Cup here in Sunnyvale, California. I'm Gerardo, also known as Kurt, and I'm joined here by Zach. And we are back for top 4 with 2 players who we've seen previously on stream.
Yes, we have seen Rija and Mitchell on stream before. Mitchell running that Ogre Pawn Cornerstone and Raging Bolt alongside some familiar faces. And I feel like Goldango's been on like every team practically. Everyone got that money on them as the Flutter main, which kind of, I feel like, weirdly enough, fallen out of favor slightly as Roaring Moon has been everywhere, and Rija running that same team with the Booster Energy Speed Roaring Moon. Choice Specs, Terra Fairy, Goldango. We just saw the team. Joey's running the same thing, so let's not talk too much about that. But let's also remember Mitchell is, he has already won 4 cups. He is just here gatekeeping and aura farming. There's nothing else he has to learn, and, you know, getting experience and all that stuff.
Yeah, he's after that store credit, man. I don't know what to tell you.
There's also store credit. There's like some cash money on the line, so he's making this a side hustle. But yeah,
we'll have to see if Mitchell can turn that into a 5th cup win. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, well, he's 2 games away from doing so with this, slight variation, like, older sort of team with this booster speed Flutter main. Most likely booster speed. It has Taunt, Icy Wind, and Thunderwave. If that's not a dead giveaway, then I don't know what is. And this is a Nasty Plot Terra Dragon Goldango, which is important to note. And so it gives it a little bit more flexibility, whereas the Specs one has a lot more damage output, but of course has to lock into that move, so not as flexible. If you're like, I really want to click Shadow Ball this turn, you just don't have that option. Mitchell will be leading with that Flutter main right out the gate alongside his own Urshifu, which is a Mystic Water. They're both carrying very similar, just bulky Mystic Water slash splash plate Urshifu. As the Incineroar and Urshifu lead from Rija is there to match.
Yeah, we're gonna learn here, well, presumably we're gonna learn here the speed stats of these Urshifu, see which one is faster. Could just go for a Fake Out and a Surging Strikes into the Flutter main, but on the other side, Flutter main could just click Thunder Wave into Rija's Urshifu, and then that'll really trip up Rija for the rest of the game.
Yeah, at this point, Mitchell might just be looking, angling to click Thunderwave into a bunch of things. Taunt is not especially useful on this turn. But there's also the fact that Flutter main is, bulky and offense, bulky or not, it has Moonblast, and it hits hard, and Urshifu is weak to Moonblast, so that's something Rija does have to worry about just a little bit. It does have a Terra Fractalization of Fire, so it does have that option in order to suddenly resist those fire type attack, or those fairy type attacks. But Urshifu also kind of caught within a hard place where it's also weak to Surging Strikes, and Mitchell's also threatening that on this turn. The other Pokemon can also Terrastalize, such as Flutter main, Terrastalizing to that Grass type, which is both good and bad. Good, resist Surging Strikes, that's great. Weak to now the Incineroar Flare Blitz isn't amazing, but that's something Mitchell's gonna probably, seems like he's okay with, as Flutter main goes for an attack into that Urshifu, but it did protect, so no dice there. Not sure whether it was that was a Thunder Wave or a Moonblast. We'll see. As Surging Strikes goes into the Urshifu, that's a lot of Rocky Helmet recoil. It's going to get racked up, but if it means Incineroar is out of here, that's probably pretty good for Mitchell.
It seems like Rija timed out there. Would have been actually kind of hype if that was a Flare Blitz going into the Flutter main. But unfortunately, Mitchell went for the more responsible play, just Surging Strikes into Rija's Incineroar. And so Rija will have nothing to show for this. Not only... Well, I guess you baited out the Terra, that's not nothing.
Terra's not nothing, as there is both Pokemon in the back have a way to threaten that at least a little bit now. Knock off. Well, I forgot, this one doesn't have Acrobatics, it's got Breaking Swipe. You can Breaking Swipe it now, that's great. And now it's a matter of like, all right, who's actually faster? Is it this Flutter main or this Roaring Moon? Where Roaring Moon, I feel like a lot of Flutter main have been bulkier before, but Mitchell's been, has his pulse on the metagame very often, so maybe this Flutter main is a little bit faster than this Roaring Moon. We'll have to see. It just may well be, and then suddenly that speed advantage that Roaring Moon might be relying on is not quite as useful. And this is why I think part of the reason why we saw Rija taking a lot of time in turn 1, where he kind of wants to Terra everything. He wants to Terra Urshifu to get away from Moonblast, wants to Terra Incineroar to get away from Surging Strikes, and now he wants to Terra Roaring Moon to get away from Moonblast, and it's like Mitchell's lead is just immediately putting a lot of pressure on Rija, and I don't fault him for having trouble, like, figuring out exactly how to navigate this. But at least he has come to a decision, which is to terrestrialize the Roaring Moon into that poison type in order to keep it safe from a Moonblast. But Moonblast is not heading in that direction. It just goes straight for that Urshifu, and that's Urshifu gone. Moonblast KO. Would have loved to see the Terra into that slot, but not quite as much. But the Roaring Moon does at least get Tailwind out.
Yeah, board state going from bad to worse here. We did at least confirm, in case there was any doubt, that Flutter Mane is faster than this Roaring Moon here, with both of them having the booster speed. And I guess we also learned Surging Strikes is barely not enough to knock out. I wonder if that means in future games, Mitchell can instead go for a attack with a different Pokemon and kind of double up into Roaring Moon.
I mean, that might be an Aqua Jet range, potentially. There hasn't been, or there was an Intimidate that first turn from the Incineroar, so maybe not. But I think that play from Mitchell was really safe, where I think he probably just went for Moonblast Surging Strikes into the Urshifu. It had just protected. The only way to survive the Moonblast is to Terra Fire, and then you just go down to the Surging Strikes. And Mitchell probably not too fussed about whatever the Roaring Moon was going to do, knowing that his Flutter Mane was faster than it and could just deal with it in the following turns. However, Tailwind is up, so the board state has changed notably, and Landorus is here ready to threaten a lot of damage. And Flutter Mane is crucially now weak to that Sludge Bomb. It also takes a hefty chunk from that Breaking Swipe as well, thanks to a critical hit. And Urshifu's attacks have been weakened yet again. Now the Sludge Bomb KOs that Flutter Mane, but I think Flutter Mane's kind of done its job at this point. Even 2 turns into the game, it's already been so impactful.
Yeah, it just took a whole knockout onto Urshifu, really pinning the Roaring Moon into this terrestrialization, which means Landorus is not able to terrestrialize out of this Surging Strikes. I think that makes 4 Pokemon that Rija would have really liked to terrestrialize in the face of Urshifu and Flutter Mane.
Yeah, we would have loved the Terra Steel on Landorus might have been pretty handy here, but Mitchell will at least have to show 3 Pokemon in this game. Won't get away with a clean sweep on the lead, as this Roaring Moon has still got a little bit of health left, but I think 2 Aqua Jets and whatever else that Mitchell has in the back can probably clean that up. In Incineroar, this is certainly just a done deal where fake out Surging Strikes will seal up the game, but matter of Mitchell's probably thinking at this point, all right, what Pokemon could I bring in to what do I want to conserve, what do I want to keep, what do I want to show? Like maybe Mitchell brings out Ogerpon here with no intention of bringing it in game 2, based on how Rija played it. Breaking Swipe will go into both, but yeah, not quite enough to pick up that Urshifu, and so any attacks at this point clean up the game for Mitchell. As here's the Ivy Cudgel and Roaring Moon down.
Yeah, and just like that, Mitchell will take game 1 of the set. A very unfortunate turn 1 where Rija timed out and what is arguably the most crucial turn of the game. But that's just, how it is sometimes.
Yeah, I think, timing out turn 1 is not great. I would, at least it's not in team preview. I feel like that's the worst time to time out. I've definitely done that before. That feels real bad because it kind of just sinks the whole game sometimes. But I think, yeah, definitely that turn 1 did not go Rija's way, but I think Mitchell also just made a very safe play that was hard for Rija to punish too much. Saying, all right, you either Terra, Incineroar, it goes down, or you switch, in which case then Flutter Mane's Terra Grass is very safe. And you either, switch Urshifu out, or you Terra, or you Protect, in which case Terra's out, or I can KO the Urshifu. Like, he was just kind of pinning Rija from the start with this Flutter Mane. And I think, let's not call it quite yet, obviously. Rija can still definitely bounce back from this, but I think that lead and that dominant display showed to me, like, yeah, Flutter Mane is still very good. Like, Roaring Moon is definitely, the up-and-comer, it feels like, in this Regulation F, but Flutter Mane is very, very good for a reason, and we've seen it so much, and so I think it just, if it's faster than Roaring Moon, which, most of the time the speed booster energy ones have been, it can just clamp down on that strategy so effectively.
Yeah, looking at the team sheet, I wonder if there is merit for Rija to bring Goldango here. Mitchell's Flutter Mane does not have Shadow Ball because it has Thunder Wave and Icy Wind.
And Taunt.
Well,
all things that Goldango doesn't care about much at all. So maybe the speed drop from Icy Wind, but yeah, ignore that
could
pretty
go
well.
for like a Roaring Moon, Goldango, at least threaten Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam. But even then, I think Mitchell just has such a strong opposition here with Flutter Booster Speed, Flutter Mane, and this Urshifu, to speak nothing of the other 2 Pokemon Mitchell could bring as well.
Yeah, we didn't even see the 4th Pokemon, so we don't even know all of what Mitchell decided to bring to that game. We did see the Cornerstone Ogerpon, which is, I think, kind of a weird choice, depending on how fast it is, but it does punish on the paper, it does look pretty good into everything but that Goldango. And we're seeing a switch up from Mitchell here, and we're seeing also switch up from Rija going with the, I think we saw Joey lead with this quite often, the Goldango and Incineroar lead, as Mitchell leading with his own Incineroar and his own powerful Ghost type.
We learn here that Rija's Incineroar is likely faster than Mitchell's. Rija should know for sure here. But Flutter Mane going to go ahead and put up its booster speed. But again, Flutter Mane does not have Shadow Ball, which means it's actually very scared by this Goldango.
And it doesn't have Protect, so, and like, I don't know if Terra Grass moves the needle enough to really survive. I don't know if Terra Grass meaningfully changes anything. Like, okay, Flutter Mane survives another turn to do what exactly? Like, Thunder Wave the Incineroar? Like, that's not super meaningful. You can get an Icy Wind on Goldango. Like, that doesn't feel super useful either. Yeah, Flutter Mane immediately put into an awkward spot, and this is part of the thing with these booster energy Pokemon, where you lead them and you don't lead into what you want to, you just kind of lose the item for nothing. So Mitchell's probably trying to figure out, all right, do I try to capitalize on Flutter Mane? That's what he's trying to do here, not switching it out inside, investing the Terastallization, more resources into Flutter Mane. We'll see if it's putting resources on a sinking ship, as the Grass Terra Hat comes onto Flutter Mane, no longer weak to the Make It Rain.
Moonblast coming out here into that Goldango, deals negligible damage, and Make It Rain Flutter Mane should survive thanks to its naturally high special defense.
Is this just a... Nope, no Flare. I was thinking there might be just a Flare Blitz into that Flutter Mane, just get rid of it, but Rija, playing for the long game a little bit more, goes for the faster parting shot into Mitchell's Incineroar. But of course, Mitchell's Incineroar did not go for Fake Out either, so it can go for a move of its choice as well. If it's a knockoff or Flare Blitz at this point at -2, won't be doing a whole lot to Goldango, but I have a sneaking suspicion we'll be seeing yet another parting shot pretty soon.
Yeah, parting shot almost certainly going into this Roaring Moon here. Actually, just knockoff into this Goldango.
Okay.
Does get rid of the choice specs. That's definitely not nothing. Should ensure that Flutter Mane can survive another Make It Rain, but it might not matter if this Roaring Moon goes for Breaking Swipe.
Yeah, but still, at this point, Roaring Moon, once again, threatened by this Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane has shown itself to be faster. And so this is saying, hey, Roaring Moon, you better protect or Terra, or you're getting Moon Blasted right out of the sky. And yeah, at this point, without the specs and with the -1 from the Make It Rain, another Make It Rain might not even get Flutter Mane from seeing how well it took the attack before. This is saying nothing of Incineroar, who's like relatively left healthy and can do whatever it wants, but might be looking to parting shot imminently.
Rija swapping out the Goldango, despite it being one of the best answers to this Flutter Mane, in exchange for his own Incineroar, will reduce the damage output from Mitchell's Incineroar, but perhaps more importantly, allows for a Fake Out Tailwind option during the next turn.
Yep, Roaring Moon's Protect will block this Moonblast, most likely from this Flutter Mane, but... Oh, sorry, Icy Wind instead, so just doing a little bit of chip damage. Incineroar from Mitchell's side will now be the faster one, but see if it switches out here on the field with a U-turn. Sorry, not a parting shot. This is an Assault Vest Incineroar, my mistake. We've seen a lot of Incineroar. I hope you'll forgive me. But either way, pivoting out onto the field does a little chip damage instead, and now Mitchell, with all information of what's happened to this turn, can bring in whatever Pokemon he desires, also knowing that this Roaring Moon has protected and has not terastallized yet. Incineroar can Fake Out this Flutter Mane in the following turns, so Rija's not imminently, existentially threatened by this Flutter Mane with his Roaring Moon on this next turn at least.
Yeah, I wonder if you're Mitchell, if you bring out either the Urshifu or even the Cornerstone Ogerpon, if you have it here, both would be really good to kind of pin down this Incineroar and say, hey, okay, you can Fake Out Tailwind and then eliminate my Flutter Mane the next turn, but it might cost you your Incineroar here, as we see Mitchell opts for the Ogerpon Cornerstone, putting Rija in a bit of a pinch, but not one that can't win Rija the game.
Yeah, I think he's certainly, I think it feels like on the back foot, where Mitchell's been gaining quite a lot of ground, but crucially Rija has not spent Terastallization yet, so that's certainly something up his sleeve, whereas Mitchell's kind of committed that on Fluttermane, and Fluttermane's probably not switching out anytime soon. So might just kind of ride or die with Fluttermane, as the fake out does go into the now not a ghost type Fluttermane, which will allow Roaring Moon to do whatever it likes. And in this turn it decides, I want to set up Tailwind, which will allow it to outspeed in the following turns. However, this Ivy Cudgel will be doing quite a lot of damage into that Roaring Moon. This is the only Ivy Cudgel that Roaring Moon does not resist, thanks to its dragon typing in. Yeah, it takes a hefty chunk from that Rock Cudgel.
Yeah, really surprised to not see that into Regis Incineroar. Regis Incineroar does have Terra Flying as its Terra type, so while it might be able to terrestrialize its way out of Surging Strikes, it certainly cannot out of a Rock type Ivy Cudgel here. But Mitchell instead opting for damage. It makes me curious what Mitchell has as his last Pokemon in the back here.
Yeah, I do kind of like the Ivy Cudgel into Roaring Moon, saying, well, Mitchell might not want to KO the Incineroar on Regia's side quite yet, simply because that would just give Regia the option to have something like Goldengo out on the field in Tailwind in order to capitalize on this Tailwind more. So by not claiming a KO, Mitchell's sort of stalling out Regia's own Tailwind pretty effectively. And we are going to have... this is sort of forcing Regia to switch out the Incineroar into a Landorus kind of manually. And this is how I'm letting Ogerpon go for a Spiky Shield to keep itself free from what is no doubt a breaking swipe from this Roaring Moon, but it will be taking a little bit of Spiky Shield chip. But the breaking swipe does KO Fluttermane, so Terra Grassed earlier to survive the Make It Rain, but was immediately punished soon after from a Dragon Attack and a Fake Out, things that it's normally completely immune to.
Yeah, this is looking like a pretty good Incineroar spot, but maybe if Mitchell has a fourth Pokemon in the back that he thinks would work much better here. Mitchell's Urshifu is not the Choice Scarf variant. It is Mystic Water. I have a feeling Aqua Jet, even from a non-terrestrialized Landorus, is not going to be enough to pick up the knockout.
No,
but on
not.
the same time, you know, there is an Ogerpon right here. It could just click Follow Me. Won't be able to redirect Breaking Swipes, but would force Ruger to consider clicking Sandsear Myth.
Yeah, it could be, and we might have... Urshifu might be bulky enough to survive, but we are seeing a different tact from Mitchell, instead bringing Incineroar back onto the field in order to minimize Roaring Moon's damage output further and provide fake out pressure to help weather this Tailwind just a little bit better. But Landorus is still in a pretty offensive position. It's faster than everything. Sandsear Storm can get around the Follow Me and just does a lot of damage. And it has crucially that Steel Terrestrialization where it can get away from the weakness to, not weakness, but neutrality of the strong Ivy Cudgels from this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. So yeah, Regia has navigated this really nicely where he removed Fluttermane without having to spend Terra on Roaring Moon, which means he can save it for anything else.
Yeah, Regia gonna swap out the Roaring Moon here. Says, I think this piece is way too important. You know, I've gotten rid of the Fluttermane, so I don't need to care too much about losing the booster speed prosynthesis boost.
Yeah.
And perhaps more crucially, an Intimidate coming out into both of these physical attackers. Regia instead opting to terrestrialize the Landorus into the Steel Terra typing, gonna allow it to take any and all of Ogerpon's attacks pretty comfortably, but does leave itself open to a potential Flare Blitz from Mitchell on the following turn.
Yep, Fake Out goes into the Steel type Landorus and the Ivy Cudgel to follow up, but the Steel Terrestrialization keeping it safe from what might have been a knockout otherwise. That's with a critical hit. That still did a noticeable chunk, but the Steel Terra type being great here. And now the tables have turned in Regia's favor even more as he is now the one with Fake Out pressure and threatening massive damage with Landorus. And I was saying like, oh, Incineroar could, Mitchell's Incineroar could terrestrialize. No, it can't. Fluttermane already did that, and so it's kind of a shooting gallery for Landorus where it gets to do whatever it might like with Sandsear or Earth Power. Probably those two, but Sludge Bomb's also a potential option. And yeah, Ogerpon wants nothing to do with that and will be spiking shielding from the onslaught.
Yeah, gonna potentially catch a Fake Out, but instead that's gonna be an Earth Power launch right into Incineroar, one hit knockout. And instead, Regia's Incineroar looks like it went for a parting shot.
Yep, should be a parting shot if it doesn't take any recoil. There it does. Yeah, so that looks like a parting shot. And now Mitchell is forced to the final two Pokemon, which will be this Urshifu and the Ogerpon. And so has a lot of work to do. Regia still has all 4 of his Pokemon remaining, but it's not impossible. I think this is the final turn of Tailwind, and so depending on how fast this Ogerpon is and how fast Risha's Incineroar is, maybe Ogerpon can move next, and you know, Urshifu might be bulky enough to survive a Landorus Earth Power. We'll have to see. Usually these Mystic Water ones are, but you know, there's still a lot of variance in how specifically they're trained. And so, yeah, we'll still have to see. Risha has more Pokemon, but Mitchell has more health on those two Pokemon.
Yeah, don't let the Pokemon count fool you. I believe all 4 of Risha's Pokemon are just surging. One is surging strikes away from being KO'd. So if Mitchell can play his cards right, he might be able to secure some knockouts here. That is going to be. Unfortunately missed the Ogerpon and crit the Urshifu though. I'd say that was a worthwhile trade of luck there.
I think Rouge is probably okay with that one, as the Ogerpon didn't do a whole lot of damage with that Ivy Cudgel. No critical hit, no big damage into the 2 steel types that Rija has on the board here. And Tailwind, I think, might have been expired, but yeah, I think Mitchell sees the writing on the wall, knows that 4 against 1, a Cornerstone Ogerpon just doesn't quite have that in the tank.
Yeah, extremely unfortunate. You know, for as much smack as I give Sanseer Storm, yeah, I think that one was well worth it.
That one was good, yeah. Like, there's positions like that where Sanseer Storm is great, but like at the same time, I think Rija could probably just have won the game almost as easily with Earth Power at that point. So like, is it that, like, it is nice to bypass the redirection so you can just ensure Incineroar doesn't, you know, get to Flare Blitz the Landorus. But at the same time, if it had just missed that one as well, then like, you know, maybe, you know, suddenly Urshifu gets an attack off and Landorus goes down, and then it's getting a lot hairier there. So yeah, Sanseer Storm definitely giveth and taketh away. We saw the duality of Sanseer Storm. I think we saw Rouge.
I think that's the perfect representation of Sanseer Storm. Okay. Simultaneously missing and landing a critical hit. An important
critical hit that like surely mattered. Where, okay, we don't have a camera of our players here, but we saw Rouge like slink back after the miss and then like pop up when he saw the crit KO the Urshifu, which is, you know, just poetry, and it's great. However, let's to the matter at hand. There's a game 3 upon us, and both players have shown that they can win this matchup. How are they going to adjust moving forward? I think Mitchell just had so much offensive pressure between Urshifu and Fluttermane in game 1. Might be looking to go back to that, but I think Arija showed a way of navigating around that Fluttermane by using Goldengo without Roaring Moon, saved Roaring Moon for later, and then that Tailwind in the late game was just too oppressive for Mitchell to deal with. So I'm curious how both players are going to be adjusting in this game 3.
Yeah, I do think both players brought the correct 4 Pokemon for this matchup, but it's really going to come down to not just the leads, but what decisions each player made. There were definitely some turns where players made maybe not the safest moves in hoping to get an advantage. Sorry. But also things like not faking out. I'd say that those are pretty risky. Of course, Rija ended up winning that game despite all that, but definitely could change the tide here as Mitchell decides to bring his own Goldengo.
He's like, wait, I have one of those guys too. I've got the string cheese money guy, bringing that alongside 2 ghost types. Mitchell saying, all right, well, I was annoyed by fake out. Let me just bring 2 things that can't get faked out. Easy. Not as easy though, because Incineroar is still quite a big nuisance for this Goldengo. It does not have any non-ghost or steel type attacks, and Fluttermane we've seen, this is a fairly supportive Fluttermane, and so its Moonblast aren't really stinging Incineroar all that much. So first check, you don't have to worry about fake out. You still have to worry about everything else on this turn, as the Goldengo from Mitchell's side is still a little bit threatened by the Incineroar on Rija's side, and Rija's Goldengo also pretty threatened from the likes of a potential Shadow Ball Moonblast double up. But yeah, I think also Fluttermane is still in a little bit of an awkward position where it doesn't love its spot on the board right now.
I actually think despite both of Mitchell's Pokemon being immune to Fake Out, Incineroar is in a really good position.
Yeah.
Neither of Mitchell's Pokemon really enjoy a Flare Blitz, and while either of them could Terastallize out of it, not guaranteed to do so, as we see Fluttermane expecting Rija's Goldengo to Terastallize, actually decides to go for a pin there. Mitchell perhaps realizing that both of his Pokemon are faster than Rija's own Goldengo here. Definitely a very, very important thing to know.
And here's the Flare Blitz that we were maybe expecting in the prior games, where saying, all right, well, you've been Terra Grassing Fluttermane immediately. Let me just Flare Blitz. Doesn't get the Terra Grass this time, but does get a burn as a consolation prize. So Fluttermane will be chipped away slowly but surely. And this kind of the removing Gholdengo immediately is not great for Urija. He still has to find some way through this Fluttermane while not allowing Roaring Moon to get destroyed in the back, which if it is in the back. But the timer on Fluttermane is appreciated. However, this Fluttermane does still have Icy Wind, so Icy Wind Make It Rain is still an option for Urija. So it's certainly not out of the woods for either player.
Yeah, and unlike Rija's Gholdengo, Mitchell's Gholdengo is not holding the Choice Spec item. It is holding the Metal Coat, but perhaps more importantly, instead of a third attack move, it has Nasty Plot.
Yeah.
And that can definitely put in some work here. Rija can get the speed advantage, but that doesn't matter if Make It Rain just knocks out both Pokemon.
Yeah,
Rija gonna go ahead and terrestrialize the Landorus into the Steel Terra typing, perhaps expecting such a Make It Rain, as we see Thunder Wave into this Incineroar slot.
Yeah, Fluttermane feeling like it doesn't have a whole lot to do otherwise, maybe catching a Roaring Moon switch with a Thunder Wave or something. As the Sandsear Storm is next to move and misses Fluttermane, but KOs the Gholdengo in one singular hit. So no Icy Wind means that this Gholdengo doesn't get another attack off, and Incineroar looks like it is fully paralyzed, and this is that's that yellow magic that people have been talking about for so many years. The Thunder Wave can just buy you turns that you really shouldn't have had otherwise, and that means Fluttermane gets to stick around, doesn't have to deal with a knockoff or a Flare Blitz KOing it here, so it can be a nuisance in the following turns, especially as now Landorus can get Thunder Waved.
Yeah, no longer having that ground typing, can just immediately get Thunder Wave, can also just get Icy Wind once more, I think would be more than enough. But I think Mitchell isn't feeling too bad about how his Fluttermane's doing. It is gonna succumb to its burn in a few turns, but honestly, if you let Fluttermane just hang out on the field for a few turns, I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I think Fluttermane's got at least 2 more turns before the burn gets it, probably 3. In which case, if Rija just ignores it for 3 turns, I don't know if that's a winning strategy here, as the imminent threat is Icy Wind plus Surging Strikes / Close Combat, because if Roaring Moon is in the back, which Rija has been bringing that every game, then Close Combat is good into everything, and with the Icy Wind, there's no way for Rija to really defensively respond to that, because you protect Landorus to not get your speed drop, well, you're just getting close combated anyway, so what difference does it really make? And so
yeah, I think Mitchell just is going to pick up a free knockout here. Either way, the question is just into what, and if there's any way for Rija to plow this one back. We see Rija trying to swap out the Incineroar into the Roaring Moon here. It is going to have its booster energy. Unfortunately, will still not be faster than this Fluttermane. So it's going to come down to if this Landorus can both survive and KO Fluttermane here. But Landorus actually goes for a Protect, usually a very risky move in front of Urshifu here. Fluttermane does go for the Thunder Wave, or excuse me, the
Icy Wind. Yeah, Icy Wind. So it does respectable damage to Roaring Moon, also crucially also removing the booster speed from it, which is nice. And here's the Close Combat, and without an Intimidate, that's definitely enough to pick up Landorus. And so yeah, Urshifu got the one attack it needed to off here. And Incineroar is not paralyzed. Incineroar is going to be forced back onto the field, and I think that full paralysis from Thunder Wave was a huge turning point where it's been giving Fluttermane's still here. That's the problem. Fluttermane is still here.
Yeah, and it still has access to Moonblast, and this Roaring Moon no longer having access to Terastallization. Definitely not in a very good position here. Really nothing stopping Mitchell from just playing Moonblast on Roaring Moon, Surging Strikes on Incineroar.
Yeah, Incineroar does have, you could go for Fake Out Protect, and then double Protect. Maybe Fluttermane goes down to the burn, and then Urshifu gets KO'd, and then Roaring Moon has to 1v3 or 1v2. Maybe that's a way through, but that looks so. Yeah, this looks very, very difficult for Rija to come back from this. That immediate sniping of the Gholdengo from Mitchell's side has just been paying dividends, where Rija goes for the Fake Out into that Urshifu, but the Moonblasts, no Protect, Roaring Moon goes down, and so this is just one Surging Strikes away from Incineroar getting claimed. And there's Mitchell coming to the finals here in our cup in Sunnyvale. Wonderfully played. Again, he's just here for the store credit. He's not even, he doesn't need the CP. He's just getting that practice just...
Yeah. As if Toronto was not enough.
Yeah. Just here to... And defeating the Toronto winning team. So we'll not be seeing it in the finals. We will be seeing Mitchell's slight... I hesitate to say very. I think this is the similar team to what... Brendan Zhang was running in Toronto, and I think with that faster Flutter Mane, crucially than that Roaring Moon, that was a huge difference maker. Like, imagine how different that game would have been if Roaring Moon was just faster than Flutter Mane the whole time. Like,
yeah, that definitely would have made a difference. And I'm curious if Mitchell knew that his Goldango was faster than Ridge's Goldango, or if that was just a just a call. You know, if I lose my own Goldango,
it's just heart of the cards. Let's go. I think I'm faster. Let's try it out. Like, I don't know if they had any way of knowing, but. Made for an exciting game 3 where Mitchell just kind of got that decisive KO on turn 1 and sort of rode the advantage moving forward. Really fun to see, and I think we'll see who else Mitchell is going to be playing in the finals and see if Goldango maybe already won the tournament. I think it might have. I think everyone's got Goldango at this point. Yeah, Goldango giving you way more prize money. You get more prize money at locals if you click Make It Rain. This is
true.
This is
statistically proven.
Known
100%.
Fact. The top, I think the top 4 is all Goldango. It's money all the way. It's always the connections. Follow the money. That's where you'll find the success. For at least someone carrying Goldango. Goldango can only beat other Goldango, as we've seen.
But yeah, we are gonna take a quick break. I don't believe the other match is.
No, I think they're done.
I think it looks like they're done.
So we'll be moving on into finals very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the conclusion to our tournament in Sunnyvale.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to finals of Top Cut here at the CardArt Cup here in Sunnyvale, California. I'm Gerardo, also known as Kurt. I'm joined here by Zach. We, of course, know Mitchell is in the finals, but what you might have not known is that Ryu is going to be joining him in our POV.
Yes, and so we're going to be watching from Ryu's point of view against the evil Mitchell that only has a Switch 1, so we don't want to stream him because his game doesn't look as good. And congratulations to Incineroar, Urshifu, and Goldango. They've already won the tournament.
I knew Incineroar could do it. No one ever expected Incineroar.
No, yeah, everyone was a doubter. They're like, Incineroar's washed. He can't do it anymore. No one was saying that. It's a joke. But let's talk about the matchup at hand. This is the Choice Scarf Urshifu for Ryu alongside the Tornadus and the Farigiraf, so that Tail Room team. And Mitchell's got the patented super obnoxious Flutter Mane with Icy Wind, Taunt, and Thunder Wave, just so in case you're like, well, I can't Thunder Wave that ground type, but I can Icy Wind the Landorus. Just to be as annoying as possible. And of course, I think all of our top 4 have been Goldango, and so Goldango is part of the reason why it's been so good, is that it's extremely good into these really obnoxious, bulky Flutter Manes that want to spread Thunder Waves and Taunts, and have been dropping Shadow Ball, crucially.
Yeah, Ryu's, actually, I believe both of these, no, not quite. Ryu's Goldango is actually the Power Gem variant. It is holding Choice Spec. Yeah, with
Terra, this one's Terra Steel, whereas again, Mitchell's is not actually Choice Specs.
Okay. I was telling them to send a stream to my friends.
Oh, okay. Had a bit of confusion here in the back, but speaking of confusion, Mitchell leading with a Raging Bolt and Flutter Mane, while Ryu instead leads Incineroar and Farigiraf. I don't know if either player was expecting this lead in particular.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be the immediate thing I would be thinking about, but Raging Bolt's still a solid option just to stem any potential Rapid Strike Urshifu lead, and Flutter Mane, perennial obnoxious Pokemon, can of course taunt the Farigiraf from setting up its own Trick Room, which will be nice because that is exactly what Ryu's lead screams to everyone: is I have Fake Out Trick Room, I want to set Trick Room. But of course, Mitchell's pesky Flutter Mane will be able to put a stop to that. Of course, Ryu is aware of this. Ryu is probably not going to just run into the taunt full send. But that also gives Raging Bolt time to do whatever it wants if it doesn't just get faked out by this Incineroar.
Yeah, Ryu's Incineroar is carrying the Assault Vest, so it will just be knockoff Flare Blitz, U-turn, and Fake Out. So definitely some room to pivot, but I do think Fake Out is kind of the safer option here, as we see that launch into Mitchell's Raging Bolt. But we actually see Mitchell go for Thunder Wave onto Ryu's Incineroar. Are we about to see a Trick Room go up?
Is Trick Room the move that gets clicked? There's the flinch on the Raging Bolt, but no, Ryu saying, there's no way you don't just, I should go for Trick Room. Taunt is so obvious. But instead activates the Throat Spray with that Hyper Voice. So I think both sides kind of got some decent things out of that turn. Mitchell got the Thunder Wave onto Incineroar, can now go for a taunt if he decides to, and Ryu, I think, got a little bit more damage on the field, as well as the Throat Spray activation. So Farigiraf now posing a significantly more of a threat than it was previously.
Yeah, definitely not a... On the one hand, I want to say not a great position for you, because you are now even more threatened by this Flutter Mane to set up Trick Room, but you've got that Throat Spray up. Nothing really stops you from just clicking Hyper Voice once more, or maybe even a Psychic into the Flutter Mane and a Flare Blitz into that Flutter Mane as well to secure a knockout. Instead, we're going to see Ryu go for the Protect onto this Farigiraf, and we're going to see a Moonblast was launched into the Farigiraf. We're going to have to see what this Raging Bolt was targeting. Also the Farigiraf, so very well done by Ryu calling this.
Yeah, I think Ryu gets kind of maximum value out of that Protect. Gets to knock off the Life Orb from this Raging Bolt quite as well. So Raging Bolt not going to be hitting nearly as hard as it was previously. Also just has lost a lot of health at this point. It's, about, what, 25% odd? And so another Hyper Voice should be able to pick up the KO. Ryu, I think, correctly identifying that Farigiraf is a big threat that Mitchell has to respect. And so it was able to protect it perfectly there. And still, Ryu hasn't taken any damage yet, which is pretty great when Raging Bolt has no item and is almost gone. You only had to really spend the paralysis on Incineroar, which is hardly the worst thing to get paralyzed. Moonblast goes into Furgraf. Special attack drop is a great consolation prize for Mitchell, and the follow-up Draco Meteor.
Well.
Is it enough? It is. So the special attack drop from Flutter Mane, from Moonblast, not that impactful. And even without the Life Orb, Raging Bolt showing its power, getting that KO, and so Trick Room is not going to happen this game. And thank you, without the Life Orb, knockoff, great for Raging Bolt. It can go for one more, -2 Thunderbolt. That's pretty nice.
Could also go for a Thunderclap here now that Furgraf is out of the picture as well. I don't know if necessarily what Mitchell wants to do here. Could also choose to preserve Raging Bolt for later on in the game, especially if Ryu has the Urshifu in the back.
Yeah, it's all going to be about like what Pokemon are in the back, because for Mitchell, like he either has to Terrasilize Flutter Mane, or it's just getting swiftly KO'd to a Make It Rain, which there's no reason for Ryu to not go for Make It Rain, it seems like. As Raging Bolt, one of the things that normally stands up to Make It Rain pretty comfortably, is at like 2 health, so it's not really going to help out all that much. So I think it's a matter of like, does Mitchell commit the Terrasilization onto Flutter Mane? Is that worth it? Yes, it is. Mitchell decides Flutter Mane is important. I want to keep it around. Here is Terra Grass. Please survive Make It Rain.
Yeah, and also please make sure no Incineroar or Flare Blitz are going into that slot. Moonblast coming out into this Goldango, trying to catch a Terrasilization, and Thunderbolt into that Goldango as well, but not going to do that much.
Raging Bolt is faster, so it does at least get to do something, but yeah, this Make It Rain is massive, and so that is Flutter Mane losing most of its health, but not all of it. That's the important part. But we'll see if Incineroar is next to move, if it is not paralyzed. It does get the U-turn off, and so that is Flutter Mane swiftly KO'd to that U-turn. And that's a double knockout for Ryu, as the Incineroar did not get paralyzed. We've seen Mitchell get a lot of value out of paralyzing Pokemon like Incineroar that really have high value moves. Didn't happen on this turn, and now Ryu showing the final Pokemon that he's brought is the Amoonguss, and Mitchell gets to decide what are the, well, doesn't really get to decide anything. He has to switch 2 Pokemon in. He has already decided what they are.
Which one do I want on the left?
Yeah,
very important decision.
Urshifu on the left. Okay, who's on the right? It's going to be the Cornerstone Ogerpon, which is pretty nice. And it's looking like Amoonguss is in a really nice spot here, because Surging Strike's is going to be hard-pressed to get through this Amoonguss, and Cornerstone Ogerpon avoids Rage Powder, but struggles to do meaningful damage to this Goldango.
Yeah, well, this, yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about this. Amoonguss, of course, in a really good position, but honestly, so is this Ogerpon. You know, it can't follow me any potential spores, and I think Ryu might necessarily want to go for that here. But Goldango on the side of Ryu, again, is the Choice Specs variant, so it only has a choice, or excuse me, it has one of 2 options. It can go for a -1 Make It Rain against 2 Pokemon that will live it pretty comfortably, or it can try and swap it out to reset those boosts and the Choice Spike attack. Instead, Mitchell going to protect his Ogerpon with Spiky Shield, as Ryu's Amoonguss goes for Rage Powder, going to be redirecting any attacks from this Urshifu here.
Yep, which will be the Surging Strikes, and we've seen this song and dance a bunch of times at this point. Amoonguss takes Surging Strikes pretty comfortably, even with that Mystic Water boosting up each individual hit. And now, because of that, Goldango is safe to go for yet more Make It Rains. The Cornerstone Ogerpon will not take damage thanks to that Spiky Shield. However, the Urshifu will have to deal with that Gatling gun of Pocket Change into its face, but takes that well enough thanks to the Water typing, resisting it, and the -1 attack. But if you are Ryu, you're probably just fine saying, all right, I'm just going to keep clicking Make It Rain, Rage Powder. There's not a whole lot Mitchell can really do to stop the bleeding of his health from, again, these coins being tossed out every which way.
Yeah, and we've seen all 4 of Ryu's Pokemon. We know there is an Incineroar in the back, so all Ryu really has to do is just neutralize this Urshifu in some way, and Ryu knows Incineroar in the back can win against this Ogerpon. But we're going to say Rage Powder come out, going to continue to redirect Urshifu's attacks alongside this Ivy Cudgel here into this Amoonguss. It looks like next turn it might KO?
Yeah, critical hit also might have gotten the KO there, and that could have been Mitchell's way of getting back into this game, as after the Citrus Berry recovery, these Surging Strikes are not doing quite enough. Yeah, another one should get the knockout here. But let's see how much this Goldengo's Make It Rain can do. Urshifu should take it relatively comfortably, but Ogerpon is not so lucky. Doesn't actually get brought down to sturdy quite yet, which is important. Crucially, because if Ogerpon was at sturdy, then a Fake Out would be able to KO it. But at this point, it looks like a Fake Out won't be quite enough. But I think, yeah, Ryu's also just saying, all right, I don't know any other way to get through this, as Incineroar is going to be hard-pressed to deal a lot of damage to these two Pokemon, especially with water and rock moves threatening it every which way. But here's the Ivy Cudgel, Incineroar, or not Incineroar, Amoonguss. There's the critical hit, finally gets that KO. And now it's Urshifu next to move with yet more Surging Strikes. We'll see if this is enough to pick up the Goldengo. Ooh, looks like it should be...
Just barely enough, yeah.
Yeah, just barely enough for two of them to get there. The second hit of Surging Strikes always does more damage, right? It always looks like it moves the bar more. Like, no matter... maybe that's just me, but I feel like every time the second hit is like, oh, that was more than I was expecting. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, and now Ryu in a very bad spot. Of course, can Fake Out either slot for a... not for a KO, but to kind of mitigate the damage. But on the other hand, you know...
Ooh.
Has access to terrestrialization, but I don't even know if that's enough here if you're taking close combat and an Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, and at this point, Mitchell has a very safe... There's no reason not to double protect here. Just stall out the Fake Out turn. You don't have to worry about the mind game, and also you get to guaranteed... Once Terra has committed, it is committed. So I think I like Ryu's choice to be very safe with Incineroar, keep it in the back, because it does have a lot of health still left, and with the Terra Grass, it does have a great defensive Terra against these two Pokemon. But no Fake Out, and Mitchell not protecting either, just going straight for damage with the Ivy Cudgel, knows what he wants. Close combat also threatening, and Incineroar brought down dangerously low, but no KOs yet, as the close combat will lower the defense of this Urshifu, which is important, and Knockoff does pick up the Ogerpon, and now it's a matter of, can this Urshifu do the, is it 80 hit points? I think it's 80.
Yeah.
80, yes, the 80 hit points necessary to KO this Incineroar. Is Urshifu strong enough? Not quite. 11 hit points left. -2, though. I think this Incineroar should be bulky enough, or should be strong enough with this Flare Blitz at -2. Does pick up the Urshifu, and that is the game one going to Ryu. Incineroar, just what they needed to close out the game.
Yeah, very close call there. If there was any extra damage on that Incineroar, definitely would have been a different game. Well played to both of these players, I'd say. They both played really well.
Yeah. If I'm Mitchell, I'm probably thinking, wow, if I had just gone for a double protect, Spiky Shield does chip damage to Incineroar, and then the same sequence of events happens, and he's just done a little bit more damage and wins that game. But yeah, I think maybe, yeah, I don't know quite what was, maybe Mitchell think, all right, if he goes for a Fake Out, that's just bad anyway, but it also covers the, trying to KO Ogerpon on that turn. Gets a little recoil damage as well. So, and that, every time you're like, oh, it's such a tiny little thing. Is that really going to matter? Maybe it can. It did this time. And this is why this game is so challenging. These tiny little margins of error can just utterly swing a game. Whether a Pokemon survives with 1 health or doesn't survive, rather, with 0 health, is a massive difference if they're, something like Chien-Pao or Landorus, where they're just doing so much damage. And so, yeah, these small, minute differences are going to be super important. And yeah, that endgame was kind of a roller coaster of like, it's like, I think Mitchell's in the driver's seat. I think Ryu's got, but yeah, we're seeing a total switch up from Ryu this time, deciding, all right, well, Choreograph tried to go for Trick Room in that game 1, that didn't pan out much at all. Let me go Tailwind this time. Tailwind, Make It Rain, pretty good. And Mitchell is immediately kind of thinking, all right, well, how do I, Fluttermane doesn't love being here. Raging Bolt doesn't mind nearly as much, but can only target one of these with a powerful Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I would say there's trades on both sides, right? Like, obviously, the Fluttermane does not appreciate being in front of both the Tornadus and the Goldengo, but this Raging Bolt more than happy to be in front of the Tornadus and the Goldengo. Goldengo not able to do that much damage to this Raging Bolt, and likewise, of course, the Tornadus very weak to a Thunderbolt, or potentially even a Thunderclap, the really only concession being that Ryu's Tornadus is holding the Focus Sash item. But instead, we're going to see Ryu swap out this Goldengo, despite the Fluttermane being right there, and into the Incineroar.
Yeah, Mitchell, Ryu maybe trying to catch Mitchell playing defensively on this turn, but Mitchell doesn't do that at all. Just goes for an Icy Wind, breaks Tornadus's Focus Sash, does a nice chunk of damage as well, and gets that speed drop since this is not a covert cloak. So let's see if Raging Bolt's the next move. It does. There's the Thunderbolt into Incineroar. Nice bit of chip damage. Gets a paralysis as well. Mitchell's been getting so many paras in this game. Raging Bolt takes a little bit of Life Orb recoil, and Tornadus ends the turn with just kind of insignificant amount of Bleak Wind Storm chip. But a speed drop on Fluttermane also kind of matters, and on Raging Bolt also kind of matters. So I think everything got their speed lowered this turn.
Yeah, I'm curious. Don't you just know your speed calcs? Is Tailwind paralyzed Incineroar outspeed -1 Raging Bolt?
No. Well, I don't think this Raging Bolt looks pretty quick. It was faster.
It did outspeed Goldango.
Yeah, it outsped Goldango, and also outsped the Tornadus at -1. So this Raging Bolt is certainly relatively quick, more than most, especially with that Life Orb, most likely nearly max speed, potentially still carrying a modest nature to just buff up that damage as much as possible. But yeah, Tornadus can also just go for a Tailwind at this point just to make sure that in the future turns Ryu can be moving first. But that's probably not what Ryu was expecting. Probably not what Mitchell was expecting either. Mitchell was probably thinking that Fluttermane was going to go down there, but it did not. So it gets to go for this Moonblast and nearly KO a Tornadus, but not quite, as the Thunderbolt goes into Incineroar and takes yet more Life Orb recoil. Tailwind is up, and there's the answer to your question. It looks like Incineroar's not bulking up, but there's a critical hit onto Raging Bolt. That's a lot of damage, and everything is dangerously low on health. And Tailwind is up for the next 3 turns, giving Ryu the speed advantage should Goldango come back to the field, which it eventually will, to threaten with massive Make It Rains. And yeah, Raging Bolt has been compromised. It's no longer resisting Make It Rain really much.
Yeah, but also Raging Bolt still has access to Thunderclap, can go for his Tornadus if it thought it would attack here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, Bleakwind Storm just picks up a nice KO onto this Raging Bolt. So while Fluttermane will be able to go for another Ice Wind, almost certainly KOing the Tornadus, as if this Incineroar speed was already not slow enough. If Ryu went for Flare Blitz here, that might be able to KO the Fluttermane, but it certainly would KO his own Incineroar. Instead opted for U-turn. That's obviously not going to come anywhere close to a KO, but at least allow Ryu to preserve the Incineroar for later, be it for a Fake Out Intimidate, or maybe just reset those speed drops.
Yep, and so with Incineroar leaving the field, that means Goldango can come in free of charge, and whatever Ryu wants to bring in the back can be sent out. Either the Incineroar once again, with that low health and paralysis on it, or the final Pokemon that Ryu has. But Mitchell also has to be deciding, all right, Raging Bolt was KO'd, what do I bring in its stead? As Tailwind still has 2 more turns, and this Goldango is ready to do a lot of damage on this turn with a big Make It Rain. It will be the Urshifu of Mitchell's own side. And so now, how fast is this Farigiraf? How fast is this Urshifu? Is Farigiraf in Tailwind faster than this Urshifu? And can it KO with a potential Psychic plus Make It Rain? I think Ryu he's kind of positioned the board perfectly to click Make It Rain, where if Fluttermane terrestrializes to the grass typing, still gets KO, doesn't matter. And so Ryu very patient, led with Goldango, put the pressure on Mitchell, switched it out, and now Ryu finally in a position for Goldango to fire off with that pocket change.
Yeah, Goldango immune to Taunt and Thunder Wave, but not so much Icy Wind. Could potentially see a play like that here. But instead, Ryu is going to terrestrialize Goldango into the Steel typing. Probably not a defensive play, probably just trying to maximize the amount of damage Make It Rain is going to deal to this Urshifu. We actually see Mitchell go ahead and terrestrialize, presumably the Urshifu, into the Steel type as well.
Yes, in order to resist not only Make It Rain, but also any attacks from this Farigiraf. Fluttermane, defensively, is a lost cause. It's going down. If it had not gotten that Bleak Wind speed drop, it might have outsped Goldango in Tailwind, but with that, certainly enough. And that is a huge amount of damage with that Make It Rain into Terra Steel Urshifu, to the point where Farigiraf might even be able to get a KO with a Psychic or a Hyper Voice. We will have to see. It will be the Psychic as the option. How much does this do? This Urshifu is somewhat bulky, but not enough. Gets the KO onto Urshifu. that Terra Steel not doing much at all, still gets KO'd here, and Mitchell can kind of see the writing on the wall. Knows there's one Pokemon left, just locks in the, just disconnects there. I don't think we have to replay that. I think we know how that was going to end. There's going to be another Make It Rain. There's going to be like a Tailwind on that last turn, and everything was going to go to.
Yes, unfortunately, Mitchell's last Incineroar was not holding the Bright Powder item. Maybe next, maybe next time. But
Could've.
Ryu going to be clinching this victory here.
Undefeated today.
Undefeated, yeah.
Undefeated today with this team, which I actually really like. It's not a 6 Pokemon we've seen before. However, we've seen bits and pieces of it floating around. We've seen Choice Specs Goldengo. We've seen Focus Sash Tornadus. We've seen this Hyper Voice Throat Spray for Farigiraf. We've seen all these pieces, but comboing them all together made it into something very special that could go undefeated here today, fighting all of the people running the Toronto team the entire time, and even Mitchell's adaptation to that with a Plum, saying, all right, well, you've got Booster Speed Flutter Mane. Oh, that's so fast. Booster Speed Raging. Well, oh, that's so fast. How do we get faster? Tailwind. Yeah. I will click Tailwind. I will click Make It Rain. You will take a lot of damage. Sometimes going back to basics is really, really helpful, and you can see where the strength in Ryu's team comes from. And I feel like, man, every team has just had a Mungus Incineroar on it, like stapled as the last two that we've seen, as they're just such a strong package duo that let you play out of so many bad positions. Yeah, love to see a new combination of Pokemon being showcased here, and I think Ryu did exactly that. Sorry, Mitchell, you don't get to gatekeep maximum points today, but I think a
Mitchell
final
will just
showing,
have to wait till the next cup to get his 5th win.
I think a final showing is certainly respectable and gets enough store credit to make it worth his while.
But yeah, really well done to Ryu. I believe this is only his 2nd cup in the seniors division, or
Masters
the seniors
division.
in the Masters
Yeah.
division. Aging up from the seniors division, and what a really strong showing here.
Undefeated win is not something to shake a stick at. It's very difficult to do. So very impressive, and of course winning in finals 2-0 in such a fashion is also certainly a big confidence booster. So really happy for them. Excellently played, and yeah, awesome to see new players, new teams doing well here in NorCal.
Yeah, really well done, and thanks to everyone for tuning in, and thanks to everyone who showed up to this cup. A bit of a long one,
Yeah.
but I'd say definitely a goodie.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun here, so thank you all for watching. Give us a follow, like, Twitch, YouTube, all that stuff at NorCal VGC. Join our Discord to hop into these fun tournaments. It's a really great environment, great atmosphere. It's a whole lot of fun in NorCal, so join if you are able to. But I think that's all. I'm not forgetting anything, am I?
I think I'm trying to remember when the next NorCal event
I don't know.
is.
I think there's something.
You can join the NorCal Discord
to find
server
out, because we
and
don't
have
know
our calendar there.
Yeah, we have a calendar for all the events, so we don't have to use the event locator as much. But that is all we've got for today. Thank you all very much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed our great showing of our players here. But that's everything. So thanks so much. We'll see you all next time here at NorCal. Have a great day.